Join me to the start of a journey where I give you a first-hand experience of the 92. That's every ground from the Premier League down to League 2 in English football. We're beginning here in Shropshire with Shrewsbury Town Football Club. This is New Meadow, a stadium which has gone through numerous sponsorship names since first opening back in July 2007. The original New Meadow name comes in reference to Shrewsbury Town's former home Gay Meadow. Much more central location and a ground that Salop used between 1910 and 2007. The newer stadium, it's fair to say that it is generic in build. 4 stands of very similar height, a consistent simple exterior across all of them. Shrewsbury Town's biggest brag with this modern ground though is the inclusion of rail seating at the back of its south stand's interior. These were put in place back in the summer of 2018 and they made Shrewsbury Town the first club in both England and Wales to install a safe standing section at their football ground. Away fans are based behind the northern goal in that good size, good quality north stand. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 9,877. It's a hot sunny Saturday in Buckinghamshire and it's ground 2 of the 92 in English football. Adams Park is up next, the home of Wicker Wanderers Football Club since 1990. Located right at the end of the Sands Industrial Estate in Western High Wycombe, this stadium takes its name from Frank Adams, a former Chairboys captain and club benefactor. There's a unique design and layout to this place. It's built up right by a hillside, making its southern side only accessible by turnstiles in the corners. This large southern side is split between the lower tier family stand and the upper tier Frank Adams stand. There's a terrace behind the western goal for home supporters, originally known as the Valley End. Away fans are based in a good sized all-seater stand behind the opposite goal. The North Stand houses all major player and staff facilities, there's a club shop outside, and there's a main fan zone in one corner of the stadium's main car park. Licensed capacity at the time of writing sits at 9,558. It's a warm Wednesday evening in London and it's ground 3 of the 92 in English football. Stamford Bridge is up next, the home of Chelsea Football Club since 1905. There's so much you can talk about with this place. Its name, for instance, is believed to be derived from the Old English word Samfordesbrygge, which is the bridge at the Sandy Fort. It started out life in 1877 as an athletics venue before being bought by Chelsea's eventual founders in 1904. The modern ground is accessed by a trio of gates off Fulham Road. These are the Stamford Gate, Bovril Gate and Britannia Gate from east to west. The Chelsea Village is one of the main features of the exterior. Multiple high quality hotels and restaurants can be found around here. Improvements to the East Stand's exterior, I particularly like the perimeter wall by the railway line, which includes sections of artificial turf and some pictures of Chelsea's recent successes. The Chelsea Hub is out the back of the North Stand, a museum that also offers stadium tours. The North Stand itself is named after the late Matthew Harding, an important investor for Chelsea in the early 1990s. The outside of the West Stand is the grandest part of the lot, based beyond the Britannia Gate off Fulham Road. Multiple hospitality entrances around here, as well as the statue of legendary striker Peter Osgood. Inside, you've got the shed into the south, safe standing sections present in here. It's a location for away supporters on a Chelsea match day. The east and west stands are multi-tiered and very steep right up at the top. I found that out first hand. The Matthew Harding stand to the north, a very similar design to the shed end opposite. Without question, one of the most famous football grounds in the English game. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 40,173. It's a wet Thursday evening in Birmingham and it's ground 4 of the 92 in English football. Villa Park is up next, the home of Aston Villa Football Club since 1897. Tons of history with this place. The 1966 FIFA World Cup and UEFA Euro 1996 held games here. More than 50 FA Cup semi-finals have taken place at Villa Park, as well as the very last UEFA Cup Winners' Cup final back in 1999. The stadium split into 4 stands, largest of which is the giant Trinity Road stand to the west, dates back to 1922. Statue of William McGregor outside, regarded as the founder of the Football League. The North Stand is round the corner, formerly known as the Whitton End. To the east, the Doug Ellis Stand, named after the late Sir Herbert Douglas Ellis, chairman of Aston Villa over 2 spells between 1968 and 2006. Standout part of Villa Park though has to be the famous Holt End to the south. Beautiful brick exterior, packed with thousands of villains on a match day. Gets its name from Sir Thomas Holt, 1st Baronet, originally owned the land which the stand now sits on. Things stay as impressive inside. The 2-tiered Doug Ellis stand gives its northern end to away supporters on a match day. The Holt End looks a magnificent sight when empty and an even more impressive sight when full. All the main player, staff and executive facilities are in the giant Trinity Road stand. The North Stand that I'm based in is 2-tiered and well known for its goalpost structure. Light blue seats at the bottom and claret seats at the top of each stand. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 42,530. It's a warm, cloudy Saturday in the West Midlands and it's ground 5 of the 92 in English football. The Hawthorns is up next, the home of West Bromwich Albion Football Club since 1900. The site is West Brom's 6th home in their history and was covered in hawthorn bushes before construction began. It's where the Hawthorns name comes from. Exterior of the ground dominated by brown brick at the base, blue corrugated iron higher up. Stand to the very south is known as the Smethwick end. Round the corner the east stand dates back to 1964. Club shop can be found here. It includes some clothing that lets just say, you're a proper die-hard baggy if you do wear it. Statue of club legend Tony Bomber Brown outside. Birmingham Road end round the corner gets its name from the A41 that's right outside of it. Popular fan zone located on the other side of Halfords Lane from the west stand. It inspired the name of 3 characters from the show Nutrix. The east stand's interior includes 2 single-tiered corners. The northern one is the Woodman corner, named after an old pub. The southern one is the Millennium corner. Away supporters take up part of the Smethwick end on a match day. All the main player and staff facilities are in the west stand. The highest ground above sea level in the Football League. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 26,688. It's a sunny Saturday in Lincolnshire and it's ground 6 of the 92 in English football. Sincil Bank is up next, the home of Lincoln City Football Club since 1895. Sincil Bank is also the name of the road which passes by the west stand, and the name is influenced by Sincil Dyke, which is right by the ground, originates at the River Witham further up north. Sincil Bank's layout makes it a truly unique member of the 92. The largest, most modern looking stand is over to the west. Round the corner, the south stand, Lincoln City's main fan zone is right at the back of it, always worth going to pre-game with a great selection of local food and drink available. Sincil Bank's eastern side is a collection of stands and buildings. Major facilities around here including the main reception and club shop, 3G community pitch outside, turnstiles for away fans are up at the very northern end. It's these away turnstiles which lead to the north stand. This is the Stacey West stand, named in honour of Bill Stacey and Jim West, 2 lifelong Lincoln City fans who died in the Bradford City Stadium fire back in 1985. Lincoln are currently in the process of redeveloping this stand, hence the big red wall out the back. Plan is to put a 2-storey extension onto the back of the stand as part of a major upgrade in facilities on this side of the stadium. Head inside, you've got the eastern side that's dominated by the unique SRP stand, straddles the middle of the pitch, split between red and black seating, dugouts down in front of it. There's a much smaller family stand down by the southeast corner. Executive boxes are the main feature of the south stand behind the goal. Standout feature at this ground though is that GBM stand to the west. 2 levels, holds over 5,500 imps, plenty of very vocal fans in here on a match day. Part of the Stacey West stand can also be given to home fans when smaller away crowds are present. Be sure to listen out for the air raid sirens on a match day. Lincoln famously fire one of these off every time they win a corner. This is a football ground truly unlike anywhere else. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 10,669. It's a mild Saturday in Staffordshire and it's ground 7 of the 92 in English football. The Pirelli Stadium is up next, the home of Burton Albion Football Club since July 2005. The Pirelli Stadium's plans date back to 2003, a design for a new stadium that would match the ambitions of the then non-league Brewers. Eaton Park had been their base since 1958, but lacked the necessary standards to be a Football League ground should one further promotion be achieved. Land was bought on what was once the Pirelli Sports and Social Club and work took around 19 months to complete. The Pirelli Stadium is your typical modern build, 4 stands of very similar size, the main one being to the south, the other 3 utilised attached turnstiles with an outer concourse in each. Small club shop to the left of the south stand's main glass facade, right next to the ticket office and collection point for both home and away fans. The Pirelli Stadium's interior consists of 3 terrace stands and 1 all-seater stand. The terracing is to the west, north and east. West stand is a common location for the more vocal Brewers fans behind the goal. North stand is commonly known as the pop side. Away fans are given the entirety of the east stand behind the opposite goal. The south stand is the all-seater one, mainly black seating here but with yellow letters spelt out across it. Seats right up at the very back that are part of the stand's executive boxes. They're notably wider with padding on the bottom and back for extra comfort. Burton Albion allocate the easternmost blocks in this stand to away supporters so as to provide a seating alternative to standing. A venue often used for youth international games and tournaments. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 6,912. It's a wet Saturday in South Wales and it's ground 8 of the 92 in English League football. Rodney Parade is up next, home to Newport County Association Football Club since 2012. What makes this place so unique within the 92 is that it is primarily a rugby ground dating all the way back to 1877. Newport RSC spent well over a century here. They were ground sharing with the newly formed Dragons RSC from 2003. That ground share has since been between Dragons and Newport County. Rodney Parade itself is essentially a complex. Immediately north of the ground is a large grass pitch, part of the KLA community zone, provides a fan zone and multiple activities on a Dragons match day. Parking all the way around it, as well as an old Newport RSC club shop building and a local squash club. Main entrance is off Grafton Road to the northeast, but any fan needs to also be aware of a small opening off Rodney Road, lets you enter right by the northern turnstiles of the ground. Rodney Parade is dominated by two main stands, the Compeed stand to the west and the Bisley stand to the east. The Compeed stand's metallic exterior runs alongside Rodney Road, only a small part of the Bisley stand is visible from off Corporation Road outside of it. There's a small footpath at the southern end of the ground which leads to away turnstiles at the southeast corner. Home fans head into the complex to use turnstiles that are mostly based outside the northern end of Rodney Parade. Small away crowds get the southern end of the Bisley stand, larger crowds also use up the uncovered all-seater south stand. Players emerge from a tunnel in that hut light building in the southwest corner. The covered Compeed stand and its angled roof covers around 2/3 of the pitch. Largely uncovered paddock in front of it is known as the Compeed Terrace. There's another terrace well behind the northern goal, almost fully uncovered. The Bisley stand that I'm in offers a mix of red, black and cream coloured seats with decent overhead protection. The need for both rugby and football use means the stands behind the goal are a long way back at Rodney Parade. Definitely worth being on the longer sides of the pitch as you can for a game. Football capacity at the time of writing sits at 7,850. It's a sunny Saturday in Northamptonshire and it's ground 9 of the 92 in English football. Sixfields Stadium is up next, the home of Northampton Town Football Club since October 1994. Taking its name from the area of western Northampton it is located in, Sixfields construction gave Northampton Town a first purpose-built home. The Cobblers had previously spent almost a century at the town's county cricket ground, a venue whose size and shape never really made it suitable to hosting football matches. One of the notable features around Sixfields' immediate vicinity is the large grass bank to the north. There's a footpath that sweeps down the hillside here. Many fans use this to reach the stadium. If you only cared about what was happening at the southern end of the pitch, you could realistically watch a game for 3 up here. Sixfields is split into 4 simple stands. The main one with all the major facilities is over to the west. The club shop is right on the stadium's southwest corner. North Stand, with a brand new community pitch right outside of it, is a home end named after club legend Dave Bowen. As manager in the 1960s, he took the Cobblers from the 4th Division to the 1st Division in just 5 years. That's like a modern day League 2 side reaching the Premier League in just half a decade. The South Stand opposite is the reserved away end at Sixfields Stadium. The East Stand has been a long construction process, still not yet fully finished. Sixfields is an all-seater stadium, just under 4,000 people fit into the big main stand. Changing rooms, tunnel and dugouts also based over here. A little under 1,000 people can pack into the Dave Bowen stand behind the northern goal. Capacity is the exact same for the South Stand opposite. The East Stand holds a little under 2,000 people, naked exoskeleton up at the back still, but there is at least a roof overhead. Infamously a temporary home for Coventry City Football Club during the 2013-14 season, capacity at the time of writing sits at 7,798. It's a cold, bright Saturday in the West Midlands and it's ground 10 of the 92 in English football. The Bescot Stadium is up next, the home of Walsall Football Club since August 1990. Taking its name from the area of Walsall it is located in, the Bescot Stadium is the successor to Fallows Park, Walsall's nearby home between 1896 and 1990. A 15-year sponsorship deal saw the ground be known as the Banks's Stadium between 2007 and 2022, and it is currently known through sponsorship as the Poundland Bescot Stadium. The Bescot Stadium is your classic build to the time, a fully enclosed stadium with 4 main stands. The south stand looks out towards the M6 motorway. Main stand is around the corner to the west. All the major facilities around here, including the ticket office, club shop, main reception, as well as 2 large conference suites and executive lounges. Standout feature of the Bescot Stadium is that north stand which towers over the rest of the stadium. There's a 3G community pitch right up behind it, so to get from one side to the other you'll make use of that walkway that passes underneath. There's access to the stadium suite here as well as the stand's lower tier turnstiles. The upper tier turnstiles are outside at either end. The east stand and its simple exterior includes a junior fan zone and an emergency aid room. I went up in the north stand to this game, maybe not the best choice with the setting sun, but we pulled through it. The Bescot Stadium is an all-seater venue dominated by red, supporting pillars at regular intervals along the eastern, southern and western sides. Can be a frustration, but admittedly common with builds from that time. Corners of the stadium are filled with toilets and food stalls. Away fans can occupy all or some of that south stand at the far end, dugouts and tunnel at the front of the main stand to the west. North stand I'm in has its lower tier and two-part upper tier separated by the popular stadium suite. Additionally, the regular home of Aston Villa women, capacity at the time of writing, sits at 11,300. It's a mild Saturday in Oxfordshire and it's ground 11 of the 92 in English football. The Kassam Stadium is up next, the home of Oxford United Football Club since 2001. Named after former Hughes chairman Theros Kassam, the stadium is the successor to the Manor Ground, Oxford United's old home between 1925 and 2001. Kassam took over the club midway through the new stadium's delayed construction process and had a big influence in seeing the project eventually finish. The Kassam Stadium is your classic modern build, not too much to shout about with the simple exteriors of either the north or east stand. The south stand houses all of the stadium's major facilities and part of its exterior includes a curved blue glass facade. Since March 2008, there has been a bronze statue of an ox located inside the stadium's large first come first served car park. The most infamous feature of the Kassam Stadium though is its west stand, which doesn't exist. It's never existed. This has been a three-sided football ground from the word go. Simple, practical exterior inside. East stand is a popular home location behind the goal. The south stand is the only one with two tiers and has the dugouts and tunnel down the front. There's the years of major club honours displayed just above the row of executive boxes. The single tier north stand gives its westernmost blocks to away supporters on a match day. The open western end has become known as the car park end. There's no prizes to guessing why. At least there's a good scoreboard in place there nowadays. Briefly, the home of London Welsh Rugby Football Club in the mid-2010s. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 12,500. It's a mild Saturday in London and it's ground 12 of the 92 in English football. The Valley is up next, the home of Charlton Athletic Football Club since 1992. Charlton's tenure at the ground dates back a lot further though, all the way to 1919 when the Valley originally opened. Things changed in 1985 however when the Addicts had to leave the ageing Valley and the ground shared with first Crystal Palace and then later West Ham United. 7 years later, necessary work had been complete and Charlton were able to return to their home where they've remained ever since. The modern Valley is split into 4 stands. To the north along Harvey Garden sits the covered end. It's a reference to the former stand that was here before its rebuild in 2001. There's also some turnstiles here to the neighbouring East Stand, which is named after former player and manager Alan Kirbishley. Don't forget a further turnstile set up the hill off Charlton Lane. The Valley's main stand is over to the west. I quite like how the staircases are visible out the back of this stand. There's a statue outside that's of legendary goalkeeper Sam Bartram, Charlton Athletic's record appearance maker. Then to the south, detached from the rest of the stadium, the designated away stand. It's named after former manager Jimmy Seed. He won the FA Cup with Charlton back in 1947. I really like the setup of this football ground. The west, north and east stands all attached, looking to tower over those in the Jimmy Seed stand that are at the opposite end of the pitch. Two-tiered west stand houses all the major facilities, single-tiered northwest corner, and then that popular two-tiered covered end. Single-tier northeast corner and then the long single-tiered Alan Kirbishley stand. There's only one sporting pillar in this stadium and it's right in the centre of the Jimmy Seed stand. An incredibly underrated London football ground. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 27,111. It's a mild New Year's Day in the northwest and it's ground 13 of the 92 in English football. The Tushpeak Community Stadium is up next, the home of Bolton Wanderers Football Club since 1997. This modern stadium is the successor to Burnden Park, Bolton's historic home between 1895 and 1997. The newer venue doesn't share the central Bolton location that the old ground did. This one instead is based in Horwich to the west of the town. It's probably still best known to people as the Reebok Stadium. It's a name that held for 17 years until 2014. The name Macron Stadium came into use until 2018, followed by the University of Bolton Stadium until 2023 and the Tushpeak Community Stadium today. Walking around this stadium, you can trick yourself into thinking it's fully circular in shape. All 4 stands are directly connected to each other. There's turnstiles and facility entrances spread all the way around it. Only one of the 4 stands is named after a person, that being the East Stand. It's named for legendary local striker Nat Lofthouse. The club shop and ticket office is opposite this stand with access up to the neighbouring Middlebrook Retail Park also nearby. There's also a statue of Lofthouse outside of the West Stand surrounded by 4 plaques, 3 of which celebrate iconic moments in Bolton Wanderers history. The 4th is a memorial to the victims of the Burnden Park disaster from 1946. The South Stand's exterior is dominated by the Bolton Stadium Hotel. Both this and the North Stand include parking spaces outside for hundreds of vehicles. The Tush Sheet Community Stadium's interior consists of a lower tier bowl and a separate upper tier for each of the 4 stands. The West Stand houses the main facilities in the stadium, including the dugouts and 2 tunnels, one for each of the teams that are playing. Both the North and Nat Losthouse stands continue the consistent 2-tier design with executive boxes in place between the levels. Away fans are located in the South Stand, either one or both of the tiers depending on the allocation. A stadium with Horwich Parkway Station right on its doorstep, capacity at the time of writing sits at 28,723. It's a cold Sunday in London and it's ground 14 of the 92 in English football. The London Stadium is up next, the home of West Ham United Football Club since 2016. The Olympic Stadium, as it was previously known, was made to be the centrepiece of the 2012 Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games. Built between May 2008 and May 2012 within the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park. It was an 80,000 capacity stadium which held primarily athletics events as well as the opening and closing ceremonies. There was always a desire to keep the stadium in use post the games and ideally with a regular sporting tenant. There was interest expressed by both Tottenham Hotspur and West Ham United, clubs who were seeking to move away from their current homes to a bigger new venue. It took a number of years and it was affected by a number of complications, but West Ham would eventually earn a 99-year lease of the stadium, set to move in at the start of the 2016-17 season and leave the historic Boleyn Ground that they had been at since 1904. The London Stadium that's in place today comes after a long redevelopment process. There's plenty of legacy from the 2012 games though, including the bronze Olympic bell near West Ham United's own champion statue of Bobby Moore, Sir Geoff Hurst and Martin Peters. Bobby Moore in particular carries a very strong legacy at the London Stadium. The North Stand is named after him, as is a very local academy school. The South Stand opposite is named for West Ham United legend Sir Trevor Brooking, and the neighbouring East Stand is named after iconic former player and manager Billy Bonds. West Ham United's ticket office and stadium store is located immediately southeast of the stadium, right above the lower level London Marathon community track. Away fans at the London Stadium usually take up the western side of the Sir Trevor Brooking stand, but this does alter with bigger and smaller allocations. The neighbouring West Stand has got the dugouts and large tunnel down the front, as well as its middle tier Club London executive area. Bobby Moore stand to the north and Billy Bonds stand to the east, the upper tiers of all 4 sides combined for one giant ring of seats. They have done a lot of work to bring fans closer to the pitch, but it is always worth remembering that this place wasn't originally built to be for football purpose. Get yourself in the corners if you want to feel as close to the action as possible. On its way to officially being the largest club football stadium in London, regulated capacity at the time of writing sits at 62,500. It's a mild Sunday afternoon in Liverpool and it's ground 15 of the 92 in English football. Anfield is up next, the home of Liverpool Football Club since 1892. Anfield actually began as the home of city rivals Everton between 1884 and 1891, the Toffees leaving after a dispute with John Holding. Left with an empty ground, Holding decided to form a new football club to use it, and that team have remained on the site ever since. The modern Anfield has gone through recent phases of growth, but its key features still remain. The main stand sits over to the west, an absolute giant and a project that was never fully complete until 2016. Beautiful design, turnstiles on both its ground level and upper level. Right at the base sits the Liverpool Memorial, dedicated to the 97 victims of the Hillsborough disaster that happened on the 15th of April 1989. Round the corner, the Anfield Road stand. It's the newest redevelopment phase of Anfield. Work began here in September 2021. It's getting very close to being fully reopened now. It's got shape, design and height that's similar to the adjacent main stand. Through the Shankly Gates and round to the east where the Sir Kenny Dalglish stand can be found. Started out life as the single-tiered Kemlyn Road stand, became a centenary stand when a second tier was added in 1992. Liverpool legend Sir Kenny Dalglish had the stand named after him in May 2017. And of course, you can't mention Anfield without mentioning the Kop. Started out as a large bank terrace, it's a giant single-tiered all-seater stand since the mid-1990s. The Kop is reached through the Paisley Gateway off Walton Breck Road, and it's got the Liverpool SC Museum housed right inside of it. Separate large club shop building is now in place beside the Kop and the main stand. There's a statue right outside here of legendary manager Bob Paisley carrying Emlyn Hughes, that's right in front of the Champions Wall. There's a statue of Paisley's predecessor Bill Shankly that stands right outside the Kop. Facing the main stand is also a bust of Liverpool founder John Holding, as well as several plinths named after significant figures in the club's history. Things stay as impressive inside. The new look Anfield Road stand is an absolute behemoth now. Away fans go in this side of the stadium, they take up a section of the stand's lower tier. 2 tiers in turn for the Sir Kenny Dalglish stand with a row of executive boxes in place in between them. Single giant tier for the Kop, packed with nearly 13,000 Reds on a match day. The 3-tiered main stand that I'm in, being in the bottom tier, really cannot do justice to just how much of a giant this is. More than 20,000 fit in this stand alone. One of the most famous football stadiums anywhere on the planet. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 61,276. It's a mild Saturday in Essex, and it's ground 16 of the 92 in English football. The Colchester Community Stadium is next, the home of Colchester United Football Club since August 2008. Known as the JobServe Community Stadium through sponsorship, the CCS is a successor to Layer Road, used between 1907 and 2008 and used by Colchester United from their founding in 1937. The Layer Road site is housing nowadays, but there's a memorial garden and statue in place where the pitch once stood. I particularly love that the road this housing is based on is called Turnstile Square. Colhugh's move to the CCS saw them relocated from central Colchester to a newly created site right on the northern outskirts of the city. The stadium is your typical modern build. There's 4 distinct individual stands, all based off United Way. Very basic exteriors to the north, east and south, with the main stand to the west being the largest and housing major facilities such as the ticket office, club shop, main reception and a fan zone right outside. Things stay simple yet practical inside. Each of the Colchester Community Stadium's 4 stands are single-tiered, holding a mix of blue and white seating inside. There's executive boxes up at the back of the west stand, dugouts and tunnel are down the front here. The south stand is a popular pick with Colhugh's more vocal supporters. There's a family area inside the east stand. Away fans are segregated from the home crowd and based inside the good-sized north stand. Amount of blocks made available depends on the allocation that they're given. Used for a select number of England youth and women's internationals over the years, capacity at the time of writing sits at 10,105. It's a mild Saturday afternoon in London and it's ground 17 of the 92 in English football. Brisbane Road is up next, the home of Leyton Orient Football Club since 1937. The stadium, currently known through sponsorship as the Gowan Group Stadium, dates back to the 1890s, originally known as Osborne Road. The traditional Brisbane Road name comes from the street outside the ground's east stand. Leyton Orient would make this place their 4th home when they left the Lea Bridge Stadium in the mid-30s. Brisbane Road has a compact design and a unique site layout. There's 4 distinct stands, but the standout feature of the exterior is the block of flats that are located on each corner. The south stand in turn, along Buckingham Road, has property built right out the back of it. It is named after Tommy Johnston, Leyton Orient's record goalscorer. The main stand is over to the west, a modern design that includes a ticket office, superstore and main reception. It's named to honour the late Justin Edinburgh, who sadly passed away just weeks after managing Leyton Orient to the National League title back in 2019. Terraced houses on Windsor Road affect how easily you can reach and see the north stand. There's entrances to turnstile blocks in the northeast and northwest corners though. The east stand is the oldest side, bought from the old Mitcham Stadium back in 1955. It's split between home and away fans with visitors at its southern end. Simple design to the inside of the Tommy Johnston south stand, all-seater, front rows up above ground level as there is a bar located underneath. Major facilities like the dugouts and tunnel are located in the Justin Edinburgh stand with the director's balcony and the Olympic suite up above and behind the main seating area. The north stand is a similar size and capacity to the south stand opposite. There's black LOSC letters in here though rather than the white Orient letters that can be found on the other side. The east stand that I'm in is the only one on the floor to contain supporting pillars down towards the front. Additionally, the home of Tottenham Hotspur Women since 2022, capacity at the time of writing sits at 9,271. It's a mild Saturday in London and it's ground 18 of the 92 in English football. Selhurst Park is up next, the home of Crystal Palace Football Club since August 1924. Designed by famous football stadium architect Archibald Leach, Selhurst Park gets its name from the area of London it is located in. The modern stadium is split into 4 distinct stands. First up to the east along Park Road is the Arthur Waite stand, dating back to 1969 and named after the then Crystal Palace chairman. To the north, the White Horse Lane stand, taking its name from the road out behind it. Houses on the road mean your access into the stands is in the stadium's corners, and this stand most notably has a Sainsbury's built out at the back of it, located next to the Crystal Palace club shop and box office. The main stand to the west is the oldest part of the stadium, dating back to 1924 and being all-seater since the late 70s. Access to several bars and lounges here, as well as the main reception, with Crystal Palace having plans in place for a number of years now to expand this stand and give it a new glass exterior. The Holmesdale Road stand to the south is the tallest side of the stadium, known for its 2 tiers and curved roof that dates back to 1994. Took my place high up in the Holmesdale Road stand for this game. The main stand to my left has a banked interior, pillars in place at regular intervals towards the front. The White Horse Lane stand is smaller, also known as the family stand, contains 24 luxury executive boxes up behind its main seating area. The Arthur Waite stand has the biggest capacity of the 4 stands, away supporters are housed over in its northern blocks. A temporary home for both Charlton Athletic and Wimbledon SC in the past. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 25,486. It's a cold wet Saturday in Gloucestershire and it's ground 19 of the 92 in English football. Whaddon Road is up next, the home of Cheltenham Town Football Club since 1932. The ground itself dates back to 1927, based on a site of what was previously kennels. Its traditional Whaddon Road name comes from the road that passes by to the south, and it's currently known through sponsorship as the Completely Suzuki Stadium. Whaddon Road is packed into the surrounding area, split into 4 distinct stands. The east stand runs parallel to part of Wyman's Road, a simple design that has been named after former Cheltenham Town director Colin Farmer since 2016. The neighbouring south stand, it's difficult to see a lot of it from the outside. Right in front of it are houses and a local bowls club. There's a narrow foot entrance in the centre which leads to the turnstiles for away fans. A lot more open space outside the main stand to the west. All the major ground facilities around here. Office buildings over to the north with the club shop and ticket office further south. Head to the very northern end and you've got turnstiles to the north stand. The stand's wedged right up along the back of narrow gardens and these are the houses that are on Cromwell Road. Whaddon Road's western interior is split between an elevated main seating area and a terraced paddock which straddles the middle of the pitch, tunnel down at ground level and dugouts are out in front. The north stand is a popular, simple standing terrace. It's had a roof over its head since the early 2000s and there's pillars in place down at the front. Both the Colin Farmer stand and south stand are all-seater, directly connected to one another at the southeast corner. Red seats with white letters spelt throughout these stands, no pillars, there's a scoreboard right in the corner. Block 1 at the northern end of the Colin Farmer stand is where Cheltenham's most vocal supporters base themselves. Around 1,000 away fans fit into the south stand when it's fully opened. Cheltenham allocate just the westernmost blocks to smaller crowds. A temporary home to Gloucester City between 2010 and 2017. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 7,066. It's a wet Saturday in Devon and it's ground 20 of the 92 in English football. St James Park is up next, the home of Exeter City Football Club since 1904. Don't get this confused with another of the 92, Newcastle United St James's Park. The apostrophe is key here. The very nearby railway station gives St James Park a unique layout. The west stand has to have a shortened grandstand because of the available space. It's named after Adam Stansfield, a much-loved striker who passed away whilst an Exeter City player in August 2010. His number 9 shirt is nowadays worn exclusively by Exeter City Academy products as part of their tribute to him. South Terrace takes its name from St James Road right outside, with the main stand over to the east and the fan zone right outside of here. Club shop, ticket office and other major facilities around here. The large brick building attached to the south is known as the Park and includes the centre spot bar inside. North stand is known as the Big Bank, a large terrace that's very popular on a match day. You reach it through turnstiles off Stadium Way. The Adam Stansfield stand covers around half of the length of the pitch, a single-tiered all-seater following a rebuild in the late 2010s. The Big Bank holds just under 4,000 when full, reputation for being the loudest side of the stadium on match days. A bit over 2,000 can get into the all-seater main stand, executive boxes up at the back and dugouts down the front with the tunnel off centre. Exeter give its two southernmost blocks to away fans to provide a seating option. Majority of away fans though go into the two sections of the St James Road Terrace, holds just over 1,000 when full. One of the most unique members of the 92, capacity at the time of writing sits at 8,720. It's a wet and windy Saturday in Cumbria, and it's ground 21 of the 92 in English football. Holker Street is up next, the home of Barrow Association Football Club since 1910. Known as the So Legal Stadium through sponsorship, Holker Street gets its name from the road that passes by to the east. The site was converted from a rubbish tip in the early 20th century to initially host Hinpole Athletic Football Club. The ground, much like Barrow themselves, has Football League history that dates back to 1921, followed by a near 50-year period in non-league. Holker Street has seen notable development in recent years to match Barrow's progression in the EFL, but four distinct sides still remain. The southern end of the ground is known as the Popular Side, also named after iconic former manager Ray Wilkie. Very basic exterior here, used mostly for car parking. Head to the far end and you have access to a fan zone and some of the home turnstiles. It's through this fan zone that you can use a little access pass to get around the back of Holker Street's main building. The tiny stand in front of here is known as the Steelworks End, previously the Crossbar End. Club offices in the main building, including the main reception and club shop. A small main car park to the north off Wilkie Road, and further along is the northern side. Simple exterior, includes the main stand and two new temporary stands that are of differing height. This main stand has been named after Barrow Club legend Brian Arrowsmith since 2017. The most colour on the exterior can be found to the east outside the Holker Street end. A blue and white striped wall here for a stand that has undergone major work since Barrow's promotion back into the Football League. The Steelworks End used to be a short terrace, but has now been altered to include 196 seats. Tunnel for players leads into the main facilities building. The Brian Arrowsmith stand on the northern side is perhaps Holker Street's most recognisable feature. The two temporary stands to either side have replaced standing terrace, taller easternmost stand given to away supporters. There's a new striped roof over the Holker Street end, which gives its northern section to away fans when large crowds are expected. Two blue seating blocks here and a terrace section alongside. The Popular Side is fully standing terrace, including a covered central section and open ends. Buy a terrace ticket on a match day, you're permitted to use the Holker Street end, Ray Wilkie Terrace or Steelworks End. A truly unique place to watch professional football. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 6,500. It's a mild Friday in Greater Manchester, and it's ground 22 of the 92 in English football. The DW Stadium is up next, the home of Wigan Athletic and rugby league side Wigan Warriors since 1999. Known as the JJB Stadium for its first 10 years, the DW Stadium name traces back to former Latics owner Dave Whelan and his DW Sports Fitness Company. The modern looking stadium has a basic but practical design split into four distinct stands. The East Stand is the largest by capacity, known as the Boston Stand in recognition of Wigan Warriors legend Billy Boston. Similar design to the adjacent South Stand, which was named after former Wigan Athletic manager Liam Richardson back in 2021 in recognition of his swift action when former striker Charlie Wake suffered a cardiac arrest. Main stand is over to the west, named the Springfield Stand in honour of Athletics' former home, Springfield Park. Plenty of main facilities around here, with a statue outside of Dave Whelan holding the 2013 FA Cup, one of several successful seasons Wigan had under his tenure as chairman. North Stand is the designated away stand, very similar in size and shape to the South Stand opposite. A bit over 8,000 fit into the Boston Stand, which includes an electronic scoreboard up at the back and a large screen in the northeast corner. Both the South and North Stands offer room for up to 5,400 people in their single-tiered interiors. Just over 6,000 fit into the Springfield Stand, which includes broadcast facilities, executive lounges, and the stadium's tunnel, changing rooms and dugouts. A stadium with history at the top level of both football and rugby league. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 25,138. It's a cool, cloudy Tuesday in Nottinghamshire, and it's ground 23 of the 92 in English football. Field Mill is up next, the home of Mansfield Town Football Club since 1919. Known as the One Call Stadium through sponsorship, the ground takes its traditional name from a former textile mill. Hosting football since at least 1861, it is the oldest professional football ground in the world. The modern day Field Mill is only in use on 3 sides. The only side not in use is the old Bishop Street stand to the east, closed since the mid-2000s. You can still get up to part of its exterior via Bishop Street and Lord Street, but you're not getting in. Field Mill's 3 in-use stands have a modern, practical design to them, with the north stand being the ground's designated away stand. The west stand is the clear largest, the ground's main stand, and named after legendary former manager Ian Greaves. Major facilities around this stand, including hospitality entrances and access to the popular Sandy's bar and kitchen. There's a fan zone usually set up outside, with 2 3G community pitches just out beyond. Mansfield Town's club shop and main ticket office can be found in the south stand, known as the Quarry Lane end after the road that runs along outside of it. The Bishop Street stand still sits in place to the east, but is nowadays covered in advertising boards, with a camera gantry perched atop and a main electronic screen to one side. Field Mill is all-seater, with yellow the dominant colour in the Quarry Lane end. Notable that the ground's changing rooms are inside this stand, with the tunnel attached to its western side. 2 tiers to the Ian Greaves stand. The dugouts have been on this side of the stadium since 2016. North stand is dominated by blue seating. Hosting football matches for over 160 years, capacity at the time of writing sits at 9,186. It's a warm, sunny Saturday in Hertfordshire, and it's ground 24 of the 92 in English football. Broadhall Way is up next, the home of Stevenage Football Club since 1980. Known as the Lamex Stadium through sponsorship, Broadhall Way itself dates back to 1961, taking its name from the road that passes by to the north. Stevenage Town played here until they folded in 1968. Their successors Stevenage Athletic were here until they dissolved in 1976, and the modern-day Stevenage SC eventually gained use of the ground in 1980. Broadhall Way has held its current design since 2019, split into 4 distinct stands. Most basic exterior belongs to that of the East Terrace, club parking outside with turnstiles in the centre and at its northern end. You can use an access path to get round from here to the north stand, the newest side of the stadium. Access to the main reception and the 76 lounges found here, along with the main ticket office at its western end. The west stand is the main stand. Major facilities here including the club shop, away ticket office and club foundation entrance. Main access into the stadium complex comes off Monkswood Way, with the west stand to your left and the south stand to your right. This is Stevenage's designated away stand, club offices within its exterior, and the Broadhall suite down in the southeast corner, which often welcomes both home and away supporters. Simple exterior inside, the west stand is an all-seater, dominated by white, dugouts and tunnel down at the front centre. The all-seater north stand opened in December 2019, succeeding what was previously a 3/4 covered standing terrace. The east terrace is popular with home fans on a match day, red metal bars running across and a camera gantry up above. South stand that I'm in is all-seater, housing an electronic scoreboard in the centre of its roof and able to hold nearly 1,400 people. And yes, as you can see, the programmes nowadays are digital, not paper. A ground with both non-league and Football League history, capacity at the time of writing sits at 7,800. It's a cloudy Tuesday in Nottinghamshire, and it's ground 25 of the 92 in English football. Meadow Lane is up next, the home of Notts County Football Club since 1910. The Magpies are the oldest professional football club in the world, dating back to November 1862. Meadow Lane is their 6th different home, previously playing at locations including the grounds of the old Nottingham Castle and 2 separate spells at Trent Bridge Cricket Ground. Meadow Lane is a classic ground on the northern side of the River Trent. City rivals Nottingham Forest have their own city ground just 270 metres away, forming the 2 closest professional football grounds in England. Meadow Lane is split into 4 distinct stands, with its main stand to the west. It's known as the Derek Pavis stand, named after the late Derek Pavis, one of Notts County's most successful ever chairmen. Turnstiles are detached from the stand itself, so you're only getting right up to its exterior if you have a ticket to this side of the stadium. The nearby Ironmonger Road leads you up to the Cop at the northern end. The stand's up on higher ground, has a car park just behind with paddle courts further on. You get into this stand through turnstiles in the corners. The east stand is named after Jimmy Cyril, the legendary late manager who took Notts County from the 4th Division to the 1st Division during 3 separate spells at the club. Simple but classic design to this stand's interior, it's the designated away stand on Notts County match days. To the south, the Family Stand, in turn named after club benefactor Hayden Green, who passed away suddenly in 2007. Notts County's club shop is in the stand, along with the main ticket office, Notts County Foundation and Supporters Bar. Head slightly west and you'll come to the Legend of the Lane statue, depicting Jimmy Cyril and legendary club figure Jack Wheeler sat on a dugout bench. Single tier to the Derek Pavis stand, able to hold around 6,700 people, dugouts and tunnel down the front with the changing rooms inside. The Kop is split into two levels, holding 5,440 in total, couple of pillars inside here to be wary of. The Jimmy Cyril stand is rarely in full use, able to hold nearly 5,800 in total. Usually away fans get just a large southern section of it with some 3,300 spots available. The Hayden Green family stand is the smallest by capacity, single tiered with two supporting pillars down the middle. A historic football ground for a historic football club. Regulated capacity at the time of writing sits at 19,841. It's a mild Saturday in Lancashire and it's ground 26 of the 92 in English football. Highbury Stadium is up next, the home of Fleetwood Town Football Club since 1939. Not to be confused with the popular name for Arsenal's old home, Highbury Stadium is named after Highbury Avenue that passes by to the west. Highbury's packed location gives it a unique layout with four distinct stands. The largest main stand is to the east, it's a modern panelled exterior and accessed off the corner where Nelson Road and Park Avenue meet. Dating back to 2011, it's known as the Parkside Stand in reference to Memorial Park that is out beyond it. Two sets of turnstiles here, the away fan ones further south. Head along the edge of the neighbouring park and you can get round to the North Stand. It's known as the Memorial Stand to honour those who lost their lives in service of their country and to the trawler men from the port of Fleetwood that have been lost at sea. Be sure to make use of the popular Jim's Bar here, usually welcomes both home and away supporters on a match day. A gravel car park gives access to the West Stand, known as the Highbury Stand. Stood in place behind is the exterior of the old scratching shed, intentionally placed away from the pitch as the ground used to host Speedway in the mid-20th century. The majority of Highbury's western and southern ends have housing right outside. You reach the South Stand, named after club legend Percy Ronson, via a set of turnstiles in the southwest corner. They lead up to the Highbury Soccer Social Club. The Social Club takes up part of Highbury's western side, leaving the Highbury Stand as a simple single tier of red seats, about half the length of the pitch in size. The Memorial Stand is a decent sized standing terrace, popular with home fans, Jim's Bar and the red and white lounges inside. The curved route of the Parkside Stand is its standout feature, all-seater stand with all major facilities including change rooms, tunnel and the dugouts. Away fans at Fleetwood Town are given the southern blocks of the Parkside Stand, as well as the entirety of the Percy Ronson Stand, which straddles around 2/3 of the width of the pitch. A ground and club may be best known to away fans for its infamous pugwash goal music. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 5,327. It's a cool sunny Monday in Cheshire and it's ground 27 of the 92 in English football. Gresty Road is up next, the home of Crewe Alexandra Football Club since 1906. Currently known as the Mornslake Stadium through sponsorship and alternatively known as the Alexandra Stadium, Gresty Road gets its name from the road that passes by to the west. The stadium is split into four distinct stands with one towering over the rest. This is the main stand to the south, housing all the major facilities including hospitality entrances, the Crewe Alexandra club shop, as well as the main ticket office on its western end. The stand adjacent to the east is the Family Stand, also called the Railway End, with railway tracks right up behind it. It's these tracks that stop you getting right up to it unless you have a ticket through this side. Opposite is the West Stand, known more popularly as the Gresty Road End. Very basic exterior to this stand, with turnstiles at its northern end, and there's a retro programme and badge shop inside its southern end. At the northern end of the stadium, Crewe's designated away stand, the superbly named Whitby Morrison Ice Cream Van Stand. Away ticket office outside of here, as well as access to the Railwayman Lounge and Bar. Gresty Road's main stand is a real giant when compared to the rest of the stadium, more than half of the total capacity, able to hold 6,809 people. It's got dugouts at the front with the tunnel off centre. The Gresty Road end is much smaller and simpler, all-seater though as well, everything red inside. It's a popular place for nearly 1,000 local home fans on a match day. The ice cream van stand can hold up to 1,680 away supporters. There's a matchday camera gantry atop its roof. You enter this seating area from the back, a couple of supporting pillars in here to be wary of. You also enter from the back of the railway end, which I'm in. It's the stadium's smallest stand, capacity of 682 seats. Superbly placed for anyone coming to a game via Crewe railway station. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 10,153. It's a warm, sunny Wednesday in Cambridgeshire, and it's ground 28 of the 92 in English football. London Road is up next, the home of Peterborough United Football Club since 1934. The stadium site dates back to the 1890s, taking a simple single-stand shape in the 1910s. Peterborough United formed and would take over London Road in the 1930s as a successor to Peterborough and Fletton United, developing the stadium over many years into the one that stands in place today. London Road is split into 4 distinct stands. Its most modern looking one can be found to the east. It was built in the early 2010s to succeed the old Moyes End Terrace. That big blue exterior contains offices to multiple companies. Turnstiles down in the southeast corner, which also lead round to some of the turnstiles to the family stand. This two-tiered south stand dates back to 1996. Its accessibility limited by a row of houses right behind it on Glebe Road. An opening roughly halfway along the stand gives access to the other set of turnstiles. London Road's west stand, known as the London Road Terrace, is filled behind with a garage, car wash and takeaway restaurants. You get to the stand itself by approaching from the north, with turnstiles in front of a small private car park. The northern side houses the main stand. Its exterior is split into different sections. Home fans often congregate for food and drink outside its westernmost section. There's the main ticket office right on the corner here, with a statue just outside of the late Peterborough United legend Chris Turner. The stand's central brick section houses the main reception and the Peterborough United club shop, among other facilities and offices. Over to the east, access for away fans to a fence section that houses a small fan zone and the main away turnstiles. Continuing round brings you to the west stand and the Alia Future Business Centre on the corner. The family stand is a two-tiered all-seater stand with executive boxes in between the tiers. It's the stadium's largest stand with room for around 4,600 people. The London Road end underwent renovation in 2022 that has seen the stand now formed of nearly 2,200 rail seats for safe standing. Main stand holds just over 4,000, allocating its easternmost blocks to away supporters on a match day. Dugouts and tunnel down the front, some classic old-fashioned wooden seats in this stand if you head further back. Peterborough can choose in turn to give the east stand to away supporters for even larger crowds, boosting the allocation up by around 2,500 more. There's been a giant electronic screen in here since 2019. And of course, how could I forget the posh bosh bad rhino teeth though that so many have spotted in the main stand. Maximum capacity at the time of writing sits at 15,314. It's a warm, wet Wednesday in the northwest, and it's ground 29 of the 92 in English football. Old Trafford is up next, the main home of Manchester United Football Club since 1910. Sir Bobby Charlton nicknamed it the Theatre of Dreams, and it's been a fitting name. The stadium, named for the area of Greater Manchester it sits within, is United's third permanent home in their history. The Red Devils left Bank Street in the early 1910s for a place that then Chairman John Henry Davis believed would match their ambitions and success. Originally constructed by notable architect Archibald Leach, Manchester United have grown in stature with their stadium, though they did have to spend most of the 1940s at Manchester City's main road after Old Trafford suffered bomb damage during the Second World War. In its current state, it remains the largest club football stadium in the whole United Kingdom and one of the 12 largest anywhere in Europe. Major event pedigree comes from games at the 1966 FIFA World Cup, Euro 1996, the 2012 Summer Olympics, UEFA Women's Euro 2022, as well as FA Cup finals, a Champions League final and plenty of major rugby league matches. There's numerous ways to reach Old Trafford. I'm doing so by heading past Hotel Football and along Sir Matt Busby Way, going there starts you off at the stadium's northeast corner. To your left will be the stadium's largest stand, its North Stand. It was previously known as the United Road Stand and since November 2011 has been named after legendary manager Sir Alex Ferguson. Take the chance to take in both the bright exterior of this stand, complete with a statue of Ferguson above its facility entrances, and also walk right underneath it along United Road. Most of the stand's turnstiles are underneath here. Around past the northwest quadrant, you'll come to the west stand, much more popularly known as the Stretford end. It was the last side of Old Trafford to go through necessary conversion into seating in the 1990s, and has had a second tier added to it back in 2000. It's another stand you can walk both outside of and underneath. There's a new statue on the outside of Jimmy Murphy, a hugely influential figure at the club for 3 decades, and the stand's upper tier concourse holds a statue of Denis Law, who was nicknamed the King of the Stretford end. Players' entrance is over by the southwest quadrant, leading round to the south stand. With railway tracks right behind it, it's the only one of the 4 you cannot walk along the exterior of. This south stand has been named after the late great Sir Bobby Charlton since April 2016. Its most notable feature is to those walking through the tunnel outside. That tunnel you pass through to get from one side to the other is known as the Munich Tunnel. There are several plaques inside that commemorate and tell the story of the Munich air disaster that claimed 23 lives back in 1958. There's further memorials to the tragic event around the stadium's southeast quadrant, including a clock that provides a reminder of the date of the crash, 6th of February 1958. The turnstiles in this southeast quadrant below are in use by away fans on a match day. Old Trafford's East Stand is sometimes referred to nostalgically as the scoreboard end or the K Stand by fans. The large glass facade of this East Stand is decorated with large banners and advertisements season on season. The Manchester United megastore sits at the stand's base, with a statue of legendary manager Sir Matt Busby perched right above here. Stood opposite the statue in open space is the United Trinity, a statue of George Best, Denis Law and Sir Bobby Charlton, who were integral parts of United's maiden European Cup win back in 1968. The vast size of Old Trafford continues to be seen when inside. Away fans are allocated the stadium's southeast corner, includes rail seating for up to 2,500 other people in there. The Sir Bobby Charlton stand is the only one of the main 4 to have just a single tier, VIP and media seats at the back, the 2 dugouts down the front. The Old Trafford tunnel famously sits in the stadium's southwest quadrant. 2 big tiers to the popular Stretford end. That bottom tier split into 2 sections, a commonplace for the most vocal Manchester United fans on a match day. There's 3 tiers to the Sir Alex Ferguson stand. That bottom tier again split into 2 sections, holds around 26,000 in total, and includes some executive boxes and hospitality suites. There's rail seating at the base of the northeast quadrant, with the adjacent east stand split into 2 large tiers, and including the disabled fan section down at the bottom by the away section. No leaking roofs to thankfully report on from this game despite the wet weather. There's few stadiums better known around the world than this one. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 74,310. It's a sunny Friday evening on the south coast, and it's ground 30 of the 92 in English football. St Mary's Stadium is up next, the home of Southampton Football Club since August 2001. St Mary's is the successor to the Dell, the Saints' historic home between 1898 and 2001. By the 1990s, the Dell was required to either become all-seater, creating a reduced capacity ground in a tight space, or Southampton would have to move to a new all-seater venue. A site was eventually found on a disused gasworks site, with the stadium being built between 2000 and 2001. The St Mary's name comes from the nearby area and the nearby St Mary's Church, significant to Southampton as church members formed the Saints back in 1885 as St Mary's Church Young Men's Association. St Mary's is your typical modern build, a consistent design across its 4 stands and adjoining corners. Each of the 4 stands take their name from the area of Southampton out beyond them. The North Stand is therefore known as the Northam Stand and includes away turnstiles at its eastern end. West Stand is known as the Kingsland Stand, long covered bike shed outside of it, and St Mary's South Stand is known as the Chapel Stand, consistent exterior across the northern, western and southern sides of the stadium. There's a small private car park outside the Chapel Stand, the Saints store sits at the base of the southeast corner, and there's an official fan zone outside here at the start of Melbourne Street. St Mary's main stand is over to the east, known as the Itchen Stand, a taller, grander exterior here with entrances to players and to several other major facilities. There's a statue outside of here of Mr Southampton Ted Bates, a former player, manager, director and president. This current one has been in place since March 2008, as the original one was criticised for its inaccurate likeness. 2 main ticket offices meanwhile at St Mary's northeast corner, leading round to the Northam Stand and the away turnstiles. St Mary's interior is a simple single-tier bowl, dominated by red. The Northam, Kingsland and Chapel stands all make use of a striped translucent panel up behind the back row, aids with natural light reaching the pitch, and the front of the Chapel stand roof is also translucent. There's a pair of giant screens in the stadium, one above the Northam stand and the other above the Chapel stand. Southampton's designated away section is the eastern blocks of the Northam stand and the adjoining northeast corner. The Itchen stand houses the dugouts, tunnel and changing rooms with more than 40 executive boxes at the back alongside other hospitality suites, notably named after iconic former Saints players. Home in turn to Southampton Women since 2022 and used for all of Northern Ireland's group stage games at UEFA Women's Euro 2022. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 32,384. It's a cloudy Sunday in London and it's ground 31 of the 92 in English football. Hayes Lane is up next, the newest member of the 92 and the home of Bromley Football Club since 1938. Taking its name from Hayes Lane, the B265 that passes by a short while west, the football ground forms part of an accessible complex that includes a gym, bowling club, cricket club and a nearby athletics venue. This classic non-league style ground has minor international pedigree, hosting 5 games at the 2018 Canetha World Football Cup for teams unaffiliated to Theta. Hayes Lane provides a great mix of sizes and shapes across its 4 sides. Its western side is the one most come to first, includes the John Thiorini stand in its centre, named for club icon John Thiorini, who passed away suddenly back in February 2001. The stand includes the player's entrance and access to the Ravens Lounge, as well as some turnstiles. Round the corner, the North Terrace. Nothing to shout about for now with that simple grass bank exterior. There's a gravel car park right outside of it, access to Bromley Town Cricket Club down the far end, and that's also where you find turnstiles used by away fans on a match day. Standout feature of Hayes Lane is its south stand, complete in July 2019 and named for former club chairman Glyn Beverley. It's an impressive modern facility, got the main reception entrance on its side, as well as a popular bar and kitchen called Broomfields. Bromley's club shop can also be found in here once you've gone through those turnstiles. Club offices around the back of the stand. Gravel road here leads past it and along the edge of the adjacent cricket club. Hayes Lane's east stand is commonly known as the cricket club side. Your only way into here is using the turnstiles elsewhere in the ground and walking around to this terraced area once inside. Hayes Lane's western side has the all-seater John Thiorini stand in its centre, changing rooms and tunnel inside of here, media and director facilities also present. There's a section of uncovered standing terrace either side, Ravens Lounge and a tea hut up past the stand's northern end. The north terrace is partly covered by a roof at the back. It's mostly simply uncovered terracing though. It's mainly home fans in here, though its eastern end is given to away fans to form part of the designated away section. That away section includes the northern end of the cricket club side, a fully uncovered terrace. Grounds dugouts are in place down at the front of it. The Glyn Beverley stand, fully covered and all-seater, easily the most modern-looking side of the football ground. Hayes Lane won't look exactly the same as it does here following Bromley's historic promotion into the Football League. No more notable change at this stage than the necessary removal of that 3G pitch and the installation of a grass surface. I'm excited to see it host Football League games for the first time all the same. Maximum capacity at the time of writing sits at around 5,300. It's a warm, sunny Monday in the northeast, and it's ground 32 of the 92 in English football. St James's Park is up next, the home of Newcastle United Football Club since 1892. Originally a patch of grazing land, it's a football ground name not to be confused with another of the 92, Exeter City St James's Park. The apostrophe is key here. St James's Park was first used in the 1880s by Newcastle Rangers. The ground would get taken over in 1886 by Newcastle West End, a Victorian-era club who merged with Newcastle East End in 1892 to become the Newcastle United we know today. Located near central Newcastle upon Tyne on the edge of Leazes Park, the overriding feeling you get around St James's Park is height. You often find yourself having to get up to higher ground to get closer to it, especially when coming from the south, and the stadium stands tower over you as you make your way around. One of the smaller stands is the East Stand. It's got Magpie Lay running alongside it. It's got an upper and lower level through its southern part with turnstiles on the upper level. Further north you go, just a single route along Leazes Terrace. Those thick pillars are a common feature across this stand's exterior. North Stand of St James's Park is known as the Leazes Stand, previously named after life president Sir John Hall. This is where we start to get giant. You walk underneath it to reach the majority of turnstiles, passing along a route that includes plenty of marked parking spaces. There's a number outside the stand as well, where I really could not get far enough back to give you a sense of the true height of this place. The Leazes Stand combines with the main stand to the west, named the Milburn Stand after the late great Jackie, with the path underneath known as Shearer Walk. Same as the Leazes Stand, all the main turnstiles and main entrances are underneath the stand's giant exterior. If you can get across into the far side of Barrack Road, you can really take the size of this place in. Down to the southwest, the Gallowgate West corner, part of the Gallowgate End, which is a reference to the city's old gallows. Sense of size and height once again here, with two notable statues, one of the late great Sir Bobby Robson, the other of Newcastle United record goalscorer Alan Shearer. The Gallowgate End is St James's Park's south stand. There's two levels to this stand's exterior that you can walk along. The ground level holds a sports bar named for Alan Shearer, and there's both the old and new club shop building located close by. Turnstiles and a ticket collection point are up on the other level. Now, I'm someone who likes high-up views at football stadiums, and St James's Park is one of the absolute best for it. Picked a ticket to this game up in the Leazes West corner, that's the northwest part of the stadium. To get up there requires stairs, lots of stairs. There's 14 flights in total that people use to get up to the very top level of the stadium. If you have a seat right up in the very back row, I previously calculated it at a total of 199 steps to reach your seat. It's a great calf workout coming here for a game. Those steps are made infamous by the fact that Newcastle United's away section is up at the top of the Leazes Stand. Rail seating in most of its rows nowadays, with plenty of levels of home seating down in front of it. A more simple design to the East Stand, 2 levels, the back one larger in total size than the front. Seating in the southeast corner swings round to join the Gallowgate End. 3 levels here, that top tier hidden from my view by that large sloped roof. More seating in the connected southwest corner, and the size goes back up again to create the Milburn Stand. Major club facilities here, including the dugouts, tunnel and changing rooms. Thousands upon thousands of grey seats. This extra level to the West Stand, North Stand and Northwest corner was added between 1998 and 2000. And as you can see, a great choice of fixture to come here for. The Three Lions' first match on Tyneside since 2005. A stadium that provides one of my favourite high-up views anywhere in football. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 52,305. It's a warm, sunny Saturday in South Yorkshire, and it's ground 33 of the 92 in English football. Hillsborough Stadium is up next, the home of Sheffield Wednesday Football Club since 1899. This big ground sits within the Owlerton suburb of northwest Sheffield. The Wednesday Stadium took the name Owlerton Stadium for its first 15 years, changing to its current name in 1914, when this part of the city fell within the old parliamentary constituency that was known as Hillsborough. Hillsborough remains timeless, pedigree from club and international football, including games of both the 1966 FIFA World Cup and UEFA Euro 1996, and remains one of the largest stadiums anywhere in the country. Its modern day look is formed from 4 large stands. The most popular is the Spion Kop to the east. It dates back to 1914, taking its name like several other large Kop stands from the famous hill that was the scene of a battle during the Second Boer War in southern Africa. Round the corner, the South Stand, the largest of Hillsborough's 4 main sides. It sits right on the bank of the River Don, with a footbridge over it that lets people on Catch Bar Lane reach its tunnel walkway and inner turnstiles. Right outside this footbridge, beside Catch Bar Lane, sits a memorial to the Hillsborough disaster, a fatal crush during the FA Cup semi-final between Liverpool and Nottingham Forest on the 15th of April 1989. It led to the tragic death of 97 Liverpool fans and the subsequent release of the Taylor Report, which now requires stadiums in England's top 2 divisions to have all-seater stadiums and no perimeter fencing around the pitch. Hillsborough's West Stand is still better known to many as the Leppings Lane End. Its current incarnation dates back to the 1960s, the current home for away fans on a Sheffield Wednesday matchday. This west side also houses some turnstiles for home fans who are based in the North Stand. It dates back to 1961, one of the first stands in the UK to have a cantilever roof. Houses on Vere Road affect how easily you can get up to it, but most will either make use of the turnstiles off Leppings Lane to the west, or the marked North Stand turnstiles near the Spion Kop that can be found off Penistone Road. You can get closer to the North Stand via the stadium's northeast corner, which is also where the Owls Megastore and a fan zone can be found, with one of the main ticket offices further round through the car park. The Spion Kop is a huge, deep stand, seating over 11,000 people. A few pillars to be wary of in here, and I quite like that on non-sellout match days, you'll often find two diagonal lines of empty seats from where the views of the eastern goal have been blocked off. The South Stand is the largest side of Hillsborough, but doesn't hold much more than 100 more people than the Kop does. It's split between a large lower tier, which includes a director's box, and an upper tier of around 3,000 seats that's known as the Grandstand. The family enclosure is also in this side of the stadium, with the off-centre dugouts and tunnel down at the front. That clock at the very top of the stand is from Wednesday's former Olive Grove home. The Leppings Lane end holds around 6,600 people, split into two tiers, the upper enclosure much larger and steeper than the lower level. The smallest away allocations on match days usually get the bottom tier, larger allocations get the upper enclosure, and only the very largest allocations will take up the entirety of the stand. The North Stand holds around 9,200 people, offering unrestricted views of the pitch across its blocks. There used to be seating in the stadium's northwest corner that's between the Leppings Lane end and the North Stand, but this has been removed since 2021. There is still seating, however, in the Kop corner that I'm in, officially considered part of the Kop's total capacity. Good view of the pitch from here, but it's definitely the kind of stand you only want to be in during the summer months. One of the true icons of English football stadia, maximum capacity at the time of writing sits at 39,732. It's a sunny Saturday in Lancashire, and it's ground 34 of the 92 in English football. Deepdale is up next, the home of Preston North End Football Club since 1878. This ground started life in 1875 as a rugby and cricket venue on land that was originally Deepdale Farm. Terraces would soon form with the increased popularity of football in the late 19th century. Deepdale's modern look comes following the latest renovation work in the late 2000s. Its design, 4 distinct stands with open corners outside, is notably inspired by Italy's Stadio Luigi Ferraris, home to both Genoa and Sampdoria. Deepdale's South Stand is the town end. It's named for Alan Kelly Sr., a former goalkeeper who played a record 511 times for Preston between 1958 and 1973, capped 47 times for the Republic of Ireland. His son, Alan Kelly Jr., also played in goal for both Preston and Ireland. Main stand is round to the west. It's named for Sir Tom Thinney, a Preston native, the club's greatest ever player, one of the greatest of the whole 20th century. 210 goals in 473 games during the 40s, 50s and 60s, as well as 30 goals from 76 England caps. The Sir Tom Thinney stand notably houses both the main ticket office and the club shop. A little away from the stadium's northwest corner is a sculpture called The Splash. It recreates a famous photograph of Thinney from 1956 when he slid on the flooded Stamford Bridge pitch to beat 2 Chelsea defenders. North Stand of Deepdale is known as the Bill Shankly Kop. It's named for the former Scotland international who spent 16 years at Preston as a player, winning the FA Cup with them back in 1938. He's best known globally for his iconic influential era as manager of Liverpool, which came later in his life. The East Stand of Deepdale is known as the Invincibles Pavilion. It's a reference to the first ever Football League season back in 1888-89. Preston won that inaugural title alongside that year's FA Cup and did so without losing a single game. They will always be the original Invincibles. The Alan Kelly Town End is a home stand, a simple, covered single tier of blue with a disabled platform partway along. When empty, you can see its seats in its central block form the face of Alan Kelly himself. Tom Thinney Stand is the largest side of Deepdale, holding just under 7,900 people. Like the Alan Kelly Town End, simple single-tier design, disabled platform, directors and executive seats in the centre. The face of Thinney is also made out of seats in one of its southern blocks. The Bill Shankly Kop is the designated away stand at Deepdale, very similar layout to the Alan Kelly Town End opposite, but with 74 more seats in total. Seats in the centremost block form the face of Bill Shankly. The Invincibles Pavilion that I'm in is the smallest in capacity at around 3,700. Single-tier seating area doesn't go up as far as the others do, and there are executive boxes up at the back. Disabled platform down the southern end, dugouts at the base of the stand. The Deepdale Stadium tunnel sits right down in the ground's southeast corner. One of the most underrated historic grounds in northern England, capacity at the time of writing sits at 23,408. It's a sunny Tuesday in East Sussex and it's ground 35 of the 92 in English football. The American Express Stadium is up next, the home of Brighton and Hove Albion Football Club since July 2011. The Amex goes under another name, Falmer Stadium, a reference to its location on the northeast outskirts of Brighton and Hove. This can make it one of the more challenging grounds to reach. You won't be able to get very close to the ground if you're looking for free parking, though there are official car parks nearby if you do get there in good time. Most people will make use of the Southern Railway line that goes up from Brighton Station, stopping at London Road and Mulsicum on its way up to the Falmer Station that is right by the stadium. It's alright for getting there, but you're going to be waiting a while in a long queue on your way back out after the match. The Amex has given Brighton and Hove Albion a long-awaited permanent home again. The Seagulls were previously based at the former Goldstone Ground in Hove between 1902 and 1997. Forced to leave when the board of directors sold the stadium, Brighton briefly ground shared at Gillingham's Priestfield Stadium in Kent before returning to the south coast and spending 12 years at the Withdean Stadium, an athletics venue at heart. The Falmer site to the modern stadium had been identified by the late 1990s, with work finally beginning there in 2008 and taking around 2.5 years to complete. What stands in place now is a modern venue, a bowl-shaped stadium with its highest stands to the east and west, an overall design that aims to fit in with the rolling hills of the surrounding landscape. The main stand here is the stadium's west stand. It includes a row of banners opposite that celebrate some of the most notable players from the more recent history of both Brighton's men's and women's teams. Brighton's main ticket office is around the north stand's tip, with the official club shop just next door. Away turnstiles can be found at the southern end of the stadium, which is up on higher ground than the pathway that's outside of the northern end of the stadium. Inside, 2 tiers to the Amex's east stand, a sea of blue seating across both levels, with a few white seagulls made out across the blocks. Designated family areas are located on this side of the stadium. Away fans are housed in the single-tier south stand, holds around 2,500 people in total. There's an electronic screen and a row of executive boxes up behind the back row. 3 tiers to the main west stand, again a sea of blue seats with a few white seagulls present across the blocks. Dugouts and tunnel are down the front, executive boxes in place between each of the levels. The north stand that I'm in is similar in design to the south stand opposite, but with a slightly higher total capacity. Electronic screen and the stadium control box are up behind the back row. A stadium with both Rugby World Cup and UEFA Women's Euro pedigree, capacity at the time of writing sits at 31,876. It's a sunny Monday in Bedfordshire, and it's ground 36 of the 92 in English football. Kenilworth Road is up next, the home of Luton Town Football Club since 1905. Taking its name from the road that passes by its eastern side, the ground was originally known as Ivy Road when Luton had to move here from their former Dunstable Road home. Its official address, despite these names however, is 1 Maple Road, as its main entrances, offices, as well as the Nick Owen and Eric Morecambe suites are located off that street on the more southern side of the ground. Kenilworth Road is tightly packed within the Bury Park region on 3 sides, surrounded by housing to the west, north and east. Its southern side, which includes the main stand, is instead neighboured by the lower down Hatters Way and the Luton Dunstable busway. You'll use the bridge on Clifton Road to reach the ground's exterior if you're coming from the south. West Stand is known as the Oak Road End, infamous within English football, and as you can see, presently sponsored by Domino's. Houses all the way along the outside of it with 2 sets of turnstiles partway along, one for home fans and the more northern set for away fans. To get from these turnstiles into the stand itself, you have to make use of staircases and walkways which pass over the back gardens of the houses outside. Experienced this stand with my own club a couple of times in the past. Partway up along Oak Road, a small alleyway which lets you get right up alongside the edge of the Bobbers stand to the north. This stand still has a very basic exterior to it, can also be reached by heading down either Beach Road or Ivy Road from off the A505 further north. Head all the way along this narrow alleyway and you'll emerge onto Kenilworth Road and the Kenilworth stand to the east. It's the go-to place for food and drink pre-game. Luton Town's one-way system club shop is outside this stand, with turnstiles to both the Kenilworth stand as well as part of the stadium's southern side available here. Kenilworth Road officially has 5 stands given the angled shape of its southern side. The angled part is the David Priest stand, an elevated all-seater stand originally known as the New Stand when it opened back in 1991. It's named for the late midfielder who won the League Cup with the Hatters in 1988 and played nearly 400 times for the club. The neighbouring main stand can be split into two levels. The lower down enclosure is made up of basic backless benches. Anyone who ends up in the small block down in front of the David Priest stand is going to not only likely have a floodlight pillar affecting their view, but also not have a roof directly over their heads. There is actual seating up in the main stand's upper level, a number of pillars to be wary of throughout this stand though, with the stadium tunnel down near the southwest corner. The Oak Road end, with its roof sections of varying height, is split between home fans in its southern blocks and the designated away section in its northern blocks. Rail seating has recently been added to this stand to increase its overall capacity. Luton's promotion to the Premier League in 2023 required a £10 million reconstruction project in order to meet broadcast and media requirements. That work took place on the northern side. For nearly 40 years, this was simply a long row of executive boxes with dugouts down at the front. It is now a seated stand with modern subbenches in the centre, a long TV gantry up above, and it's taken back the Bobbers stand name that officially went in 1986. The Kenilworth stand that I'm in holds upwards of 3,000 people, 3 levels of seating blocks in total, a few supporting pillars to be wary of which won't affect anyone down the front and may somewhat if you're up at the back. Take in this ground while you still can. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 12,056. It's a cool, cloudy Saturday in the southwest, and it's ground 37 of the 92 in English football. Ashton Gate is up next, the home of Bristol City Football Club since 1904. Taking its name from the suburb of Western Bristol that it sits within, Ashton Gate dates back further to 1887, starting out life as home for Bedminster SC until a 1900 merger with Bristol Southend. Bristol City formed in 1894, starting out at St John's Lane until the Ashton Gate site became their permanent home 10 years later. The stadium's present-day look comes during its most recent renovation project in the mid-2010s. One of its newest sides is the South Stand, completed back in 2015. The stadium stores within this stand, the independent sports bar located right on the southwest corner. There's a fan zone outside that usually is packed with people on a match day, and it's one of several sides of the ground that include these modern, very spacious turnstile entrances. Round the corner, the main West Stand, known as the Lansdowne Stand and named for the founder of Bristol Sport and club majority shareholder Steve Lansdowne. Completed in 2016, it's the biggest side of Ashton Gate, narrower path right outside of it, but still the same large turnstile entrances which lead both inside the stand and to designated VIP sections. There's a media entrance and player entrance round by the stadium's northwest corner. Ashton Gate's North Stand is named for club legend John Atyeo, 351 goals in 645 appearances for the Robins between 1951 and 1966. There's a statue of him out in front of the independent sports bar as well. The Atyeo stand dates back to 1994, it's the designated away stand, it's got housing on Ashton Road immediately outside of it. Oldest side of Ashton Gate is the East Stand, dating back to 1970, taking its modern look in 2015. It's known as the Dolman Stand, named for the late chairman and president of Bristol City, Harry Dolman. It's a stand you're getting into via either end. There's an industrial estate and private housing right behind it, so you'll either make use of the turnstile entrance off the north of Ashton Road, or one of the turnstiles in line with the South Stand. The present-day South Stand holds just over 6,000 people, a simple single-tier design to it, red seating throughout, electronic screen in the southwest corner, the blocks around the southeast corner contain rail seating and are usually where Bristol City's most vocal fans can be found. 2 tiers to the Lansdowne Stand, bottom tier smoothly connected to the neighbouring South Stand, subs benches and tunnel down at the front, a row of executive boxes between the bottom tier and the slightly smaller top tier, stand holds around 11,000 in total. The Atyeo Stand is detached from the other 3 sides of Ashton Gate. Simple single-tier design here with its cantilever roof above can hold around 4,200 away fans in total. The Dolman Stand that I'm in is directly connected to the South Stand, single-tier too, a bit larger in size though with a capacity of around 6,200. Home in turn to both Premiership Rugby's Bristol Bears since 2014 and Bristol City Women since 2023, total capacity at the time of writing sits at 27,000. It's a wet Saturday in Lancashire, and it's ground 38 of the 92 in English football. Bloomfield Road is up next, the home of Blackpool Football Club since 1901. Sharing its name with the road that passes by its southern side, Bloomfield Road dates back to the late 19th century, becoming the third permanent home for Blackpool, whilst originally known as Gamble's Field. South Shore Football Club first played here in October 1899, a team who would merge with Blackpool 2 months later, with the Seasiders moving to Gamble's Field and using the Bloomfield Road name that remains in place today. Decades of development since, the modern day ground is split into 4 main sides. Present day South Stand dates back to 2010, housing facilities that include the Blackpool Club shop and main ticket office. The stand's named for Jimmy Armfield, a right back who spent his entire career at Blackpool, capped 43 times for England and a World Cup winner in 1966. There's a large statue of him right on the corner between Bloomfield Road and Seasiders Way. The main stand is around the corner along Seasiders Way. Taking its current look in 2002, it's named for the great Sir Stanley Matthews, one of the greatest English players of all time. More than 420 games at Blackpool, including the 1953 FA Cup win that is historically known as the Matthews Final. The neighbouring North Stand is named for the man who scored a hat-trick in that 53 final, Stanley Mortensen. Health Centre and the Seasiders Learning Centre along this stand's exterior, with a statue of Stan Mortensen just outside of it. The East Stand is the only one of the 4 not named after a Blackpool legend. It got its current design in 2010, originally meant to be a temporary structure, but it's still going to be around for a little while yet before a planned rebuild. 2 sets of turnstiles to make note of here. If the northern seating blocks are in use, you're using the set by the stadium's open northeast corner. If the southern seating blocks are in use, it's the set underneath the Blackpool Football Club Hotel, which is in line with the South Stand. The Armfield South Stand and the adjoining corners are single-tiered, dominated by orange, but with Armfield spelt out across the blocks in white. Executive boxes are up behind the back row of this stand behind the southern goal. The Matthews West Stand is the same height as the Armfield South Stand, but entirely orange with seating. Dugouts and tunnel down the front, the premium 1953 club block is up behind it, and the director's box is up above here. No executive boxes to the Mortensen North Stand, allowing the seating blocks to go further back up. Orange seating dominant with the letters BSC also present with that 3D effect. The North Stand was a previous home for away fans until 2019. They are presently based in the East Stand, usually taking up just the southern blocks before the central press area. It's the only side with supporting pillars in place, and there's a number of them to be wary of. A ground that has gone through loads of change since the start of the 21st century. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 16,616. It's a cool Saturday in Derbyshire, and it's ground 39 of the 92 in English football. Pride Park Stadium is up next, the home of Derby County Football Club since July 1997. Taking its name from the business park that it sits within, the stadium is the modern successor to the baseball ground, Derby's historic home for 102 years. The need for a new ground came about in the 90s after the baseball ground had become a necessary all-seater, but no longer holding a capacity that matched the ambitions of the Rams. Pride Park opened as a state-of-the-art stadium with a design similar to that of Middlesbrough's Riverside Stadium, which opened 2 years earlier. Enclosed shape with 4 stands and adjoining corners, the most notable of these being the southwest corner. It's named for the late Gordon Guthrie MBE, who worked in multiple staff roles at Derby County for over 60 years. Bars and suites, including the yard, sit at the corner's base. Main stand is on the western side of the stadium, the tallest of the 4 sides. Main reception in the centre, with the press entrance and players' lounge also close by. Northwest corner is where you can find further executive suites and boxes, as well as the Derby County ticket office. Head away from it and you'll come to a statue of Brian Clough and Peter Taylor, the legendary management pair who took the Rams from the second tier to top flight champions in the late 60s and early 70s. Basic exterior to the North Stand, loaded mostly with turnstiles. That simple design of the exposed top tier underside and white cantilever above is mirrored across the eastern and southern sides of Pride Park as well. There's a Greggs down by the northeast corner, open on non-match days. The northeast corner itself is where you'll find the DCFC Megastore. More home turnstiles along the east stand. The away section for the stadium can be found down at the southeast corner. South stand, meanwhile, is a common place where fans can congregate for drinks on Jim Smith Way. They're fenced off from the car parks that are right outside of it. Two clear tiers to the west stand, as well as the Gordon Guthrie southwest corner that I'm in, with a row of executive boxes between the levels. Dugout and tunnel down at the front of the main stand, with the director's box up above in the top tier. There is a bust of club legend Steve Bloomer by the home dugout, a feature always referenced in the chorus of Derby County's club anthem. Northwest corner is dominated by 3 levels of boxes and suites, with a big electronic screen up at the top and an angled block of seating down at the bottom. North stand not as tall as the west stand, but still made up of 2 tiers, with the top tier noticeably bigger than the bottom tier. This is a feature that continues around to the northeast corner, the east stand, the southeast corner and the south stand. Black is the dominant colour of the seats inside this ground, with Derby spelt out in white in the stands behind either goal and the Rams spelt out in white across the east stand's top tier. South stand is a common location for vocal Derby County supporters. Away fans take up the 2 levels of the southeast corner. There's rail seating around the stadium, including the top tier of the away section, for around 5,000 people in total. Known as the iPro Stadium between 2013 and 2016, capacity at the time of writing sits at 32,956. It's a wet Saturday in Derbyshire, and it's ground 40 of the 92 in English football. The SMH Group Stadium is up next, the home of Chesterfield Football Club since July 2010. This ground in Whittington Moor is the modern successor to Saltergate, Chesterfield's historic home between 1871 and mid-2010. Chesterfield opposed the idea of moving away for many years beforehand, finally finding a site in the mid-2000s which was once a former glassworks. Work took just a year to build after starting in July 2009. The stadium isn't one with a well-known traditional name, operating simply as the Chesterfield FC Stadium in UEFA competitions. It began life as the B2Net Stadium until August 2012, becoming the ProAct Stadium for the following 8 years. The name Technique Stadium came into use in August 2020, and the present SMH Group Stadium name arrived in 2023. The SMH Group Stadium is your classic modern lower league stadium, a simple but practical design with 4 distinct stands and connecting brick walls in the corners. All 4 sides have taken various sponsorship names over the years. The north and south stands on the shorter sides of the pitch have simple exteriors with brown brick bases, blue panels higher up and a number of turnstiles in place for fan entry. There's a more notable exterior to the east stand, the community stand, which has been sponsored before by Chesterfield fan and lottery winner Karen Child. Turnstiles are at either end of the stand, with a number of facilities along the base, including the hub and a sports and health club. There's a memorial garden in place opposite the access road from the east stand's exterior. Main stand is over to the west, housing the main entrance in the centre, the ticket office and club superstore immediately to the south, as well as entrances to other lounges and executive facilities. Like the east stand opposite, the turnstiles for fans are at either end. All 4 sides of the SMH Group Stadium are single-tiered, with curved roofs to the east and west and flat roofs to the north and south. The east stand holds just over 3,200 people, with Chesterfield presently giving its northern blocks to away fans on a match day. Just over 2,000 fit into the south stand behind the southern goal. The north stand opposite holds slightly more people, as it only has 1 disabled gantry as opposed to the south stand's 2. Electronic scoreboard hanging down from the north stand's roof. It's been a home for away fans in the past. Main stand to the west holds around 3,100 people, housing major facilities including the dugouts, tunnel, changing rooms and executive boxes up at the back. Unrestricted views across all 4 sides of the stadium with its well-supported roofs. A venue for occasional youth international games over the years, capacity at the time of writing sits at 10,600. It's a mild Saturday in Staffordshire and it's ground 41 of the 92 in English football. Vale Park is up next, the home of Port Vale Football Club since 1950. The need for the ground came about back in the 40s, with Port Vale informed of their impending eviction from the old recreation ground where they had been since 1913. The site of a former clay pit was chosen opposite Bursland Park where Vale had played in their very early days. The ground was planned to be a giant, some 80,000 capacity with room for 1,000 vehicles, and would be considered the Wembley of the North. It ended up opening with about half that capacity though on the 24th of August 1950. Vale Park nowadays is an all-seater stadium split into 4 notable stands. Coming to the ground from the west, you'll first notice the attached Vale Store building on the edge of a spacious car park. Heading clockwise from here, you'll first hit the western side, the railway side, which dates back to the 1950s. It's got a large grass bank right out behind it with a concrete footpath at its base. You'll enter this side of the stadium either via turnstiles at the base of the grass bank, which lead up to the stand's outer concourse, or via a set of turnstiles in the southwest corner that are next to the Vale Store building. Further north, the Bicars stand, named the Bicars Lane outside of it. This is the designated away stand nowadays, a big brick wall outside with old turnstiles which eventually lead you up to the stand's outer concourse and the entrance doors inside. The main stand is the Lawn Street stand, much more major notable exterior here, brick base and windows with a glass facade in the centre for the main reception. There's a statue directly opposite which honours the Sproson family. Jess was a forward for the Vale between 1940 and 1947, his son Phil later playing in defence here between 1978 and 1989. The statue itself is of Jess's brother Roy Sproson, a one-club man and Port Vale's record appearance maker. The Hamel Road End is a former home for away fans, nowadays taken up by a good number of Port Vale supporters. A fan zone is nowadays installed immediately outside the large stand. I came here just before the unveiling of the stadium's latest statue, sat outside the Hamel Road End, which is of legendary manager John Rudge, a 3-time promotion winner at Vale Park, and also a Football League trophy winner in 1993. Inside, the Lawn Street stand houses all the major facilities, including the dugouts, changing rooms and tunnel. Up behind are 48 executive boxes that can hold more than 700 total people. Seats in its southern blocks were finally installed in April 2020, but are still unavailable for use at the moment whilst the inner concourse remains incomplete. The Hamel Road End is a deep stand, spaced for more than 4,500 people, with fairly shallow rows in comparison to other stadiums. A few supporting pillars to be wary of in here, but they are well spaced out. Vale Park's western side is split into 2 sections. The yellow and black seats down the front form the railway paddock, views unrestricted in here with the exception being the very back rows. The more grey seats up at the back form the railway stand, supporting pillars down in front for everyone in here to be wary of. The Bicars stand that I'm in, a deep stand like the Hamel Road End with use of shallow rows. Space for around 3,300 people in total and a couple of supporting pillars to be wary of. That blue seating block behind the scoreboard to my right, long out of use. A ground notable for its wide pitch, regulated capacity at the time of writing sits at 15,695. It's a cold, cloudy Saturday in Staffordshire, and it's ground 42 of the 92 in English football. The Bet365 Stadium is up next, the home of Stoke City Football Club since August 1997. Formerly, and maybe more commonly known as the Britannia Stadium, the Bet365 is the modern successor to the Victoria Ground, Stoke's historic home between 1878 and 1997. It was by the 1990s that Stoke City faced 2 choices: convert their present home into a necessary all-seater, or relocate to a different part of the city and create a brand new modern stadium. Relocation was the chosen option by 1996, with the new ground ready for opening by the time the 1997-98 season rolled around. Plenty coming here from off the adjacent Stanley Matthews Way will first reach the stadium's south stand, accessed via a couple of entrances into the home coach park. South stand is nowadays a home stand, though you'll usually find the turnstiles outside the southeast corner closed off and exclusively for away fans. Stoke City's club store and ticket office is located in a building in the stadium's southwest corner. Close to here stands a bust of John Ritchie, Stoke City's all-time record goalscorer. Main stand sits to the west, detached from the rest of the stadium and housing main entrances to both hospitality and media. There's a pair of large car parks outside of this stand. Parking also available outside of the north stand, better known as the Bootham End, a reference to the popular home stand at Stoke's Old Victoria Ground. At the far end of this car park, a memorial to the great Sir Stanley Matthews, the Stoke-born wizard of dribble who played more than 350 times for the Potters across 2 spells. Northeast corner, home to Ricardo's, a bar named for Stoke's popular Jamaican striker Ricardo Fuller. There's a new fan zone just a little further away from here that is known as the Bootham Quarter. East stand round the corner from here, up on Stanley Matthews Way outside the east stand, is a statue of the great Gordon Banks, England's 1966 FIFA World Cup winning goalkeeper and a League Cup winner at Stoke City in 1972. Simple, single-tier design to the east stand and its adjoining corners, dominated by red seating with Bet365 spelt out in white at the top and a row of 6 platforms for disabled supporters along the middle, around 10,000 total capacity for this side. The blocks around the southeast corner are the present-day location for away supporters. Number of blocks available varies depending on allocation, with rail seating in place in most of its rows. The south stand was the former home for away supporters, now an exclusively home section with a stadium control box up at the back. 3 platforms for disabled supporters here, with rail seating available in the top rows behind. Main stand is the tallest side of the Bet365, split into 2 tiers with a row of executive boxes in between. Dugouts down the front, changing rooms and tunnel are located in the same club store and ticket office building that sits in the southwest corner. The Bootham End that I'm in mirrors the design of the south stand opposite, both seating just over 6,000 people, no rail seating at present in this side though. Taking its present Bet365 stadium name in June 2016, capacity at the time of writing sits at 30,089. It's a stormy Saturday in the East Riding of Yorkshire, and it's ground 43 of the 92 in English football. The MKM Stadium is up next, the home of Hull City Association Football Club since December 2002. Formerly known as the KC Stadium until 2016 and the KCOM Stadium until 2021, this modern bowl-shaped stadium is the successor to Bootham Park, Hull City's home between 1946 and 2002. The desire for a new ground came about in the 1990s, with poor club finances seeing Bootham Park unable to be maintained to high standards. The MKM was a project funded largely by Hull City Council, with a site eventually chosen where one of Hull's former grounds, the original Circle Stadium, was once located. The MKM Stadium took around 14 months to be built, opening with a friendly between Hull City and Sunderland on the 18th of December 2002. The following year, Rugby League's Hull Football Club moved into the KC to become co-tenants alongside the Tigers. The MKM's bowl has a largely basic exterior, particularly around the north, east and south sides. Its standout external features come with the main stand to the west. 4 large columns which protrude outwards, decorated with murals to both Hull City and Hull SC. The main reception and hospitality entrances are in the centre. There's turnstiles across this western exterior. South Stand is a designated family stand at the MKM Stadium, which includes the Legends Lounge at its base. Further round, the East Stand, named in honour of the late Chris Chilton, an iconic Hull City striker. You'll find the main ticket office along this stand's exterior, as well as 2 club stores, Tiger Leisure for Hull City and the Hull SC shop right next door. For away fans, entrance into the MKM Stadium comes via turnstiles in the northeast corner, a section that can be gated off if it needs to be. Very simple design to the MKM Stadium's interior, a continuous lower bowl across all 4 stands, with the west stand housing an additional tier up above a row of executive boxes. Dugouts and tunnel down the front with the changing rooms inside. This stand holds around 11,000 people. North Stand is largely a home section, holding around 4,000 people in total. There's a big LED screen and the stadium control box up behind the back row. Its easternmost blocks form part of the away section, which swings around the stadium's northeast corner. Single-tier Chris Chilton Stand holds around 6,000 people. Seats mostly black in here, but includes a white central line and a coronet in the dead centre. This crown's a symbol of both the city of Kingston upon Hull and features on the Hull SC crest. The south stand that I'm in mirrors the design of the north stand opposite, holding around 4,000 people and housing a big LED screen up at the back. Hosting multiple football and rugby league games across the year, capacity at the time of writing sits at 25,586. It's a cold, cloudy Saturday in the West Midlands, and it's ground 44 of the 92 in English football. Molineux Stadium is up next, the home of Wolverhampton Wanderers Football Club since 1889. Located very close to the heart of Wolverhampton, the Molineux name comes from Benjamin Molineux, a local merchant who built a mansion on land he purchased in the mid-18th century. That land is what Molineux Stadium sits within today, with Wolves renting the site on the Northampton Brewery to create a successor to their previous ground, Dudley Road. 135 years later, Wolves continue to play at the Molineux site. The present-day stadium is split into 4 distinct stands, each named for an important figure in Wanderers' history. The tallest stand is to the north, named for the legendary Stan Cullis. He was a centre-half for Wolves in the 30s and 40s, later managing the club for 18 years and turning them into England's strongest force at the time. The stand, formerly known as the North Bank, has had its new modern look since 2012, housing the Wolves Museum, North Bank Bar and official megastore. There's a statue of Stan Cullis on the small staircase which leads down to the northern car park. The East Stand has a longer, much more simpler exterior. It's named to Steve Bull, Wolverhampton Wanderers' record goal scorer. 306 goals in 561 appearances between 1986 and 1999. Lower tier turnstiles here for away fans, with upper tier turnstiles used by home supporters. Immediately south of the stadium is a fan zone next to a building which was formerly part of Molineux House and is now the Wolverhampton City Archives. The stand at the southern end is known as the Sir Jack Hayward stand, a boyhood Wolverhamptonian who became owner and chairman of Wolves in 1990, writing off debts and paving the way to redeveloping Molineux into what it is today. Housing Wolves' foundation offices inside, it's reached through turnstiles at either end, with a statue of Sir Jack Hayward a little away from the southeast turnstile blocks. Molineux's main stand sits to the west, named the Billy Wright, a one-club man who was the first footballer to earn 100 international caps. The centre-back played 105 times in total for England, winning 3 league titles and an FA Cup whilst with Wolves. There's a statue of him right outside by Waterloo Road, with this stand also housing executive entrances and a restaurant called Sir Jack's. Molineux's main ticket office sits in the northwest corner between the Stan Cullis and Billy Wright stands. Newly added here is a memorial for the Honved heroes, marking 70 years since Wolves played Hungary's Budapest Honved in a famous match which helped lead to the formation of the European Cup. 2 tiers to the Stan Cullis stand, including that northeast corner curve which has been used to house away fans in the past. Black outer blocks, inner blocks in the club's traditional old gold colouring, with the word Wolves in the top tier and 2 of the iconic Wolves heads in the bottom tier. 2 tiers to the Steve Bull stand, notably concave in overall shape. Top tier is allocated to home supporters, with away fans taking up the spread out blocks of the lower tier, holding around 2,750 people in total. That stand's roof can indeed block the view for some in the curbed corner of the Stan Cullis stand. The Sir Jack Hayward stand is single-tiered and nowadays entirely filled with rail seating. There's an extra covered stand of black seating in the stadium's southwest corner, which is named for the late club historian Graham Hughes. The Billy Wright stand that I'm in largely mirrors the design of the Steve Bull stand opposite. 2 tiers, concave, a row of executive boxes between the levels with the dugouts and tunnel down the front. This is exclusively a home stand. Currently 1/4 of the way through its very long-term redevelopment plan, capacity at the time of writing sits at 31,750. It's a wet, windy Saturday in Lancashire, and it's ground 45 of the 92 in English football. The Crown Ground is up next, the home of Accrington Stanley Football Club since 1968. More commonly known by its present sponsorship name, the Wham Stadium, this ground has been used for Stanley for pretty much their entire history, with the club themselves forming in 1968 as a successor to the original Accrington Stanley that existed between 1891 and 1966, spending 4 decades in the Football League. The last 10 years, with Accrington under the ownership of local businessman Andy Holt, is where the Crown Ground has gone through its most major growth and has transformed into the football ground in place today. It's a place with an urban surrounding in the northern part of the town, the majority still making use of its main entrance off Livingston Road to access its vicinity. If you're an away fan, you're making an immediate right here and heading over to the away turnstiles and the ground's away section. Everyone else will continue up the access road, first past the colourful building which contains the gallery, an exclusive events room located above the team dressing rooms. Further around from here, the stripy exterior of the main stand, named for the late Jack Barrett, who was instrumental in Accrington Stanley forming back in the 1960s. There's a small car park outside, as well as the entrance to Coley's, a popular bar named for legendary manager John Coleman, as well as the 1968 lounge further west. The neighbouring westernmost stand is known as the Clayton End, a reference to Clayton-le Moors, which is out beyond it. Car park out beyond this stand, as well as a modern brick clubhouse-like building and a memorial garden dedicated to those from Accrington who were part of the First and Second World Wars. The Clayton End itself is a stand with an outer concourse and a perimeter fence. 4 turnstiles for access here, also used by home fans based in the ground's northernmost stand. This was formerly the Winnie Hill Terrace, a small 3-row terrace which became seated when Accrington entered the Football League in the mid-2000s. Since 2019, it's been replaced by the all-seater, bigger Eric Whalley stand, named for the iconic former Accrington chairman. Similarly to the Clayton End, it's got an outer concourse behind it, which is gated in the middle as the stand is shared by both home and away supporters on a match day. There's a simple, single-tier design to the Eric Whalley stand, with open ends for easy access and no supporting pillars inside. Away fans are allocated the stand's easternmost blocks on a match day, with the stand able to hold 1,100 people in total. The Accrington Stanley away section also includes the Coppice Terrace behind the eastern goal. This is as simple as it gets. Several rows of uncovered terracing, which can hold around 1,800 people in total. If the weather's poor and the away attendance isn't high, this is often left shut and out of use for the game. The Crown Ground tunnel sits below the gallery in the southeast corner, leading along to the Jack Barrett stand. Blocks of red seating here, with a cantilever roof up above and its dugouts in the centre. The Clayton End, meanwhile, is a fully covered standing terrace, popular with Accrington's most vocal supporters. There's no interfering supporting pillars in here, and the roof's particularly handy on a day like today where the wind and the rain was present at times during the match. Digital programmes, street parking aplenty, a decent view up behind the Coppice Terrace on clearer, sunnier days. One of the most unique members of the whole 92, capacity at the time of writing sits at 5,450. It's a cloudy, windy Sunday in West Yorkshire, and it's ground 46 of the 92 in English football. The John Smith Stadium is up next, the home of Huddersfield Town Association Football Club since 1994. More traditionally known as Kirklees Stadium, a reference to the large metropolitan borough it sits within, the ground is also used by Rugby League's Huddersfield Giants and serves as a successor to Leeds Road, the former home to both Town and Giants, which first opened in 1908. The John Smith Stadium opened in a new location as an initially 2-sided ground, getting its south stand later into 1994 and becoming 4-sided in 1998. It initially took the sponsorship name of the Alfred McAlpine Stadium after the construction firm who built the ground. You can easily get around 3 sides of the John Smith Stadium, the exception being the east stand, built right by a large hill called Kilner Bank, which is where the stand's name comes from. Turnstiles to here are found down over by the ground's northeast corner. The north stand has a large building attached to it, holding facilities including a health and fitness club and the Legends Cafe Bar. There's an Odeon cinema right out beyond it. Turnstiles to this stand are at either end of the exterior. The west stand is the main stand at the John Smith Stadium, otherwise known as the Riverside Stand, as the River Colne passes by beyond it. Stadium Way is the access road outside, with a footbridge also leading out to the Eustal Town Avenue car park. The stand itself includes a large glass facade in its centre, underneath which you'll find the main ticket office, the main reception, and the Huddersfield Town megastore. Turnstiles to the stand are along the rest of this part-panelled, part-brick exterior. The south stand entrances sit up on higher ground, a stand known affectionately as the Cowshed, in reference to part of the former Leeds Road Stadium. There's a car park immediately beyond it. It's split in two, with its western turnstiles used for away fans and its eastern turnstiles used for home supporters. Two tiers to the Riverside stand, which also includes the dugouts and tunnel down at the front. That curved roof is a common feature across all four sides of the John Smith Stadium. A bit over 10,000 people can fit in this stand alone. Two tiers in turn to the north stand, separated by 16 hospitality boxes. There's a larger upper tier, around 2,750 in total can fit behind this northern goal. The Kilner Bank stand is single tiered, holding around 7,000 people. TV gantry for the main matchday camera is at the back of this stand. The Cowshed that I'm in is single tiered, holding a little over 4,000 in total. It's split by small fences almost exactly down the middle, creating a segregated space for around 2,500 away supporters, with home supporters a short distance away to the east. A venue for both Rugby League and Rugby Union World Cups over the years, capacity at the time of writing sits at 24,121. It's a cold, wet Wednesday in Cambridgeshire, and it's ground 47 of the 92 in English football. The Abbey Stadium is up next, the home of Cambridge United Football Club since 1932. Currently known through sponsorship as the Cladara Abbey Stadium, its traditional name is a reference to the area of Cambridge it sits within, in turn sharing its name with what Cambridge United were known as when founded back in 1912. The U's former home was the historically significant Parker's Piece, where the Cambridge rules of football were first played out. It wouldn't be until 1961 that the Abbey Stadium name came into use, but it has since grown into a unique football ground. For the vast majority, there's only one way to it, Newmarket Road, the A1134 that's immediately north. It's where the name for the ground's north stand in turn comes from. Outside of here, you'll find the Cambridge United club shop and ticket office building, as well as an activity zone, a small car park, the Abbey Lounge and the Newmarket Road End turnstiles, which give access to a fenced-off fan zone behind the stand. If the Newmarket Road End isn't your destination, you're likely heading one of two ways from here. For many, it's around the ground's northwest corner, along a footpath which runs parallel to Barnwell Lake and Coldham's Brook. You'll find 4 small sets of steps along this route. The most northern isn't a worry pre-game, it's the part of the stadium's west stand. This west stand is known as the Habin Terrace, named after Harry Habin, who was a famous fan from Cambridge United's early days. This is a stand split between home and away fans, with home supporters using the second, more northern steps and subsequent turnstiles, whilst away fans gather atop the third set of steps. The southernmost steps are for those leading up to the stadium's south stand turnstiles. Home supporters only here, and you'll be checked for having the right ticket before heading inside. There is one more side to the Abbey Stadium, and to get there you're going to have to go east from Newmarket Road rather than west. There's a couple of ways to reach the turnstiles to the ground's main stand. Make use of either a narrow access path just past the club shop building, or if you're not yet at the north stand, there's Cutthroat Lane which leads down to the main access road and entry gates to the stadium's main private car park. Turnstiles are at the far end of this access road and access path. You'll need either a main stand ticket or a Newmarket Road End ticket to get around the stadium's eastern side. The Newmarket Road End has a nice touch, with an outer wall celebrating an 11 of great players from Cambridge United's history. The northeast corner holds a toilet block, and outside opposite the main car park is the Paul Wanless Bar, named for the popular former Cambridge United captain. The main stand itself has a largely brick exterior, and you'll reach the blocks inside by a number of staircases at either end. There's a fan zone in place immediately outside with food, drink and live music all on offer. Get down to the far end of the main car park and you can catch a glance at the south stand's brick and corrugated iron exterior as well. The south stand is an all-seater which dates back to 2002 and the only one of the 4 sides without any supporting pillars. It's a former home for away fans, hence its intriguing design with its seating area all above ground level. The stand itself is also a notable distance behind the south goal, and teams often use this spare grass for warming up their subs. The Habin Terrace is split down the middle between home and away fans. Away supporters take up the southern rows of terracing and also have a penned-in section of black seating right at the southern end. Not sure the fences give the best view to some in here. Home fans take the northern terrace blocks, and there's a section of uncovered terracing right by the stadium's northwest corner. The Newmarket Road end itself covers a bit over half of the total width of the pitch, fully covered but with supporting pillars in places. There's a pitch side seated enclosure to disabled supporters over by the northwest corner flag. The main stand is single-tiered, but split into two levels and divided across several blocks. Blue, yellow and black the dominant colours in here, with the A blocks down the front using backless grooved benches rather than your standard plastic seats. Dugouts down the very front, the stadium's tunnel is based towards the stand's southern end. You need more than one game here to take in the full Abbey Stadium experience. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 8,127.
And here's our teams right up this afternoon. For Reading, 22, Joe Pereira. 6, Holly Dean. 7, Harvey Nibs. 8, Charlie Savage. 10, Sam Smith. 20, Jem Crandall. 24, Tyler Bindon. 28, Mamadi Camara.
It's a cold Saturday in Buckinghamshire, and it's ground 48 of the 92 in English football. Stadium MK is up next, the home of Milton Keynes Dons Football Club since 2007. More specifically, within the Denbigh district of Bletchley, this is a stadium with plans dating back to 2000, the idea being to develop a top-flight standard stadium for a new town that didn't yet have a professional football club. That club would be found within a few years, following the controversial relocation of Wimbledon SC from London up to Milton Keynes. The financially struggling club would be bought out of administration, having its name, badge and colours changed into the Milton Keynes Dons brand that remains in place today. MK had its professional club, but still needed the stadium. Between 2004 and 2007, MK Dons continued to use the National Hockey Stadium, a 9,000 capacity venue where Wimbledon had played the final season before their renaming. By mid-2007, Stadium MK would be complete, officially opening that November. Stadium MK forms the centrepiece of the MK1 shopping and leisure park. There are some 900 parking spaces around the ground, operating with a fixed £10 matchday tariff paid by mobile. The stadium itself has a consistent exterior design, a glossy look from black bricks and gold panels. There are a total of 8 entrance gates spread around the stadium. Your ticket will determine your required one. I arrived first at the stadium's east stand, which has gate 5 on the southeast corner, Gate 4 in its centre, along with a Marco Pierre White Steakhouse and Grill, and Gate 3 on the northeast corner. This Gate 3 is for away fan use on an MK Dons match day. Continuing round is the North Stand, housing Gate 2 in its centre, with a complex opposite housing an Odeon cinema as well as several restaurants. Gate 1 sits on the stadium's northwest corner, leading round to the main stand. Attached to this west stand is a hotel, a Doubletree by Hilton, its entrance also being where Gate 8 to the stadium can be found. Gate 7 sits on the southwest corner. Slightly further north of here is where you can find the Red Dot Bar, the MK Dons Club shop and the main ticket office. Attached to Stadium MK's southern end is the Marshall Arena, used for a number of events including concerts, conferences, snooker and the PDC World Masters. Gate 6 is on the arena's western side. You've got an Asda and IKEA south of the stadium and the arena, two of the many different eateries in place around the grounds vicinity. You should not be going hungry when you're here. Stadium MK's interior follows consistency like the exterior does. 2 tiers of seating which ring all the way around. These 2 levels are split by a ringed concourse that you'll either head down to the bottom tier from or head up to the top tier from. The official main stand to the west is where most of the stadium's premium seats lie, as well as having the subs benches and tunnel down the front. Away fans are allocated a section of the North Stand. The amount available varies based on allocation and in some cases the occasion itself. General congregation starts in the blocks near the northeast corner's bottom tier. I went here for a playoff game once where MK Dons put the away fans in the top tier, split into 2 separate sections. The letters MK Dons and a big red dot are the standout feature of the East Stand. The South Stand is affectionately known as the Cowshed, a reference to the concrete cow sculpture which has been in Milton Keynes since 1978. Electronic screens up in every corner of this stadium. You'll find that on a standard MK Dons match day, it's just the bottom tier in use. That upper tier will only be open for the most major fixtures with the largest crowds expected. An elite level stadium that's currently in the lower leagues, capacity at the time of writing sits at 30,500. It's a cold Saturday in London and it's ground 49 of the 92 in English football. The Brentford Community Stadium is up next, the home of Brentford Football Club since September 2020. Known through sponsorship as the G-Tech Community Stadium, this ground provides Brentford with a successor to Griffin Park, the Bees' home for 116 years from 1904. The site of the old ground, famous for having a pub on every corner, is less than a mile west of the Community Stadium, a site that you can still head around the vicinity of, but you'll find all the old entrances walled off. This place, which once held the Bramer Road Stand, New Road Stand, Ealing Road Terrace and Brook Road Stand, is set to become housing in the future. The Brentford Community Stadium itself is a project which dates back to the early 2000s, part of a desire for the Bees to have a stadium which could ultimately meet the demands of top standard football. A site near Kew Bridge was found, later part bought in 2012, but it would take several more years until construction of the stadium and the surrounding development would begin. Work finally got underway in March 2017, a project that would include a regeneration to the immediate surrounding area. Official opening came 42 months later, done during COVID times with no present crowds. Brentford's first game here with fans was against Blackburn Rovers on the 5th of December 2020. There's a unique shape to the Brentford Community Stadium, the challenge of fitting a new ground into a triangular piece of land. Railway lines pass by in 3 directions, with the nearest train station being Kew Bridge, and the nearest stations for both underground and overground being Gunnersbury. Lionel Road South is the street which passes by the stadium for access, providing simple reach to the ground's west and south stands in particular. Away from the west stand is the Bees Superstore building, with a bike shed and emergency vehicle spaces immediately outside. The narrow access pass sandwiched between the north stand and the northmost railway line is usually gated off in the middle. Home turnstiles are on the more easily reached western side of this gate. Head further down Lionel Road and you'll get to an opening where the stadium's box office is housed. Round from here sits the main stand to the south, notable facility entrances here for both players and hospitality, the space outside taken up by accommodation. There's a couple of ways to get round to the east stand and the stadium's designated away section. Either head round the edge of the south stand and down a narrow path by the railway lines, or head further out to the A205, around Kew House School onto Capital Interchange Way, and then across the bridge on Thomas Layton Way. Do note that you'll only be allowed to this side of the stadium if your ticket permits you to go here. Away-than turnstiles sit around the ground's northeast corner. Single tiered to the north stand inside, utilising a speckled seat colour design that's in place all around the Brentford Community Stadium. There's a large TV screen attached to the roof up above. Away fans are allocated the blocks around the stadium's northeast corner, which nowadays contain rail seating for safe standing. Segregation used to divide this section from the connecting north and east stands. The east stand seating blocks are split across 2 levels and get notably smaller to match the southward sloping roof. The south stand is officially split into 3 sections of seating, substitute benches and tunnel down the front. The more premium seating is in the centre and up in the thin back blocks. A large TV screen attached to the stand's high-up roof. The west stand that I'm in follows the design of the east stand opposite, but is exclusively for home fans and has been full of rail seating since the summer of 2022. Those TV screens hanging from the roof are a nice touch, sometimes handy for those right up in the very back rows. A host venue for 4 games at UEFA Women's Euro 2022. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 17,250. It's a cold Saturday in West Sussex and it's ground 50 of the 92 in English football. The Broadfield Stadium is up next, the home of Crawley Town Football Club since 1997. Known previously through sponsorship as first the Checkatrade.com Stadium and then the People's Pension Stadium, the Broadfield Stadium name comes from the area of southwest Crawley that the stadium sits on the edge of. The ground is a successor to Town Mead, the more northern stadium which was the Red Devils' home for nearly 50 years until it was sold to housing developers in the 1990s. The relocation took them further south to a newly built site around a mile south of the town's central train station and right alongside Brighton Road, the A23. Vehicles will use Southgate roundabout to reach the ground off Winfield Way. Look out for the big red football which sits in the roundabout's central island. There's a simple design to the Broadfield Stadium with 4 distinct stands. Those coming from across Winfield Way first reach the North Terrace. This is the designated away stand on match days, sections of car parking and coach parking right outside, as well as a bike shed at the stand's base. Away fans with a seated ticket need those red turnstiles by the ground's northeast corner. Those in the terrace itself need the turnstiles round by the ground's northwest corner. Broadfield's main stand sits to the west, notably taller than the rest of the stadium. Home turnstiles towards either end, with the taller centre housing offices including the Community Foundation and the main reception. Crawley Town's ticket office and Narrow Club shop are at the more southern end of this stand. The South Terrace is where most will congregate before heading inside. Crawley set up activity zones outside here, a good selection of food on offer alongside the popular Reds bar and a small 3G community pitch immediately opposite to the stand. The hardest to reach side is the East Stand, parallel to Brighton Road and with plenty of trees right up outside of it. You can make use of the footpath alongside the A23 and catch a glance at parts of the basic stand's exterior and canopy roof, but there's no turnstiles out here. Home supporters use the set at the far end of the South Terrace fan zone. Away supporters use the set at the far end of the North Terrace car park. Very simple design to the North Terrace, only a few rows high, with handy red metal bars at the front and back. This stand also includes the terrace section of the ground's northwest corner, open exclusively to away fans. Crawley Town will also allocate the northernmost blocks of the neighbouring East Stand to away supporters. This is a very simple all-seater stand with a canopy roof and supporting pillars at regular intervals at the very front. This stand opened in 2012 and holds a little over 2,100 in total. South Terrace mirrors the design of the North Terrace opposite. Exclusively for home supporters, it includes the terrace section of the stadium's southwest corner. This side of the ground is affectionately named for the late Bruce Winfield, a lifelong fan and former co-owner of the Red Devils. The West Stand is an elevated all-seater section, straddles around 2/3 of the length of the pitch. Premium seating in the centre, dugouts and tunnel down the front. Additionally serving as the regular home for Brighton and Hove Albion women since 2018, capacity at the time of writing sits at 6,134. It's a cold but sunny Saturday in the West Midlands and it's ground 51 of the 92 in English football. The Coventry Building Society Arena is up next, first home to Coventry City Football Club in 2005. Formerly and maybe still more commonly known as the Ricoh Arena, this is a modern stadium in northern Coventry, built as a successor to Highfield Road, which was the Sky Blues' historic home for 106 years. Coventry City's time at the CBS hasn't always been smooth. Back in 2012, a dispute with the stadium's owners led to City later playing its 2013-14 season home games at Northampton Town's Sixfield Stadium around 30 miles to the southeast. Future complications came when rugby union side Wasps gained 100% ownership of the stadium in late 2014. Coventry City accumulated a 5-year deal to be co-tenants of the CBS, a deal which ran out in mid-2019 and left them needing to ground share Birmingham City's St Andrews for the next 2 seasons. A deal was struck with Wasps in 2021, which has allowed the Sky Blues to return to a stadium that they, for now at least, are calling home for a third separate stint. The Coventry Building Society Arena is an enclosed stadium with 3 of its sides easily accessed from outside, plenty of different ways to find parking for this ground. The stadium's southern side is where you can find the Coventry City Superstore, with the neighbouring south stand housing the turnstiles for away supporters on a match day. Coventry City's main ticket office sits on the stadium's southeast corner, leading round to the east stand. Decorated with the Sky Blues Wall of Fame along its base, this is a common location for fans to congregate before heading inside. There's also an activity zone set up opposite the ground's northeast corner, next to the Willie Stanley Memorial Garden, which is named after the club's founder. The North Stand carries a link to the Alan Edward Higgs charity, named for the late local businessman. His charity's funding has helped create the Alan Higgs Centre, a notable leisure centre further south in the city, where Coventry City's academy is also based, and his charity partly owned the CBS Arena for a period of time. Round the stadium's northwest corner is where you'll find the Anecdote Bar, outside of which sits a statue of Jimmy Hill, a former manager and television personality who had a long association with the Sky Blues. The standout feature of the CBS Arena, though, sticks far out to the west. Attached to the stadium is a large exhibition hall, 6,000 square metres of space, with a Doubletree Hotel and Grosvenor Casino also attached. Its presence affects the ease of access to those based in the stadium's west stand, with only the corners able to be used as access points into the ground's inner bowl. The Coventry Building Society Arena's east stand is a giant single tier of almost fully sky blue coloured seating, open exclusively to home supporters, with a few disabled supporting viewing platforms partway up and the main matchday camera housed right at the back. You can find rail seating in the upper rows of the stadium's southeast corner, an area often taken up by some of Coventry City's most vocal supporters. The south stand is where the designated away section is based, namely the more western blocks, with some rail seating also available here in some of the rows further back. Standout feature here is the giant electronic screen which has been in place since October 2018. The west stand is the stadium's main stand, the only one with two tiers. The much smaller upper tier is hospitality only. Down below sit director seats, immediately behind the dugouts and stadium tunnel. Press area to the north and a police control box at the southern end by the away section. North stand echoes the design of the neighbouring east stand and the opposite south stand. A large single tier of mostly sky blue seating, the letters CCFC spelt out across its seating blocks. Used for several special event football matches, including a Women's FA Cup final and the Women's Bronze Medal game at the 2012 Summer Olympics, capacity at the time of writing sits at 32,609. It's a cold Saturday in South Yorkshire, and it's ground 52 of the 92 in English football. Oakwell is up next, the home of Barnsley Football Club since 1887. Sharing its name with the area of Barnsley it sits within, located east of the town centre, the stadium forms part of a complex that includes training facilities immediately north. Nearby sits the Barnsley Metrodome, housing a water park and bowling alley. That's based at the end of Queen's Road, which plenty coming from either Barnsley train station or Harborough Hill Road, the A61, will come from. Arriving from here offers you a higher up view of part of the ground before descending down and arriving at the ground's western side. Local residents may also reach this ground from the south off Pontefract Road, the A628. Oakwell's western side runs alongside Grove Street. This is the oldest side of the stadium, well over a century of use in places, turnstiles in place along the red painted perimeter wall. The larger south stand is named for the late club legend Norman Rimington, a player, coach, groundsman, physio and later kitman for the Tykes. This 1995 built stand's exterior houses the Red Superstore, box office and main reception entrance with turnstile blocks at either end. There's a good sized car park that goes out well beyond the Norman Rimington stand. Oakwell's largest and most impressive looking stand sits to the east. Dating back to 1993, it's got a hospitality entrance in its centre with turnstiles along its brick base and also down at its southern end. Those brick towers with staircases visible from inside are a standout feature of the exterior facade. The adjacent north stand is named the Barry Murphy, Barnsley's record appearance maker. Its space outside is taken up by private parking and is usually fenced off from the east, with the northeast corner turnstiles here only put into use when absolutely necessary. For most, therefore, you'll reach the north stand through turnstiles at the end of Grove Street by the stadium's northwest corner. This is exclusively an away stand. Oakwell's east stand utilises a two-tier design with a cantilever roof, with a row of executive boxes between the two levels. Room for a little under 7,500 people in total. The southeast corner of Oakwell is taken up by the corner stand. It's a three-leveled structure that houses additional executive and disabled supporter facilities, holding 202 total people. Single tier to the Norman Rimington stand, formerly known as the Pontefract Road end, holds just over 4,500 people. The west stand has the most unique design, two-tiered with a roof only providing full protection to the upper tier, though pillars give restricted views inside. Television gantry housed atop the roof. Oakwell's dugouts sit down the front of the uncovered larger bottom tier, holds around 4,750 in total. Oakwell's tunnel sits below a stadium control box alongside the Barry Murphy stand, a giant single tier structure that can hold around 6,000 away fans in total. A few pillars up towards the very back rows in this stand that you should be wary of. One of my favourite grounds in the whole 92, capacity at the time of writing sits at 23,287. It's a cold, cloudy Saturday in West Yorkshire, and it's ground 53 of the 92 in English football. Elland Road is up next, the home of Leeds United Football Club since 1919. The ground, though, dates back even further to 1897, opening as the old Peacock Ground and taking its name from a nearby pub. It began life as a rugby league ground for Holbeck Rugby Club, who would stay at the Beeston site until they folded in 1904. Elland Road's first permanent football tenants would come that same year, a newly formed club called Leeds City. The Peacocks were members of the Football League 2nd Division until after the First World War, when they were expelled from the league following a scandal and later dissolved. The stadium would have a brief period under the tenancy of the recently formed Yorkshire Amateur Association Football Club, but by the following year had sold Elland Road to a club formed out of the ashes of Leeds City, that being the Leeds United that still remain at the site today. The 100 years since have seen Elland Road grow into one of the largest football stadiums in not just Yorkshire, but the whole of England. Its stand outside for now remains the East Stand, built in the 1990s, and nowadays named after Jack Charlton, a one-club man defender and a World Cup winner with his brother Bobby in 1966. Several premium and executive entrances outside, as well as turnstiles towards either end. On the other side of Lowfields Road outside sits the Centenary Pavilion, and further along, a near 13-year-old statue of Don Revie. He would both play for and manage Leeds between 1958 and 1974, overseeing the most successful period in the club's history. The space outside of Elland Road's southeast corner is taken up by Bremner Square, a memorial to Billy Bremner, a midfielder and later manager, Don Revie's captain for years and considered Leeds' greatest ever player. The statue's been there since 1999, the space around it containing around 6,000 personalised stones for Leeds United fans and club icons. The Leeds United Football Club store is held closer to the stadium from here. The street called Elland Road, the A643, runs outside the stadium's south stand. This dates back to the 1970s, named for Norman Hunter, the tough-tackling Leeds legend and another star of that successful team from the 60s and 70s. The stand's exterior includes Billy's Bar, named for Bremner. Through a set of gates and past the West Stand ticket office sits Elland Road's West Stand. It's named for John Charles, the iconic former Leeds and Wales striker who made a notable move to Juventus in 1957. You can split this stand essentially into two parts. Its southern part housing the designated away turnstiles with an away fan zone set up outside, and the northern part at the other end of an attached West Stand main entrance housing home turnstiles in front of a VIP car park. Also outside this stand, Elland Road's two westernmost angled floodlight poles. Finally, the mostly brick and corrugated iron exterior of the North Stand, formerly known as the Cop and named for Don Revie back in 1994. It's a more narrow access path immediately outside the North Stand, as the space beyond is taken up by parking. The neighbouring northeast corner houses a home fan zone during Leeds United matches. The Jack Charlton stand is the biggest side of Elland Road, holding just under 15,000 in total. Two clear tiers with a row of executive boxes in between them. Bright yellow seating blocks that make up the stadium's southeast corner, followed round by the Norman Hunter stand. Blue seats split into two tiers, office space up at the back. The stand also officially includes the stadium's southwest corner, a block of seats down the front, and a large TV screen up above. The John Charles stand is the present home for away fans on a Leeds United match day. They're allocated the southern blocks, usually just the top tier ones, the smaller allocations. Home fans across the rest of the two-tiered stand, which also has the TV gantry, premium seating, dugouts down the very front, and the stadium tunnel further south. You can still find wooden seats within this stand's upper tier, as well as spaced out supporting pillars. I'm in the Don Revie stand, a similar design to the south and west stands. Two levels are mostly blue seating, but safe standing is nowadays in place for all the blocks in the upper tier. Supporting pillars and an additional TV camera gantry to be wary of if you're right at the back. There can be some very obstructed views from within here. Home to one of the best club anthems in all of football, capacity at the time of writing sits at 37,645.
Wait.
It's a cold, cloudy Sunday in Lancashire, and it's ground 54 of the 92 in English football. Ewood Park is up next, the permanent home of Blackburn Rovers Football Club since 1890. Named for the Ewood Bridge which once stood at the site, football has been played here since at least 1881, a temporary home to 4 Blackburn Rovers matches that same year. Ewood Park would officially open in April 1882, back then being a venue that held football, athletics and greyhound racing. Rovers became permanent tenants in 1890, first playing a game against Accrington on the site that September. More than 130 years of growth since, including a major rebuild in the 1990s, has created the stadium that sits in place today. 4 distinct stands to Ewood Park, the southernmost being the Darwen end, so named as the town of Darwen is out beyond it. Since 2012, it has also been named the Brian Douglas, a Blackburn-born winger, a full England international and a one-club man with Rovers. The stand itself is used by away supporters. Access to the stand's Legends Lounge is in the centre, with turnstiles towards either end, car park and coach park out beyond it. Heading round to the right from here brings you to the southern turnstiles of Ewood Park's East Stand. This is the Riverside Stand, the oldest active side of Ewood Park, dating back to the late 1980s. Turnstile blocks are at either end, reach via a southern ramp and an access road along the back of the stand's simple brick and corrugated iron exterior. Ewood Park's North Stand is known as the Blackburn End as it faces towards the centre of town. Since 2011 it has been named for Ronnie Clayton, the Preston-born England international who started his career with Blackburn and made almost 600 league appearances for Rovers over 19 years. You'll find a bar, a reception and hospitality entrances at this stand's base, with the space outside taken up by a pre-game fan zone. This side of the stadium is also where you can find the home ticket office, the Blackburn Rovers Memorial Garden, as well as the detached Rovers store building. Just before the northern car park is a memorial to Jack Walker, the late local businessman, fan and eventual owner of Rovers between 1991 and 2000. His investment created the modern Ewood Park that sits in place today, as well as winning the club the Premier League title in 1995. Ewood's biggest stand to the west is in turn named for Jack Walker. Players, directors, media and hospitality entrances around its centre at the base of that glass facade. Ewood Park has open space within its exterior corners, with the southwest one notably housing a First World War memorial and the away fans ticket office. 2 tiers to the Ronnie Clayton Blackburn end, a row of executive boxes in between the 2 levels, seats around 8,000 people in total. The Riverside Stand is the only one of Ewood's 4 sides that is still single-tiered. Alternating red and blue seating blocks, TV mezzanine at the top, spaced out supporting pillars inside, seats around 6,000 in total. The Brian Douglas Darwen end mirrors the design of the Blackburn end opposite. 2 tiers, a row of executive boxes in between. The difference here is that electronic scoreboard above the bottom tier and the use of this stand for exclusively away supporters. Both tiers are only open for the biggest away crowds, a maximum of 8,000 can pack into here. The Jack Walker stand that I'm in is also 2-tiered, split by a row of hospitality suites. Premium and director seating in the middle, dugouts and tunnel down the front, holds around 11,000 people in total. Digital programmes in use for match days nowadays, capacity at the time of writing sits at 31,367.
Here's how Rovers line up.
It's a cold, wet Saturday in the southwest, and it's ground 55 of the 92 in English football. The Memorial Stadium is up next, the home of Bristol Rovers Football Club since 1996. This ground dates back much further though to September 1921, originally a home for Bristol Rugby Club, nowadays known as Bristol Bears. Its memorial name comes in dedication to local rugby players killed during the First and Second World Wars. Bristol Rovers had spent the majority of their history at the former Eastville Stadium, forced to leave in 1986 and spending the next 10 years ground sharing at Bar City's Twerton Park, playing at a place around 10 miles southeast of Bristol. The move to the Mem brought the Gas back to their home city, and they'd become owners of the stadium in 1998 when Bristol Rugby fell into financial difficulties. Rovers have been sole tenants of the ground since 2014 when the rugby club moved to Ashton Gate. The Memorial Stadium sits within Hawfield in northern Bristol, surrounded by residential streets. Your entrance into the ground's vicinity is done via one of three gates from Othilton Avenue to the north. The furthest west, is the Memorial Gate, further along the blue-coloured main gate, and furthest east the Trubshaw Gate or Trubshaw Close that is used by vehicles. Entering via the Memorial Gate or the main gate will leave you outside the ground's northern terrace. This is where you'll find the Bristol Rovers fan zone that's worth taking in pre-game. Down by the ground's northwest corner sit two turnstile blocks in use for home fans who have tickets to any of the stands on the stadium's western and southern sides. A large part of the space immediately outside the stadium's northern terrace is taken up by a clubhouse building, a welcome location for home fans only. Turnstiles to the north terrace itself sit on the stadium's northeast corner, with the main ticket office and the Bristol Rovers Community Trust Hub stood opposite. The tallest stand outside of the Memorial Stadium is the East Stand. It's got the ground's good-sized main car park outside of it, with the Bristol Rovers Superstore down at its base and home turnstiles at its more northern end. Away fans visiting the Mem make use of the ground's southernmost turnstiles at the far end of the car park. Heading through your relevant turnstile brings you into the stadium itself and its big variety of stands. The western side of the Memorial Stadium houses four notable sections. Furthest south, a block of blue seating connected to the new South Stand. Standout part is in its centre, a West Terrace enclosure down the front, and a two-tiered all-seater stand behind, with the matchday camera housed right up at the top. Tunnel and changing rooms housed inside here too. The northern end of the western side houses a section of covered standing terrace. The North Terrace, Thatcher's a long-term sponsor, is a covered standing terrace used by the most vocal Bristol Rovers fans. Stan's concourse is out behind it. The eastern side of the Memorial Stadium has three main sections. First, a stretched section of uncovered terracing down the front, located just behind and by the dugouts. The East Stand itself is an elevated section of blue and white seating, including space to press. Then, there's the southernmost section of open terracing, allocated to away supporters when open to use. That provides the standing space for the Bristol Rovers away section, which includes the easternmost blocks of the South Stand. This South Stand is the newest part of the Mem, completed by 2024. It holds just under 3,500 in total, replacing what was a much smaller structure with a tented roof. Big upgrade of what was in place before, supporting pillars to be wary of in here, for now at least. As unique of a professional football ground as they come, capacity at the time of writing sits at 12,534. It's a cool sunny Saturday in London, and it's ground 56 of the 92 in English football. Loftus Road is up next, first home to Queen's Park Rangers Football Club in 1917. Named for the road that passes by to the east, Loftus Road first opened back in 1904 in use by an amateur club, Shepherd's Bush FC, who existed until the First World War. QPR moved into the site in 1917, following 10 years at a ground in Park Royal. They'd leave in 1931, moving to the big White City Stadium that was originally built for the 1908 Summer Olympics. Financial losses brought them back to Loftus Road in 1933, remaining until they tried the White City Stadium experiment again in 1962. They'd be back in Shepherd's Bush the following year, further growing the stadium into the one that sits in place today. Loftus Road is a unique stadium, notably packed into the surrounding area with housing on three sides. One of these is to the east, the Loftus Road end, named for the street outside. There's only so much of the stand that you can take in from the outside, primarily around its central turnstile entrance, but also partly in line with the ground's northeast and southeast corners. The South Stand on Ellerslie Road is named for Stanley Bowles, the late skillful forward, considered Queen's Park Rangers' greatest ever player. Main turnstile entrance around the stand's centre, with housing right up behind it. The neighbouring West Stand is split between home and away supporters, using separate entrances at either end as a school sits right outside of it. Visiting away supporters will utilise the southern turnstile entrance on Ellerslie Road. Home fans will utilise the northern turnstile entrance on South Africa Road. Use Bloemfontein Road to get between them. South Africa Road leads along to the North Stand. It's nowadays known as the Batjer Stand, named in dedication to the family of Amit Batjer, a former chairman of the Ars. This is the stadium's main stand, the easiest to access, housing facilities including the main box office and the Queen's Park Rangers Superstore. Turnstile blocks across its base. Getting round to the Loftus Road end from the Batjer Stand, there's a couple of ways, but your quickest is a narrow footpath past the stadium's northeast corner onto Batman Close, and then right from here onto Loftus Road. Two tiers to the West Stand, similar in size, with a large electronic screen atop the roof. The top tier is the usual sole location for away fans, getting a few rows of rail seating right at the back. There have been times in the past where both tiers have housed away supporters though. Two levels, two to the Batjer Stand. A large top tier that houses premium seating in its centre, with a few spaced out supporting pillars to be wary of. Dugouts and tunnel in the centre of the ground level paddock. Not every seat in here is protected by the roof above. The connected Loftus Road end is two-tiered, exclusively for home fans. Rail seating is nowadays installed in the southern blocks of the stand's bottom tier. The Stanley Bowles stand that I'm in is the only side single-tiered. A few possible view restrictions here from supporting pillars and the gantry that hangs from the roof. Known between 2019 and 2022 as the Cayenne Prince Foundation Stadium, honouring the late Queen's Park Rangers youth team footballer who was murdered back in 2006, capacity at the time of writing sits at 18,439. It's a warm, sunny Saturday in Birmingham, and it's ground 57 of the 92 in English football. St Andrews is up next, the home of Birmingham City Football Club since 1906. Currently known officially as St Andrews at Knighthead Park, this ground in the Bordesley district of Birmingham takes its traditional name from a nearby church. Blues' previous home between 1877 and 1906 was Coventry Road, known popularly as Munt Street, and the move to a bigger, more suitable home came the year after the club changed their name from Small Heath Alliance. The present-day St Andrews has spawned most notably from work undertaken in the 1990s and 2020s, consisting of 4 designated stands. To the east sits the Tilton, named for Tilton Road outside, a single opening out here leading to turnstiles with storage and warehouses taking up a good amount of the space outside of the stand. The south stand is known as the Cop, connected to the Tilton and in line with Cattell Road, the B4128. Turnstiles to the Cop corner sit at the eastern end, right next to the revamped Blues store. The Cop itself has the most modern looking exterior, turnstiles and a Cop reception across its base, with the space outside shared between the main car park and the fan zone. Further west down Cattell Road, along past the Royal Blue fences, leads you onto Coventry Road. Couple of notable gates here, one for corporate guests, and the furthest west is for away fans, leading up to the away turnstiles at the base of the stadium's west stand. This west stand was once called the Railway Stand, with tracks right down behind it. Since 2009, however, it's been named for the iconic late goalkeeper Gil Merrick, a one-club man at Blues, capped 23 times by England. Active turnstiles to this stand are at its southern and northern ends, the southern end used by away fans and the northern end by home supporters. You can get between the two ends via St Andrews Road and St Andrews Street that are out beyond the stand. Emmeline Street gets you closest to the stand itself, and it's also on this corner that the club's Foundation Community Hub also sits. St Andrews Street is a way to those coming from the west to reach not only the home turnstiles of the Gil Merrick stand, but also the stadium's main stand. It dates back to 1954, nowadays housing a fan zone right outside. Its eastern end is known as Arthur's Area, the designated family zone, which is named in the memory of Arthur Labigneux Hughes, a young fan who was murdered in 2020. Space beyond the stadium's northeast corner is now taken up by a covered fan park, with access points from either the main stand, off Garrison Lane to the north, or a Tilton Road to the east. The St Andrews Kop houses 2 tiers of mainly blue-coloured seating with darker-coloured premium hospitality seating up at the back. 2 tiers also to the Gil Merrick stand, the top tier much smaller. The designated away section is the southern blocks of the bottom tier and varies in size based on allocation. There's rail seating to note in the southernmost block and the back of seating block B. The rest of the stand is the home supporters, the stadium's tunnel sitting down by the northwest corner. 2 tiers too to the main stand, a bottom tier paddock separated by a row of executive boxes. Pillars in the top tier, dugouts down the very front. Arthur's area takes up the easternmost blocks, as well as the northeast corner where the stadium DJ is based. I'm in the Tilton stand, 2 tiered and connected to the Kop. The entire bottom tier behind the east goal nowadays contains rail seating for safe standing. Additionally home to Birmingham City Women since 2021, capacity at the time of writing sits at 29,409. It's a cloudy, wet Saturday in West Yorkshire, and it's ground 58 of the 92 in English football. Valley Parade is up next, the home of Bradford City Association Football Club since Thirst 1903. Taking its traditional name from the nearby steep hillside, this ground dates back to 1886, opening as a home for Manningham Rugby Football Club on land that was previously a quarry. Manningham remained here until 1903 when financial difficulties prompted officials to change the club's code from rugby league to football, becoming the Bradford City that's known today. The Bantams' first game here was on the 5th of September 1903, a second division match against Gainsborough Trinity with 11,000 present, and they've remained at the Valley Parade site almost continuously since. Valley Parade is one of England's standout football grounds, the surrounding road layout leading to a unique shape across its 4 distinct stands. Approaching from the south, you'll first reach the south stand, sometimes called the Bradford end, and known through sponsorship as the TL Dallas stand. The steep incline of Hollywell Ash Lane runs right along outside of it, with turnstiles based down by the stadium's southeast corner along Midland Road. A climb up the road on foot, past the community pitch outside, brings you to South Parade and the stadium's southwest corner. It's within this corner that you'll find parking for coaches and emergency vehicles, along with a player's entrance and the building which houses the Bradford City store. Round the corner from here, the club's foundation hub building, running alongside the road called Valley Parade. There's a gate here which leads to a private car park and the base of the stadium's main stand, otherwise known as the family stand. Home turnstiles and a corporate entrance along the base, with a corner also housing the Valley Parade Fire Memorial, dedicated to the 56 people who lost their lives from the Bradford City Stadium fire that occurred on the 11th of May 1985. The family stand itself can be best taken in from further back up either Valley Parade or Burlington Street, and it's here that the club's main car parks can be reached. Up on a higher level than the corporate entrance, doors leading to the club reception and some executive boxes, with a sculpture up above that is a further memorial to the 1985 staging fire. Directly connected to the family stand is Valley Parade's north stand, known as the Kop. The northwest corner between the two houses a box office and some turnstiles, reach via stairs down from Burlington Street. The Kop itself, a similar exterior design to the family stand, space outside taken up by a fan zone and upper tier turnstiles, which can also be reached from Thorncliffe Road out beyond. Thorncliffe Road is in turn a way to get round from here to the stadium's east stand, named the Midland Road, which runs along outside of it. Lower tier turnstiles for the Kop are on this road, with the Midland Road stand hanging overhead further down. Home turnstiles are the ones further north, the southern ones by the south stand are used by away supporters. The south stand of Valley Parade has the most unique design, 2 tiers connected by a set of staircases between the bottom tier blocks, supporting pillars at regular intervals. This stand holds around 1,600 people, usually only open for very big crowds, and sometimes handed to away fans when the largest allocations are expected. The family stand dwarfs the south stand, holding just over 9,000. 2 distinct tiers with executive boxes in between. The road layout outside forces that open southwest corner, taken up by the Valley Parade changing rooms, tunnel, and a single uncovered seating block. Dugouts are down the front of the bottom tier. Northwest corner has a distinct interior, holds around 2,300 across its 2 tiers. 2 tiers in turn to the Kop, a row of executive boxes in between them, holds around 7,400 people. I'm in the Midland Road stand, single-tiered and holding around 4,500 people. Its southern blocks form the basic away section on a Bantams match day. Part of a record-breaking crowd for this game, total capacity at the time of writing sits at 24,840. It's a cool sunny Saturday in the northwest, and it's ground 59 of the 92 in English football. Edgeley Park is up next, the home of Stockport County Football Club since 1902. Named for the suburb of Stockport it sits within, the ground was originally built on land donated by the local Sykes family. Edgeley Park opened back in 1891 as a stadium for the rugby league club Stockport RFC, a team that remained until it was disbanded in 1903. Stockport County, formed in 1883 as Heaton Norris Rovers and holding their current name since 1890, moved to Edgeley Park from Green Lane, needing a bigger ground to meet the increased crowd demands of the Football League. Their first game here was a 1-1 draw with Gainsborough Trinity. More than 120 years of history since creates the stadium which sits in place today, split into 4 distinct stands. Practically all of them are reached from Hardcastle Road immediately north, including firstly the stadium's east stand, known as the railway end as there are tracks out beyond. Space immediately behind the stand is nowadays a car park, with turnstiles housed right on the stadium's northeast corner. The neighbouring north stand running alongside Hardcastle Road is known as the Danny Bergara stand. It dates back to the 1930s and since May 2012 has been named for Daniel Alberto Bergara de Medina, the late Uruguayan who played in Spain and managed in England, notably taking Stockport from the bottom end of the 4th tier to the cusp of the 2nd tier, regularly getting the team to playoff campaigns and playing in 4 different Wembley finals. Edgeley Park's west stand is the Cheadle end, a reference to the area out beyond it. Accessed off Hardcastle Road, this stand houses the main ticket office, club reception and county store at its base. There's a statue of Danny Bergara right outside the club shop, the entrance to an 800 capacity lounge called the 1883 further south, and Stockport's home fan zone, the county courtyard, is based outside of the Cheadle end. South stand of Edgeley Park is the family stand, known nowadays as the Together stand, and more commonly the Pop side. There's a reservoir and woodland out behind it restricting access. For home fans based here, you'll use turnstiles down at the southern end of the county courtyard. For the designated away section, it's a trip further east. Even before you reach the ground's vicinity, up by Mercian Way, a signpost directing you down a footpath that runs parallel to the railway tracks. Partway along here, stairs which lead up to away turnstiles and the Together stand away section. The modern-day Cheadle end dates back to 1995, split into 2 tiers of varying size and holding a little over 5,000 in total. It's the clear largest side of the stadium. The single-tier Danny Bergara stand holds around 2,000, straddling the halfway line of the pitch, with space at either end taken up by club buildings. Still got the dugouts down at the front though, with the stadium tunnel based off centre. The railway end is the only side presently without a roof, a basic single tier that holds a bit under 1,400 people, all seater since 2001. A big electronic screen is up above the back row. The Together stand that I'm in is single-tiered and covered, holds around 2,400 in total, and has supporting pillars and a suspended gantry to be wary of. Edgeley Park's away section varies game by game. It's common for smaller groups to be handed just the easternmost blocks of the Together stand, while the largest allocations could include the entirety of the neighbouring railway end as well. Set to be expanded in the future to hold around 18,000 in total, current capacity at the time of writing sits at 10,852. It's a sunny Saturday in North Wales, and it's ground 60 of the 92 in English League football. The Racecourse Ground is up next, the home of Wrexham Association Football Club since 1864. Presently also known through its Welsh language sponsorship name Stoke Caerhras, this is the oldest active international football stadium in the world, first holding a game between Wales and Scotland in 1877. The racecourse's history dates back to the early 19th century, originally a venue used largely for cricket and horse racing. Its footballing pedigree began in 1864, becoming a home to the newly formed local club Wrexham AFC. The Red Dragons' time here has been almost continuous since, a brief period spent elsewhere in Rosdew in the early 1880s when the ground was still owned by Wrexham Cricket Club. The modern day, an era under Wrexham's high-profile takeover, has finally breathed new life into the city, its football club, and a venue that has been in use for over 200 years. A once decaying place is now thriving again, far from done with its growth, but still on its same historic site in the northwest region of the city. The racecourse ground is split into 4 distinct stands, the easiest to access being the south stand, traditionally named the Mould Road that runs along outside of it. Modern look with its central exterior facade the most notable part, there's turnstiles down towards its western end and a hospitality entrance near the middle. Further east meanwhile, a pub right outside the Mould Road stand called the Turf. This is notably the place where Wrexham AFC were founded over 160 years ago. The racecourse ground's eastern side formerly held the Kop, a large terrace which dated back to the 1950s, able to hold around 5,000 people. It has been out of use since 2008 on safety grounds, an empty space during games for well over a decade. As part of the modern day renovation of the ground, the eastern side is finally getting a much needed redo, with plans recently unveiled for a new modern structure, a 5,500 capacity all-seater Kop targeted for completion by 2026. Foundations are already in place, and there for now is access to a temporary stand on this side that is used by home fans. The adjacent north stand is the Wrexham Lager stand, dating back to 1972. It's officially the main stand, got facilities for players and guests along its base, also where the official club shop and main ticket office can be found. Housing blocks at the eastern end form part of the Wrexham Student Village, accommodation for the local university. Away fan turnstiles are located at the very western end of the Wrexham Lager stand, your final point before leaving the stand's car park and reaching the final stand to the west. Several previous sponsorship names to this side, currently the Stoke Cold Brew Coffee stand. There's a basic exterior here with turnstiles along the base and the Community Trust entrance to the south. Car parking spaces and Wrexham University itself are out beyond. Whilst the Kop is rebuilt, Wrexham for now operate with a temporary stand, a 2,289 capacity open-air structure known as the Fourth Wall. It opened back in late 2023. The neighbouring Mould Road stand dates back to 1999, a single-tiered structure that holds around 3,500. Unique roof shape, largest seating blocks in the middle, with gantries and a hospitality block positioned up above. The Stoke Cold Brew Coffee stand is a 2-tiered home stand that holds around 2,800 people. A former away fan location which has a couple of pillars to those in the bigger upper tier to be wary of. Away fans nowadays take up the westernmost blocks of the Wrexham Lager stand. Primarily, they're in the top level of the 2-tiered structure, but can either have also the lower paddock or just the bottom tier, depending on allocation and event. Rest of the stand is the home fans, with some hospitality blocks centrally, dugouts down the front, and the stadium tunnel based off centre. Couple of supporting pillars to also be wary of in here. An historic ground growing in stature and size as its club climbs the leagues. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 13,341. It's a sunny Tuesday evening in South Yorkshire and it's ground 61 of the 92 in English football. Bramall Lane is up next, the home of Sheffield United Football Club since 1889. A truly historic stadium, Bramall Lane dates all the way back to April 1855, originally opening as a cricket ground on a road named after the local Bramall family. multiple cricket clubs originally used the rented site, notably including the Yorkshire County Cricket Club, who officially formed in 1863 and will continue to use the ground until the 1970s. Bramall Lane's first football game was in December 1862 between the historic local pair of Sheffield SC and Hallam SC. Its status as the city's premier sporting venue gave it all the major fixtures, including the first ever floodlit football match in 1878 and the first non-capital based international between England and Scotland in 1883. Sheffield SC spent 11 years using the site until 1884, and Bramall Lane was in turn an early major home for the Wednesday Cricket Club, the origin of the Sheffield Wednesday well known today. It was in March 1889 that Sheffield United Cricket Club created their own offshoot football team, the Blades that are known today, and the club who have called the stadium home for over 135 years. The modern-day Bramall Lane sits in the streets of Highfield, south of Sheffield city centre. It's split into 4 distinct sides, with the most northern being the John Street Family Stand, named for the road outside. It dates back to 1966, featuring turnstiles across its brickwork base, with access also available to executive hospitality, supporters' lounges and a sensory room. There's a business centre sat right on the adjoining northwest corner, with the neighbouring west stand named the Bramall Lane Stand. It's the oldest existing side of the stadium, turnstiles along its base that are marked for either lower tier based away fans or upper tier based home supporters. A bright red and white corrugated iron exterior that's viewable from Bramall Lane itself. A Doubletree Hotel sits on the stadium's southwest corner, containing a set of 6 turnstiles by its base for those in the south stand. The stand itself is located off Cherry Street and since 2018 has been named for Tony Curry, an attacking midfielder considered by some to be the club's greatest ever player. Well over 300 games for the Blades between 1968 and 1976. Colourful striped exterior to the Tony Curry stand, this side housing entrances the press, hospitality, the main ticket office, directors, broadcasters, as well as the Blades Superstore at its eastern end, with a large car park right outside. Within this car park, 2 statues of Sheffield United icons, club record appearance maker Joe Shaw and local legend Derek Dooley MBE, a former chairman of the Blades. Both statues were erected back in 2010. Neighbouring the Tony Curry stand and its car park, a Sheffield United Memorial Garden, followed by a home fan zone and south stand turnstiles. Exiting the main car park gets you round onto Shoreham Street and Bramall Lane's eastern cop. It's built onto a hillside, hence its standout exterior with upper level access points, and the ground level space below forms a private car park off Shoreham Street. 2 sets of turnstiles for fans in here, either the southern side down near the corner with Cherry Street, or the northern set in line with John Street. The John Street Family Stand is a single-tiered structure split into a front and back seating section, with rows of executive boxes and hospitality suites sat up behind. Disabled seating right down the front and some VIP seating blocks at the back, it seats around 7,000 in total. The adjoining family corner is a single-tier red seating, holds around 900 fans and opened back in 2001. Single tier to the Cop, all seated since 1991, holds just over 10,200 in total, usually the most vocal fans on a match day. A few supporting pillars in here to be wary of, and no inner concourses. Around 7,500 can fit into the single-tier Tony Curry stand, which has executive seating in its centre, as well as the dugouts and tunnel right down the front. Elevated seating area in the stadium's southwest corner, forming part of the Bramall Lane stand that I'm in. 2 clear tiers, the steeper upper tier used by home supporters, whilst away fans are allocated the bottom tier right behind the western goal. The stand as a whole holds around 5,700 people. Loaded with history in both domestic and international sport, capacity at the time of writing sits at 32,050. It's a warm, sunny Saturday in London, and it's ground 62 of the 92 in English football. The Den is up next, the home of Millwall Football Club since August 1993. This ground is officially the New Den, so named as it is the successor to the original Den in use between 1910 and 1993. The modern stadium sits around 1/4 of a mile north of the previous site. The Den, when built, was England's first brand new all-seater stadium, a move deemed necessary after the publishing of the Taylor Report, which focused on ground safety. It was designed with effective crowd management in mind, direct routes away from the stadium, and a simple, practical overall layout. After Millwall deemed the original Den to not be suitable for necessary redevelopment, a site in the Senegal Fields area of South Bermondsey was found, built on between 1992 and 1993. The present-day Den is best served by South Bermondsey Station, still split into 4 distinct stands. Plenty of people first come to the stadium's northwest corner, a common home fan zone which includes the Millwall Cafe opposite the Lions store. The neighbouring north stand is the designated away stand at the Den. Its turnstiles and the away ticket office are segregated from the rest of the ground, strictly for away fans only, and you'll reach these turnstiles through access routes further north off Ballina Road, from the far side of the Community Trust Lions Centre. Main stand sits further west, named for Barry Kitchener, Millwall's record appearance maker, with more than 600 games between 1966 and 1982. This site includes a main entrance in its centre, along with offices, lounge entrances and a ticket office. Main bulk of the stadium's car parking sat right outside. The connected southwest corner features entrance to Ari's Bar and leads round to the stadium's south stand. This is known as the Coldblow Lane stand, a reference to the road which led into Millwall's old Den. Space outside of the stand's basic exterior forms a large home fan zone and also features a matchday ticket office, the Millwall Memorial Garden and a Millwall-themed double-decker bus that now acts as a bar. Turnstiles around the stand's base. The neighbouring southeast corner holds the Spitfire Bar and leads round to the east stand. This is the Dockers stand, a reference to Millwall's origins on the Isle of Dogs and to the Thames Dockers, who have long formed part of the Lions fan base. Simple exterior here too, turnstiles at its southern end, also where Zampa's family stand is housed. Executive entrances slightly further up. The northern end is fenced off to create the segregation with the neighbouring away stand to the north. Inside, 2 tiers to the Barry Kitchener stand, featuring premium seating around its middle rows and a director's box in the upper tier. Dugouts and stadium tunnel sit down at the front. Away fans are housed exclusively in the 2-tiered north stand, with one or both tiers open depending on allocation. There's a big electronic screen that sits in the adjoining northeast corner. 2 tiers too to the Dockers stand, separated by a row of executive boxes. Zampa's family stand is formed from the southernmost blocks of the upper tier. I'm in the Coldblow Lane stand, a side which completes the full set of 2-tiered structures. It's very similar to the north stand opposite, but does include the words The Den spelt out in yellow across its 2 levels and is exclusively for home supporters. A pioneer for the modern era all-seater stadium, maximum capacity at the time of writing sits at 20,146. It's a cool Tuesday evening in the northeast, and it's ground 63 of the 92 in English football. The Stadium of Light is up next, the home of Sunderland Association Football Club since 1997. It was then club chairman Bob Murray who suggested a new name for this ground, a reference to the region's coal mining heritage and to the former mine based on the Monkwearmouth site where the stadium now sits. The new stadium is the successor to Roker Park, Sunderland's historic home between 1898 and 1997. The release of the Taylor Report in the 1990s created a need for the Black Cats to convert their home into an all-seater venue, a move that would have restricted total capacity of the Roker ground and would not have been fixable by expansion. The decision was made to build a brand new all-seater stadium, a site eventually chosen on the north bank of the River Wear, relatively close to both the city centre and the old Roker Park ground. Construction began in mid-1996, opening the following year with its Stadium of Light naming ceremony on the 30th of July 1997. The SOL is one of England's largest stadiums, a modern enclosed build with notable features both inside and out. Even before reaching the ground, for instance, those approaching from the immediate northeast pass by a statue of a miner's Davy lamp in the centre of a roundabout, a further reference to the mining history of the region. Large building nearby here is the Black Cat House. This was formerly the location of the main box office, but its base nowadays houses the club's store. The Black Cat House sits close to the stadium's east stand, featuring a standard exterior combination of brickwork, corrugated iron and cantilever roof supports. Sunderland's ticket office nowadays sits at the northern end of this stand, with turnstiles across its base. Family zone down in the ground's southeast corner, close to a statue of Bob Stokoe. Stokoe was manager of the Black Cats across two different spells, most notably in the mid-1970s, where he took a then second-tier Sunderland to FA Cup glory in 1973. The statue depicts the iconic image of him running to celebrate the win, wearing his Macintosh and Trilby hat. Fans have long had a belief that rubbing the statue's foot pre-game gives Sunderland good luck. The nearby south stand is also known as the Roker End, just as the iconic southern end of the old Roker Park was too. Shared design with that of the east stand, plenty of turnstiles along its brick base. Things get much bigger when you head round the next corner. An extra brick and glass facade to the stadium's west stand, the main and biggest side of the Stadium of Light. It has just recently been named the Jimmy Montgomery, a Sunderland-born goalkeeper who played well over 600 times for his hometown club, part of that 1973 FA Cup winning team. The exterior facade dominates this side of the stadium. You have to go pretty far back into either the red or yellow car parks outside in order to fully take it in. Entrances to the main reception and hospitality suites are down at its base. The access road outside, called Keel Lane, is reached through sets of large iron gates. Be sure to also take in the SAFC Memorial Garden in the middle of the red car park, as well as sculptures and a pit wheel based further north. The Stadium Lights North stand is neighboured by the Sunderland Aquatic Centre. The stand's got a similar design and height to the neighbouring Jimmy Montgomery stand. You'll find turnstiles underneath the overhanging exterior, with the away fan turnstiles closer to the stand's eastern end. There's a fan bar sat near the ground's northeast corner, which continues round at a similar height to the adjacent east stand and completes that full loop. The Roker end of the Stadium of Light's interior is split into two levels with a walkway in the middle. There's safe standing in place in the upper level, and seats right at the very back can be affected by supporting pillars, a big screen hanging down from the roof overhead. The Jimmy Montgomery stand adds an additional tier, the Premier Concourse, separated from the split section bowl below by a row of executive boxes. Dugouts and tunnel are down the front, premium seating based higher up. That three-level design continues round to both the northwest corner and the stadium's north stand, mid-level executive boxes dividing it from the lower bowl. Whilst home fans exclusively take up the bottom levels, the top tier of the north stand is the designated away section on Sunderland match days. Plenty of staircases needed to get up to here as an away fan, but Sunderland at least have featured some quotes on the walls to keep you focused as you both climb and then descend. I'm in the east stand, a two-section design much like the Roker end, which completes the lower interior bowl, used exclusively by home supporters. Walkway in the centre, small supporting pillars to be wary of if you're right up at the very back. First holding an England international in October 1999, maximum capacity at the time of writing sits at 49,000. It's a warm, sunny Sunday in London, and it's ground 64 of the 92 in English football. The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is up next, the home of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club since April 2019. This leading stadium sits almost on the exact site of White Hart Lane, Spurs' historic home between 1899 and 2017. The change of venue is a major upgrade to Tottenham, giving the fan base a ground that can hold over 25,000 more than what previously stood by the High Road. The redevelopment process was a long one, plans dating back to the mid-2000s, taking almost a decade to start, and the original opening had to be delayed to 2019. Tottenham made use of Wembley Stadium for the period between grounds, officially opening with its first senior competitive game against Crystal Palace on the 3rd of April 2019. The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is designed to be a world-class facility, used not just for football, but also as the regular home for the UK's now annual NFL fixtures. It's these NFL events where the East Stand entrance comes into best use, a stand running alongside Worcester Avenue, multiple gates along the base of an exterior that's dominated by glass, metal panels and precast concrete, the outer shell as a whole forming part of an asymmetric bowl. Necessary security checks at every one of the 23 total fan gates that are around the stadium. Standout exterior feature is the South Stand. Running parallel to Park Lane, it houses a 7,000 square metre glass facade, allowing its 5-storey interior atrium to be visible from outside. You'll get up to the South Stand turnstiles through a raised podium, best access from either the southeast or southwest corners of the stadium. Any home fan can get round to the South Stand atrium once inside the ground, and you're also permitted to head out into the large fan zone immediately outside the stand that's known as Park Lane Square. Immediately outside the stadium's southwest corner, a set of buildings, collectively housing the club museum, club shop, stadium tour entrance, and the entrance to the Skywalk, a paid tour which takes you up onto the stadium roof when matches aren't taking place. The West Stand is officially the stadium's main stand, very similar design and layout to the East Stand opposite, runs right alongside the High Road. The space outside of the stadium's North Stand, meanwhile, is dominated by Lillywhite House and a Sainsbury's supermarket. There's a path immediately outside the stand called Paxton Terrace, including an open space called Paxton Place around the northwest corner of the stadium, where the media entrance and the main ticket office can be found. You can get up to Lillywhite House and gates 8 to 10 if you have a North Stand ticket. Away fans typically make use of gates 11 to 12, based up on an elevated podium by the stadium's northeast corner. Head up along Worcester Avenue or cut right through the northern Sainsbury's car park in order to get to here. The East Stand of the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium has 4 tiers, the smaller middle ones intended for premium seating. Directly connected to the neighbouring North Stand, the designated away section takes up the bottom tier of the ground's northeast corner with rail seating present. The South Stand holds 17,500 people, making it the largest single-tier stand in the country. 34 degrees steep at its highest point, rail seating takes up the blocks of the stand's lower down section. The West Stand, a similar 4-tier design to the East Stand opposite, premium seating in the middle, as well as a press area in the top tier, and the stadium's dugouts and tunnel down the front of the bottom tier. I'm in the top tier of the North Stand, a 3-tiered structure 35.5 metres high and housing 4 separate levels of concourse. A buoyant mood around this place pre-game following a certain result in Bilbao last week. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 62,850. It's a cool Friday evening in South Wales, and it's ground 65 of the 92 English League football. The Cardiff City Stadium is up next, the home of Cardiff City Football Club and the Wales national football team since July 2009. This is the premier venue of the Leckwith development, a large project in Cardiff Southwest that includes a retail park, a new athletic stadium and a new hotel complex. The Cardiff City Stadium was built to give the Bluebirds a successor to Ninian Park, their historic home between 1910 and 2009. The old ground sat a short distance east of the current stadium, demolished and since replaced by housing. Cardiff City's first game at the CCS was a friendly against Celtic on the 22nd of July 2009, and Wales would play their first home game here on the 14th of November 2009, a 3-0 friendly win over Scotland. The modern-day Cardiff City Stadium forms the centrepiece of a complex that includes plenty of surrounding retail, usually reached by most on either Sloper Road to the east or Leckwith Road to the north. Those coming from the southeast like me will first reach the stadium's southeast corner. On Cardiff City match days, this forms the entrance to the designated away section, usually fenced off at the sides with one way in from the local road. There is car parking within this segregated away section. The neighbouring east stand is the Ninian stand, facing where Ninian Park once stood. It's the tallest side of the stadium following a major expansion in the mid-2010s, now featuring an exterior which hangs over the path outside and has coach parking right outside. Entrance gates and the Ninian Lounge reception along its base, some of those gates are deeper inside the exterior and you'll need a specific ticket to be permitted here. Northeast corner of the stadium looks out to Car Park A and is directly connected to the North stand, known as the Canton stand, to the area out beyond it. Simple exterior here with gates at its centre and ends. There is a matchday ticket office down at the base and one of the many programme hubs further along. Car Park B sits out beyond, with a Lidl, KFC, McDonald's and a Marston's pub also on the site. Outside of the Cardiff City Stadium's northwest corner sits a statue of Fred Keener, the legendary Welsh defender who captained his hometown club to an FA Cup win in 1927. His statue depicts him holding the famous trophy. The road leading into this corner of the stadium from Leckwith Road is also named after him. The West Stand is the Grandstand, featuring the players' entrance, the main reception, the main ticket office and the Cardiff City Superstore. Car Park C and D out beyond, it features a panelled and glass exterior facade similar to the Ninian Stand opposite, with the further out access road being named the Brian Clark, the late former striker who scored a winning goal for Cardiff against Real Madrid back in 1971. The connected southwest corner brings you round to the stadium's south stand, known as the Family Stand or the Grange Stand, in reference to Grangetown out beyond. Similar design here to the Canton Stand opposite, the main difference being fencing partway along, which can segregate the nearby away section from home gates on a Cardiff City matchday. The Canton Stand is the popular home end on both Cardiff City and Wales match days, dominated by blue seating with railing in place to the furthest back rows, and a gantry up at the very back where a band can be based. The blue lower bowl continues round to form the bottom tier of the Ninian Stand, another home-only section. That additional red tier came following the 2010s expansion, housing corporate seating in its middle. On major match days, the designated away section takes in the blocks at the stadium's southeast corner, fenced off from home blocks either side, and now almost completely full of rails which can permit safer standing during matches. The neighbouring Grange Stand is a home end, similarly blue like the Canton Stand, but without the presence of guardrails at the back. I'm in the grandstand, the stadium's main stand, which has its largest tier at the bottom and smaller executive seating tiers further back. Hospitality boxes at higher levels, with the stadium's dugouts and tunnel down the front. An abundance of red over blue in the stands today, with this being an international game. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 33,280. It's a warm, sunny Tuesday evening in Nottinghamshire, and it's ground 66 of the 92 in English football. The City Ground is up next, the home of Nottingham Forest Football Club since 1898. This historic stadium is officially the 7th home in Forest's long history, and their clear longest in use. Forest formed back in 1865, playing at several sites around Nottingham, the most recent being the purpose-built town ground in the Meadows, which they had to leave following council plans and move to an authored site that was south of the River Trent. Taking the name City Ground to celebrate Nottingham's recently gained city status, it was first used by Forest in April 1898, though didn't officially open until that September. Nearly 130 years of history since has seen notable expansion, time spent as the country's leading stadium, flood damage in the 1940s, fire damage in the 1960s, necessary conversion to all-seater in the 1990s, and use for 3 group games at UEFA Euro 1996. The modern-day City Ground sits in West Bridgford, right by the banks of the River Trent. Meadow Lane, home of City rivals Notts County, sits just 250 metres away on the other side of the river, making these the 2 closest grounds in English professional football. The City Ground consists of 4 distinct stands, with its easternmost being known as the Bridgford Stand. It's split between home and away supporters on match days, turnstiles across a number of spots, including some at the end of Colwick Road, which leads up from the south. Others sit in front of the City Ground's main car park, those lower tier turnstiles available to away fans for Nottingham Forest games. The connected North stand is named for Brian Clough, the legendary Forest manager between 1975 and 1993. His honours here including the First Division title, 4 League Cups and 2 consecutive European Cups. The Brian Clough stand has a simple exterior, towers over you from outside, turnstiles along its base, its upper tier ones generally found at either end. The stand's executive box reception entrance sits around its centre. Open space in the northwest corner leading round to the west stand, the popular Trent end which backs up to the river. Its exterior is best viewed from the opposite bank, a largely glass and panels facade which hangs over a walkway underneath. Turnstiles to the stand are at either end, the very centre of the walkway housing entrance to the Nottingham Forest Museum. Final stand is to the south, the main stand, named for Peter Taylor, Brian Clough's assistant for many years, a spell at Forest between 1976 and 1982, which included that golden era of success. The stand is reached from Pavilion Road. The Nottingham Forest megastore and main ticket office building sits outside the car park entrance, the Community Trust building round the corner. Fan turnstiles at the more eastern side of the car park, along with a handful of turnstiles to the Bridgeland stand's lower tier. The Bridgeland stand includes the northeast corner. It is mostly two-tiered, but only single-tiered at its southern end. This sloped roof design is done to allow sunlight to reach the houses on Colwick Road outside. On a Nottingham Forest match day, the designated away section is the northern blocks of the stand's bottom tier, rail seating for those further back, as well as those in the upper tier directly above. Single tier to the much older Peter Taylor stand, split into 2 sections that you can get between. Dugouts down the front, tunnel off centre, more premium seating around its middle blocks, and a couple of spaced out supporting pillars to be wary of. 2 tiers to the tall Trent end, the Legends Lounge inside separating the steeper upper tier from the smaller lower tier. It was rebuilt ahead of Euro 1996, able to be packed with around 7,300 home fans on a Forest match day. A roughly 500 capacity shipping container stand is sandwiched between the Trent end and the Brian Clough stand that I'm in. This is a 2-tiered structure, executive boxes separating the steeper upper tier from the smaller lower tier. It holds around 10,000 people in total. A significant day today, the first senior England international here since April 1941. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 30,404. It's a warm, cloudy Saturday in Lancashire, and it's ground 67 of the 92 in English football. Turf Moor is up next, the home of Burnley Football Club since February 1883. Named for the historic area of eastern Burnley that it sits within, Turf Moor's sporting history dates back to at least the mid-19th century, with the site in use by the long-standing Burnley Cricket Club. It was in 1883 the Burnley Cricket Club leased 7 acres of land adjacent to their cricket field, setting up a football pitch and inviting a local football club, Burnley SC, to relocate from elsewhere in the town. Burnley had formed the previous year by rugby players who had wanted to shift to the more popular football sport. With financial setup help from the cricket club, Burnley Football Club played their first Turf Moor game on the 17th of February 1883, a 6-3 loss to Rawtenstall. What began as a very simple pitch layout would expand to have grandstands by the late 1880s, in time for Burnley to be a founding member of the Football League in 1888. Turf Moor has grown significantly in the more than 140 years since opening, still neighboured by Burnley Cricket Club, but now the much more major venue. This cricket club affects access to the stadium's westernmost stand, the location for away fans on a match day. The procedure nowadays for away fans to aid segregation is to enter via an exclusive path of Belvedere Road to the west, and the cricket club's pavilion can be in use as an away fan zone like it is today. For home fans reaching Turf Moor, you're making use of Harry Potts Way that runs along the southern side of the ground and is named for the manager who won the top flight title with Burnley in 1960. The parallel south stand dates back to 1974. It's named for Bob Lord, a local businessman who was chairman of the Clarets between 1955 and 1981. It's Turf Moor's main stand. Facilities on its exterior included the main entrance, the ticket office and the Claret store down at the ground's southeast corner. Round the Claret Store corner and up Higgin Street is the stadium's East Stand, named for Northern Irish lord Jimmy McIlroy, who is considered one of Burnley's greatest ever players. It dates back to 1996, using a modern cantilever design with turnstiles along its base and the stand's hospitality entrance in its centre. Turf Moor's Memorial Garden sits outside the stand's immediate vicinity. The largest side of Turf Moor is the North Stand, a side formerly known as the James Hargreaves Stand. It was built at the same time as the Jimmy McIlroy Stand and mirrors its design, housing turnstiles along its base and a main entrance in its centre. Outside is the ground's main car park, as well as a large elite training centre building, and the space immediately east from here forms a home fan zone on match days. The Jimmy McIlroy Stand holds around 6,000 people, featuring a largely blue-coloured bottom tier and a largely claret-coloured steeper top tier, separated by executive boxes. There are pavilion-like stands in both neighbouring corners, which are available for disabled supporters to use. The Bob Lord Stand holds around 4,000, single-tiered with a mix of claret and blue seats and supporting pillars affecting those up towards the back. It's got the stadium dugouts down at the front, with the stadium tunnel nowadays positioned at the ground's southwest corner. The West Stand, sometimes known as the Cricket Field Stand, houses home and away fans on Burnley match days. Away supporters used to be allocated the more southern blocks of this deep stand, but are nowadays in the more northern blocks. There's rail seating for the claret rows further back and a couple of supporting pillars to be wary of. I'm in the North Stand, which mirrors the design of the Jimmy McIlroy Stand, with a largely blue-coloured bottom tier, a largely claret-coloured steeper upper tier, and executive boxes in between. Burnley's main matchday camera gantry is housed up at the back. Continuously used for football for over 140 years, capacity at the time of writing sits at 21,944. It's a warm Wednesday evening in Liverpool, and it's ground 68 of the 92 in English football. Hill Dickinson Stadium is up next, the new home of Everton Football Club since the summer of 2025. The newest member of the 92 is a very new build. The modern successor to Goodison Park, Everton's historic home between 1892 and 2025, and now in use by the Everton women's team. The idea of Everton leaving Goodison for a new home has been in discussion for years, a chance to create a much larger ground for one of England's most notable football clubs. Numerous plans came and went over the years, with one coming to fruition in the late 2010s, a development of a site at Bramley-Moore Dock in Vauxhall on the east bank of the River Mersey. Despite initial criticism from UNESCO, the project has gone ahead, a long-term process that began back in August 2021 with foundation work that included filling in the disused dock basin. The Everton Stadium, as it was known, was constructed in stages with pieces put together off-site and then transported over. Structure was fully in place by the end of 2024, officially opening with a test event in February 2025 where 10,000 were allowed to see Everton under-18s play Wigan Athletics under-18s. Further test events with increased capacities featured the Everton under-21s and a first-team pre-season friendly, with Everton's first competitive match at the stadium being a Premier League game against Brighton and Hove Albion on the 24th of August 2025, winning 2-0. Today, I'm at Game 2. Hill Dickinson Stadium towers over the surrounding area, its dockside location leading basically all visitors to approach via Regent Road to the east. Along the dock's stone perimeter wall are 5 separate entrance gates, lettered A to E from south to north, and heading through any brings you outside the stadium's east stand. This large side features the main pre-game fan zone plaza outside, with the Everton store in the stand's centre and numerous turnstiles spread across its base. The main ticket office of the stadium is around the corner to the south, with the south stand roof hanging overhead. Nelson Dock and the Blue Rose Lane car park out beyond, the walkway immediately outside the south stand is known as Everton Way, decorated with around 36,000 personalised stones, a tribute to the global Everton family. A few turnstiles in the middle of this stand's base. The main stand sits to the west, a similar design to the east stand opposite, though notably featuring a lower level western terrace, a walkway immediately underneath that has access points at either end and its middle, as well as dock space out beyond that will later be developed into a waterfront Everton promenade. A media entrance sits in the centre of the stand's walkway tunnel, with home turnstiles in place at either end. Similar to the south stand opposite, the sand and hearth-tide dock and industrial buildings on Love Rose Lane affect the size of the walkway outside the stadium's north stand. It's a narrow one still at this stage, right underneath the north stand roof, with home turnstiles over at the ground's northwest corner. Away fans on an Everton match day are housed around the northeast corner of the stadium, required to use segregated away turnstiles that you can only reach from a fenced-off path that starts away from the north stand and on one side of an important hydraulic tower landmark that sits next to the fan zone. It's also around here that you'll find a blue memorial bollard dedicated to Everton fan Michael Jones, who tragically died whilst working on the stadium project back in August 2023. Inside, the main stand to the west features two main tiers of blue seating, utilising premium and hospitality blocks in its centre, a media gantry and press area in its upper tier, and VIP seats lower down. Dugouts and tunnels sit right down the front. Two tiers of seating in the northwest corner, with the connected north stand being the least tall of the four sides. Still got two tiers of blue though, with plans for rail seating to be installed down the line. Away fans are allocated seats in the northeast corner of the stadium, usually just the safe standing rows of the bottom tier, but the top tier can also be made available for cup games like this one today. The east stand mirrors the height of the west stand opposite and has a similar layout with hospitality and premium seats around its centre and more general seating further wide. I'm in the south stand, a pure home end which presently features rail seating within its bottom tier. Still very new, but feeling very good already. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 52,769. It's a cloudy Saturday in London and it's ground 69 of the 92 in English football. The Hive Stadium is up next, home to Barnet Football Club since July 2013, as well as London Bees since 2014. With the name reflecting Barnet's Bees nickname, the Hive opened as a successor to Underhill Stadium, which has been their home since 1907. There'd been attempts to get an upgrade on Underhill since the 1990s, with other site plans rejected. By the early 2000s, construction had begun on a ground on former playing fields, initially intended to be a home for Wealdstone Football Club, but that project had to halt when investment partners went into liquidation. The site became disused, bought by Barnet in 2006, with first a training centre and later a full stadium built within the complex. Barnet have been using the site now for over a decade, but there's a belief that it's never truly been the right modern home, especially as the Hive complex sits within neighbouring Edgware as opposed to the borough of Barnet where the club originates from. Regardless, the Hive Stadium forms the centrepiece of a practical facility with plenty of community training pitches to the north, east and south, and is best reached on the tube by Cannons Park Station to the north, a stop on the Jubilee line. The main stand, or the Hive stand, sits to the east. Main ticket office sat at its southern end, with facilities along its base including a private health centre, the Amber Suite, the main reception and a home supporters bar. You'll make use of turnstiles at the ends for getting inside. A taller structure for the north stand, known as Stand 66. It's the designated away stand on Barnet match days, access from the back and down at the western end. Fenced off outer concourse for fans, as well as access to the attached Amber Lounge. For the adjacent west stand, known as the Legend stand, you need to head to the opposite side of the stadium, through the ground's southern car park and through the Legend's entrance and turnstiles. That's exactly where I am for this game, gaining access to the attached Legends Lounge, which honours iconic Barnet figures from their Underhill days. This is probably a stand a lot of people have seen before. The Jubilee tube line runs parallel to it up on higher ground. Stand 66 is a simple single tier of orange and black seating, with segregation put in place depending on the away allocation. A very clear view of the pitch and game from over here. The Hive stand is probably more known through its interior offices and facilities than its seating area, but does contain small blocks of black seating, and not all of them are covered by an overhead roof. Family stand is at the southern end, subs benches in the middle and a tunnel off-centre. The Hive's southern end used to be home to the Bees Terrace, a simple, small covered standing terrace. It's been an empty grass bank for a number of years now though. I'm in the Legend stand, a similar height and design to the adjacent Stand 66, dominated by orange and black seating and taken up by exclusively home supporters. The matchday camera's based up at the back. Barnet fans hope to return to their actual home borough in the future, but for now they remain here. Regulated capacity at the time of writing sits at 6,418. It's a cool Saturday in Suffolk, and it's ground 70 of the 92 in English football. Portman Road is up next, the home of Ipswich Town Football Club since 1884. Named for the road which passes by immediately east, Portman Road is Ipswich's third different ground, previously based elsewhere at Broomhill Park. The site at the time had a longer cricket history, used in summers by the East Suffolk Cricket Club since 1855, with the initial structure utilising a pavilion. Portman Road would grow significantly in the 20th century, its early years notably including a Churchman Brothers tobacco processing plant immediately to the south. A first permanent stand to the east was known as the Chicken Run, with the ground becoming a permanent football site when Ipswich Town turned professional in 1936 and the cricket club were moved out. Growth since includes northern and southern terracing in the late 1930s, floodlights in the late 1950s, conversion to all-seater in the 1990s, and new look north and south stands in the 2000s. The modern-day Portman Road is a compact ground with 4 distinct stands, both its exterior and interior honouring the proud history of Ipswich Town. Take its northeast corner for instance. It's here, opposite the Ipswich Town Club store, that you'll find statues of both Kevin Beattie and Sir Alf Ramsey. Beattie is often considered as Ipswich's greatest ever player, a defender and product of the youth team who won the 1978 FA Cup and the 1981 UEFA Cup with the Tractor Boys. The statue's been in place since late 2021. The close-by North Stand has been named for Sir Bobby Robson since 2009. Manager of Ipswich between 1969 and 1982, he oversaw a golden era in Suffolk where the club became a European regular, winning both the FA Cup and the UEFA Cup. The stand's exterior base honours both Bobby Robson and more modern Ipswich's legacy, turnstiles in place across the base and below its angled panelled roof. The neighbouring West Stand dates back to 1957. It's the least accessible of the 4 sides, its immediate vicinity taken up by a turf fan zone, only open to fans with tickets to this side of the stadium. The stand's turnstiles are to the north off of Sir Alf Ramsey Way, and there's a vehicle VIP entrance off Constantine Road to the west. Portman Road's central location leaves it in the heart of Ipswich, close to buildings that form part of Suffolk County Council. Get round from here and a neighbouring Travel Lodge and you're in line with the stadium's south stand. This has been named since 2012 to Sir Alf Ramsey, manager of Ipswich between 1955 and 1963, taking them from the 3rd tier to the top flight title in 1962. He would later lead England to the 1966 FIFA World Cup on home soil. This south stand has 2 access points, immediately south from Chancery Road or at its eastern end off the Portman Road. Portman Road itself runs alongside the stadium's east stand. Dating back to 1971, it's known as the Cobbold Stand, referencing the Cobbold family, best known for their brewing and their impact in turning Ipswich Town into the club that it is today. This stand features the designated away section, its turnstiles found at the southern end, with home turnstiles and Burley's Bar, named for former player and manager George Burley, located further north. Car parking spaces are out beyond, and the centre point of the stand has a statue of Sir Bobby Robson stood opposite. Portman Road's West Stand is a 3-tiered structure, featuring family areas, a disabled area, a press area up at the back, premium seating in its centre, and dugouts down at the front, with the Portman Road pavilion-like tunnel in the ground's southwest corner. The Sir Bobby Robson Stand is a 2-tiered home stand, its lower tier aiming each game to contain the most vocal Ipswich Town fans, with a steeper upper tier positioned above. The Cobbold Stand is also 2-tiered, its levels separated by executive boxes. Away fans are allocated the stand's southern blocks, either just the top tier or both levels depending on allocation, and there's rail seating present within here. I'm right at the back of the Sir Alf Ramsey stand, which mirrors the design of the Sir Bobby Robson stand opposite. 2 tiers of blue, steeper upper tier, exclusively for home fans. Used for 1 senior England international back in 2003, capacity at the time of writing sits at 30,056. It's a wet, windy Saturday in South Yorkshire, and it's ground 71 of the 92 in English football. The Eco Power Stadium is up next, the home of Doncaster Rovers Football Club since January 2007. This ground is probably best known by its former Keepmoat Stadium name, a sponsorship deal with the local house building company, which was in place until late 2021, succeeded by another local company, Eco Power Construction Group. The stadium forms part of the Lakeside Sports Complex, built as a modern successor to Bellevue, which was Doncaster's home between 1922 and 2007. The complex includes a green, community pitches, an athletics stadium, a sports hall, and a shopping outlet to the south. Best access from Stadium Way, the Eco Power Stadium is an enclosed bowl, a site ringed by Alec Jeffrey Way, named for the iconic Doncaster Rovers striker. Stadium facilities include a Doncaster club shop inside the blue-coloured southwest corner. It's the first club shop I've encountered in this series that has got cardboard cutouts of players and managers' faces available for sale. The connected south stand is a home side, includes the Club Doncaster box office at its base, as well as home turnstiles further east and an enterprise zone entrance in its centre. Green-coloured southeast corner leads round to the longer east stand. There's a village green out beyond here, as well as a statue of Nika and Hephaestus in a pose which symbolises the sporting and athletic purpose of this stadium. Eastern side itself includes the family stand to the south, with access to the Legends Club hospitality in its centre and further home turnstiles at its more northern end. Yellow-coloured northeast corner leads round to the north stand, where away supporters are based on Doncaster Rovers match days. Turnstiles towards the end and access to the Club Doncaster Foundation is in its centre. And finally, a red-coloured northwest corner leading round to the main stand to the west. There's access to the Club Doncaster Academy reception on its corner, with west stand facilities including club offices, Alex Bar, the Bellevue Bar, and the main reception entrance. Home turnstiles in place at either end. The Eco Power Stadium is a single-tier ring of largely red seating. Each stand carries a simple design with red seating blocks, premium hospitality seating in its centre, and some executive boxes up at the back. Seats swing round to connect the south stand, most popular with vocal Rovers fans. Mostly red, though the word Doncaster is spelt out in white across the seating blocks. Large electronic screen in the southwest corner, and then the main stand to the west, which has been named to Doncaster Rovers legend James Coppinger. Disabled seating platforms and a press area present in this stand, with the tunnel and subs benches down at the front and the matchday camera housed up at the back. I'm in part of the north stand, a very similar design to the south stand opposite, also featuring the word Doncaster spelt out in white. The number of blocks available to away fans depends on the allocation. Home in turn to both Doncaster Rovers Bells and Doncaster RLSC. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 15,231. It's a cold, cloudy Saturday in London, and it's ground 72 of the 92 in English football. Plough Lane is up next, the home of ASC Wimbledon since November 2020. This surrounding area has more than a century of history, previously housing a football ground that was the home to the former Wimbledon Football Club between 1912 and 1991. The Dons would leave the ground as they deemed necessary conversion to an all-seater to be too difficult. A ground share was put in place with Crystal Palace's Selhurst Park, but this deal ended up lasting well over a decade as Wimbledon struggled to find a suitable new stadium site and the top-flight team began a gradual decline. Wimbledon was second tier and in financial administration by the early 2000s, and it would be in September 2003 that the club was controversially relocated to Milton Keynes, later rebranded as Milton Keynes Dons. Protest to the move brought about a new football club, ASC Wimbledon, created by a group of Wimbledon supporters. They began life in 2002 down in non-league, quickly reaching the Football League in 2011, and they've been in the third or fourth tier ever since. One of ASC's primary aims since founding has been to get the Wimbledon name back playing in the borough of Merton and what is regarded as its spiritual home of Plough Lane. The process to get to where we are now took many years, during which Wimbledon played at Kingsmeadow in Kingston upon Thames as part of a ground share agreement with non-league Kingstonian. That's a ground nowadays operated and owned by Chelsea for their women's and under-21 teams. Construction of the modern plough lane finally began in the late 2010s and was complete by later 2020, with AFC Wimbledon finally returning the Dons to their long-term home for a 2-2 draw with Doncaster Rovers on the 3rd of November 2020. The modern-day plough lane is a compact stadium with limited access points. For many home fans, one of those access points is an opening down by its southwest corner, providing turnstiles to the large west stand, as well as access to the AFC Wimbledon club shop and a connected museum. 3 statues based outside, a back-to-back wooden pair of Dave Besant, captain of Wimbledon's iconic FA Cup winning team from 1988, and Roy Law, captain of the FA Amateur Cup winning team from 1963. Nearby too, a statue of Kiwi Speedway rider Ronnie Moore, honouring the site's former legacy as a racing track. Flats take up the space outside the stadium's south stand, exterior highlight a Womble's bench, and it's the east stand where the stadium comes back into view. Set of turnstiles in place here along the base of the stand's tall perimeter wall, with an outer concourse for home fans on the other side. Away supporters are housed at the northern end of the stadium through separate turnstiles. They're found at the end of Basdard Way, reach them either out off the Riverside Road if you're coming from the north, or through a handy pathway if you're approaching from Greyhound Parade that runs alongside the east stand. Simple interior layout to Plough Lane. The east stand is a single tier of largely blue seating with the Dons spelt out in yellow across its blocks. Flags of Wimbledon fan clubs used as part of decoration on its back wall. It holds a little under 2,400 people. The south stand's the same height, largely blue with specks of yellow further back, and there are black rails in these blocks to enable safe standing, capacity of just over 1,000. Largest side is the main stand to the west, holding more than 4,200. Including the stadium's southwest corner, it's a 3-tiered structure with its main seating area down the front and 2 levels of executive boxes up above. Dugouts down the front and the stadium tunnel in the centre. I'm in the north stand, attached to the neighbouring east stand and including the stadium's northwest corner, holding around 1,400 in total. It's a very similar seat design to the south stand opposite, with the away section starting with the westernmost blocks. More can be made available to visitors depending on the allocation. Used in turn by both AFC Wimbledon Women and the London Broncos, capacity at the time of writing sits at 9,215. It's a cold, wet Saturday in Dorset, and it's ground 73 of the 92 in English football. Dean Court is up next, the home of AFC Bournemouth since 1910. Better known nowadays as the Vitality Stadium, a sponsorship name it's held since July 2015. This ground sits on the edge of Kings Park in Boscombe. Its traditional Dean Court name comes from the Cooper Dean family, who previously owned the land that Bournemouth's home now sits on. The Cherries were known as Boscombe Football Club back then, changing their name to Bournemouth and Boscombe Athletic upon election to the Football League in 1923 and adopting their current name in 1971. Dean Court went through extensive rebuilding work in the 2000s to create the ground that's in place today, also taking several different sponsorship names during this period. The Vitality in place today is a simple structure with 4 distinct stands. Approaching north from Kings Park brings you first to the south stand. The newest side, built in 2013, it's named for Ted McDougall, a Scottish-born striker who had 2 separate spells at Bournemouth between 1969 and 1980, notably scoring a record 9 goals in a single FA Cup tie in 1971. The stand itself has a very basic white exterior with a couple of entrance gates along its base and space opposite housing a covered fan zone. Dean Court's main stand is round to the west, housing the main reception, media entrance, a ticket office and lounge access. AFC Bournemouth Superstore is attached towards the northern end, with more fan zone space outside of this northwest corner. The north stand is named for Bournemouth icon Steve Fletcher, a striker who scored more than 120 goals for the Cherries in 2 spells between 1992 and 2013. Simple exterior decorated with flags off the cantilever supports. There's an outer food kiosk here, as well as 2 turnstiles for home fans. The exterior of the long east stand is dominated by the AFC Bournemouth Performance Centre, as well as lounge access. It's got turnstile blocks at either end, with its southern turnstile blocks used by visiting away fans. On the opposite side of the access path, the Bournemouth Training Pavilion, with training pitches out beyond. Single-tiered to the Ted McDougall stand, enclosed by decorated windshields and with concourse entrances lower down. A couple of supporting pillars down at the front to be wary of. The main stand is also single-tiered, with hospitality up behind its back row, premium seating more centrally, and the dugouts and tunnel down the front. ASCB spelled out twice in white across the red seating blocks. The Steve Fletcher stand is the same height, also single-tiered and exclusively for home fans. Its further back rows nowadays contain railing for safe standing. I'm in the East stand, single-tiered like the rest of the stadium, with a disabled viewing platform in the middle and ASCB spelt out twice across its seating blocks. The stand's southern blocks form the designated away section at Dean Court. Planned for notable expansion in the near future, capacity at the time of writing sits at 11,307. It's a wet Saturday in Leicestershire, and it's ground 74 of the 92 in English football. The King Power Stadium is up next, the home of Leicester City Football Club since July 2002. This stadium serves as a successor to Filbert Street, the Foxes' historic home between 1891 and 2002. A move away had been in the works for plenty of years, Leicester feeling the need to leave their outdated ground for somewhere that could accommodate bigger crowds and offer better facilities. A site was chosen around late 2000 on the east bank of the River Soar and a very short distance from where Filbert Street stood. Work began soon after and was actually completed ahead of its initial schedule, ready in time for the Foxes to begin their 2002-03 season in the second tier. The early years of the stadium saw it make use of a naming rights deal with major crisp manufacturer Walkers, and since 2011 the name has belonged to King Power, the Thai-based travel retail group that also owned Leicester City. The King Power Stadium shares a familiar enclosed layout that's common with other major stadium builds from around the same period, an exterior dominated by cantilever pillars and a ring of blue squares which celebrate the club's history. Approaching from the east off Rawdyke Road, the east stands the first side on show to your left, one of the longer sides of the stadium, with plenty of turnstile gates along its base outside. That design's mirrored with the connected south stand, and things get noticeably wider round by the stadium's west stand. This is the main side of the King Power, dominated by a large glass exterior facade that's best viewed from the other side of the Soar. It's this side of the stadium that also houses the main reception, the players' entrance, hospitality and lounge access, with space opposite held in the Leicester City Remembrance Garden. The Foxes fan store sits on the stadium's northwest corner, right around from the main ticket office. It's outside of here that you'll also find a statue and memorial for Vichai Srivadhana Prava. The late Thai businessman was the founder of King Power and the owner of Leicester City from 2010, one of the 5 people tragically killed in a helicopter accident on the stadium site in October 2018. The north stand's exterior returns to the simple design of the east and south stands, turnstiles along its base, and fan activities often set up in the space outside. The King Power's west stand is officially its most complex, a combination of regular seating, premium seating, executive boxes and hospitality suites, with the stadium's substitute benches and tunnel down at the front. Seating blocks swing round to include the single-tier north stand, some seats coloured white to spell out the King Power sponsor name. A giant electronic screen is attached to the roof above, with rail seating to safe standing in the further back rows of its more eastern blocks. This rail seating continues round to part of the northeast corner, which houses the designated away section on Leicester City match days. The connected east stand is a longer side, also single-tiered with Leicester City spelt out across its blocks. There's further rail seating to be found in the upper parts of the southeast corner, with the ring of blue continuing round to the south stand and the southwest corner. South stand's very, very similar in layout to the north stand opposite, with another giant screen hanging from the roof. Home in turn to Leicester City Women since 2021, capacity at the time of writing sits at 32,259. It's a wet Saturday in Wiltshire, and it's ground 75 of the 92 in English football. The Nigel Eady County Ground is up next, the home of Swindon Town Football Club since 1896. Part of a complex that includes an athletic stadium and a cricket ground which also uses the county ground name, the football ground grew through initial investment in the early 1890s. It's Swindon Town's fifth official home, previously playing on the adjacent cricket ground site between 1893 and 1896. Nearly 130 years since has created the all-seater that's in place today, a ground that has experienced all four levels of English Professional League football. Since July 2024, it's been named to honour Nigel Eady, a notable lifelong fan of the Robins. The county ground is split into four distinct stands, with its main car park positioned outside the west stand. This is the town end, named for the late Alan McLaughlin, who was a former Swindon Town player and a Republic of Ireland international. This shorter stand has a simple white exterior, decorated with advertising boards and with turnstiles at its end. Round the corner to the north, the largest side of the stadium, the Arkell's John Trollope stand. Its name part honours Thomas Arkell, an owner of Swindon's local Arkell's Brewery and a man who helped fund the creation of this stand. Since 2021, it's also been named for John Trollope, an iconic left-back who spent his entire career at Swindon Town, playing a record 889 times between 1960 and 1980. The taller north side leads round to a shorter east side. This is the Stratton Bank, referencing an area out beyond. It's the least accessible side of the stadium, needing to make use of further out footpaths and Shrivenham Road to get between its open north end and its southern end. A couple of murals outside here for decoration. The tall south stand has been named to Don Rogers since 2007. Rogers played as a winger across two separate spells for Swindon, his standout moment being a pair of extra-time goals which won the 1969 League Cup for the Robins. The stand itself has a very plain exterior at current, turnstiles along its base, and a little away from the stand sits a statue of Don Rogers. Southwest corner between the Don Rogers stand and the town end houses the stadium's clubhouse, which includes the main ticket office and the Robins club shop. The Alan McLaughlin town end is a single tier of red seating, with supporting pillars in place down at the front, and also scaffolding from a floodlight tower which pierces into the stand's southern end. It holds around 1,800 people. The Arkell's John Trollope stand is split between a smaller lower section and a larger upper section, though you can get between them. Premium seating centrally, dugouts and tunnel down the front, and a couple of supporting pillars to be wary of. The stand as a whole holds around 5,800, with 1,200 of that made available for an away section from its easternmost blocks. The Stratton Bank is the only side without a roof, 2 levels of red seating with a scoreboard and a large Rolex clock up behind the back row. This is exclusively an away stand and will only be opened as additional away seating when larger crowds are expected. Up to 2,200 can be based in here. I'm in the Don Rogers stand, a cantilever roof structure with a small lower section and much taller upper section. Seats almost fully red in here, holds around 4,800 in total. One of the most unique stadiums around, capacity at the time of writing sits at 15,728. It's a cool Saturday on the south coast, and it's ground 76 of the 92 in English football. Fratton Park is up next, the home of Portsmouth Football Club since 1899. Named for the nearby Fratton railway station, this historic ground on Portsea Island was built by a local architect on what was formerly a market garden. It officially opened on the 15th of August 1899, but wouldn't hold its first game until the 6th of September, a 2-0 Pompey win over rival Southampton with around 4,100 present. Portsmouth have been based at Fratton Park for their entire active history, the club forming in 1898, but not officially having a team until the following year. Fratton Park has grown significantly in the more than 125 years since, notably the first ground in English football to hold an evening game under artificial lights in 1956. What sits in place today is a traditional four-sided structure surrounded by a combination of housing and open space. Approaching from Milton Lane to the north can bring you first to the stadium's east stand. This is the Milton end, a former open-air spy-on-cop terrace which has been all-seater since the 1990s and covered since 2007. It's had extra work in recent years to look much more modern, though its lower ground walkway outside still features graffiti patterns on the outer panels. The southwest corner leads round to the south stand. This is the the least accessible side of Fratton Park, a large amount of its exterior space taken up by houses on Carisbrooke Road. There's a few access points, one at either end of where the stand follows Carisbrooke Road, and the other being the iconic pavilion entrance at the end of Frogmore Road, next to the old Pompey pub. Hospitality lounge access around here, and a very handy narrow alley that helps you easily get from Frogmore Road to the western side of the ground. The west stand is known as the Fratton End, formerly the Railway End. It's outside nowadays, housing a Portsmouth fan zone, along with access to the Victory Suite and turnstiles at the stand's ends. North Stand is slightly angled in shape, a simple exterior that honours significant Portsmouth moments across its top. Its blue base houses turnstiles along it, as well as a Wall of Fame, which honours the 2,300 people who helped save Pompey from liquidation in 2013. Stadium's main gravel car park is out beyond the stand. The Milton End houses Fratton Park's designated away section. The amount of blocks available varies depending on allocation. Nowadays, a stand full of rail seating. This side not too long ago used to just have a simple metal fence as its back wall. It's now a more enclosed structure with a scoreboard atop the roof, though it's still got its supporting pillars down at the front. South Stand split into an upper and lower section, also featuring premium seating in its centre with the dugouts and tunnel down the front. The large television gantry and analogue clock has been in place since August 2024. The Fratton End is a tall single tier which features rail seating in its further back rows. Almost fully blue interior with a classic Pompey badge made out in yellow in a more northern block, whilst the more southern block makes out the face of Jimmy Dickinson, Portsmouth's record appearance maker, capped 48 times by England and later a Pompey manager. I'm in the lower level of the North Stand, the largest side with around 8,150 capacity. It's been reworked in recent years, now a two-tiered structure with a walkway in between and supporting pillars affecting those further back. Loaded with history, capacity at the time of writing sits at 20,867. It's a cloudy Saturday in South Yorkshire, and it's ground 77 of the 92 in English football. The New York Stadium is up next, the home of Rotherham United Football Club since July 2012. This stadium's name has two main origins. The land it sits within was an area of Rotherham historically known as New York. The site itself was also formerly home to a foundry which constructed part of the red fire hydrants found within New York City. The NYS was built as a modern successor to Millmoor, used by Rotherham clubs between 1907 and 2008. Rotherham United were forced out that same year, launching plans to build a community stadium that would become their new home. Whilst the NYS was built, the Millers based themselves at Sheffield's Don Valley Stadium until 2012, when they could move back into Rotherham itself. The New York Stadium has been Rotherham's enclosed home since, first playing a friendly against Barnsley here on the 21st of July 2012. The stadium since struck up a long-term naming rights deal with a local company, A-Seal. The New York Stadium sits on elevated ground, with the River Don passing by to the east and south. The majority will approach the ground from the north, likely arriving first at the North Stand. There's car parking out beyond on Love Rose Way, with the space immediately outside the stand incorporating a matchday fan zone. Turnstiles along the base of a stand, which gets shorter the further east you go. The connected east stand is the shortest side of the NYS, housing the stadium's family stand. Turnstiles towards either end of the long stand, with club offices in place across the stand's base and adjoining corners. The connected south stand is where the designated away turnstiles are housed, usually requiring a quick search for pedestrian access. It mirrors the exterior design of the north stand opposite, with a small away ticket office towards the western end and a grass bank immediately outside. There's a car park and coach park down on lower ground from here, focused near the stadium's southwest corner. The largest and most notable side of the New York Stadium is the main stand to the west. With a pedestrian walkway on higher ground and an access road lower down, it's dominated by a large facade made from red panels and glass windows. The stand's base houses major facilities including hospitality, the main reception, the home ticket office and the Miller's Red and White shop. Railway lines and Centenary Way, the A630 are out beyond, and further in the distance, you can make out what remains of Rotherham's former home, Millmoor. Walkway and access road both lead up to the stadium's northwest corner, connecting round to the North Stand and the matchday fan zone. The New York Stadium's East Stand utilises a single tier of largely red seating with Millers spelt out in white across the upper rows. A couple of disabled viewing platforms lower down in the stand, which can hold around 4,000 total people. The South Stand is the designated away stand. The amount made available depends on allocation. Single tier of red with RUSC spelt out across the blocks. Scoreboard and a clock up at the back. Rails in the furthest back rows. It holds around 2,000 in total. Main stand is the tallest side, featuring executive boxes and the main matchday camera up at the back. Premium seating in its centre with the dugouts and tunnel down the front. Around 4,000 total capacity for this side. I'm in the North Stand, which mirrors the design of the South Stand opposite, but is exclusively a home end. Single tier of mostly red, holds around 2,000, with a large electronic screen positioned up in the stadium's northwest corner. A host venue for 4 games at UEFA Women's Euro 2022. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 12,021. It's a cold, cloudy Saturday in London, and it's ground 78 of the 92 in English football. The Emirates Stadium is up next, the home of Arsenal Football Club since July 2006. Initially named for the site it sits within, Ashburton Grove, the Emirates is the modern successor to Arsenal Stadium. Affectionately known as Highbury, that old ground was the Gunners' home between September 1913 and May 2006. Talks of a new Arsenal home date back to the 1990s, with the club wanting to accommodate a growing fan base and compete financially with the very biggest in England. With expansion of Highbury not deemed possible and a bid for Wembley Stadium rejected, the Gunners went in search of land for a brand new stadium. The site was found in late 1999, at the time housing a rubbish processing plant and industrial estate, and based only around 500 metres away from where Highbury stood. It wouldn't be until the mid-2000s that work could finally begin, a project part funded through player sales and club sponsorship deals. Construction of the stadium took around 29 months in total, during which time a naming rights deal with Emirates Airlines was formed that still exists today. The first game of the new stadium was a Dennis Bergkamp testimonial on the 22nd of July 2006, with official opening by the late Prince Philip not coming until October. Arsenal's last game at Highbury would be a win over Wigan Athletic on the 7th of May 2006, the stadium later closing and being demolished with parts of it auctioned off. The site is nowadays a block of apartments called Highbury Square, still utilising the Grade 2 listed buildings of its east and west stands. The modern day Emirates Stadium remains one of the most major grounds in the country, still best reached by public transport. For me, I'm coming via the popular Arsenal stop on the Piccadilly line, leaving me reaching the stadium from the east. The site itself is flanked by tracks, and out on the eastern edge, alongside Drayton Park, sits Highbury House, which houses a ticket office and one of Arsenal's official club stores. Staircases inside the building lead up to a bridge over the tracks. This bridge is named for Ken Fryer, a local man who has spent a large part of his life associated with Arsenal, working a number of roles within the club, as well as being part of the board, and is nowadays a life president of the club. There's a statue of Fryer as a boy at the end of the bridge, a reference to when his association with the Gunners first began as a 12-year-old. The Ken Fryer Bridge brings you round to the northern end of the Emirates Stadium. The ground shares the stand names of the former Arsenal Stadium, making this the North Bank. 2 levels of walkway outside, higher ground nowadays housing the Arsenal Museum, as well as a statue of Arsene Wenger, manager between 1996 and 2018, winning 3 Premier League titles and 7 FA Cups with the club. On the ground lower down outside the stand is another statue, this one of Tony Adams, a one-club man. The defender played 672 times for Arsenal between 1938 and 2002, in turn capped 66 times by England, winning plenty of domestic and European silverware whilst at Highbury. A standout feature of the Emirates Stadium are 8 giant exterior murals. These used to house the backs of 32 legendary players looking inwards at the pitch. Whilst their names are still displayed at the base of each mural, the 2020s has brought about change, with the 8 murals now displaying 8 pieces of artwork which celebrate the club's history and traditions. On my clockwise journey round, Mural 1 is called Remember Who You Are. A nod to Highbury, it depicts the iconic old East Stand exterior and features many notable former players and managers. A largely panelled facade leads round to Mural 2, titled 1886. It's a reference to the year of Arsenal's founding and includes the words "always forward," symbolising their constant pursuit of progress. Major entrances to the stadium's east stand sit between Mural 2 and Mural 3. This is titled Future Brilliance, a nod to the success of the Arsenal Academy. Young hopefuls run into a white flag on the left, and legendary players emerge from the red flag on the right. Mural 4 is titled Victoria Concordia Crescit. Inspired by French revolutionary paintings, it's a focus on the club's motto, victory through harmony. Outside the southeast corner of the Emirates Stadium sits another access bridge, this one named for Danny Thijsman, the late former shareholder and director of Arsenal. At its edge sits a statue of Herbert Chapman, the legendary 20th century manager who was at Arsenal from 1925 until his sudden death in 1934. He won 2 First Division titles and the FA Cup whilst in charge. South Stand is known as the Clock End, housing a larger replica inside of the analogue clock which Highbury once held to its south, and includes Mural 5 towards its western end. This is We All Follow the Arsenal, featuring 187 banners and flags of Arsenal supporters groups from around the world. It's out beyond that mural that you can find Celebration Corner, a long mural of iconic Arsenal goal celebrations from across the years. In front of this, a statue of the great Thierry Henry, Arsenal's record goalscorer, 228 goals between 1999 and 2007, and a brief but memorable loan back in 2012. Mural 6 is called Invincible, immortalising 2 iconic Arsenal teams, the women's quadruple winning team from 2006-07, they're not the only team with a Women's Champions League win now, and the men's team from 2003-04, which won the Premier League title unbeaten. Outside this mural sits a statue of Dennis Bergkamp, the silky Dutch attacker who was at Arsenal between 1995 and 2006, scoring 120 times. On lower ground outside the West Stand, meanwhile, access to another box office and another major club shop called the Armoury. Mural 7 on the way round is called Found a Place Where We Belong, a nod to the large Arsenal family. It features more than 700 Arsenal supporters and large banners that display popular terrace chants from across the years. Further up between the West Stand and the North Bank then sits Mural 8, Come to See the Arsenal. It's a nod to the community roots and North London pride, intentionally put here to be seen by those on passing trains. Plenty of turnstile entrances and executive entrances across its exterior base, leading to the multi-levelled interior of the Emirates Stadium. The Emirates interior is formed primarily from 4 rings of seating, almost all being red in colour and made from different material than the standard plastic seats that you find at other football grounds. The stadium can be divided into a shallower bottom tier, which includes the dugouts and tunnel at the front of the West Stand, the club level premium second tier, which includes a director's box in the West Stand, a small ring of 150 executive boxes, totalling 2,222 seats, and a large top tier which is contoured to leave open space in the corners and accommodate the stadium roof. There's large electronic screens in the northwest and southeast corners. The designated away section at the Emirates is the bottom tier of the southeast corner, capable of holding a regulation 4,500 people, with more or less made available depending on competition and allocation. Nowadays, the regular home two for Arsenal Women's Football Club, capacity at the time of writing, sits at 60,704. It's a cold Saturday in Berkshire, and it's ground 79 of the 92 in English football. The Select Car Leasing Stadium is up next, the home of Reading Football Club since August 1998. Originally known as the Madejski Stadium, it is the successor to Elm Park, Reading's historic home between 1896 and 1998. The move to the Madstad came, like many others in English football, with the Royals' former home not deemed suitable for the necessary all-seater conversion in the 1990s. There became the need to find a new site for a modern, larger stadium, Stadium, with space in Smallmead found as part of local development. Reading would play their final competitive game at Elm Park on the 3rd of May 1998, moving into their new stadium at the start of the following season, where a 3-0 win over Luton Town on the 22nd of August was its official opening game. The traditional Madejski Stadium name comes from Sir John Madejski, chairman of Reading between 1990 and 2012, a hugely influential figure in both the stadium being built and the Royal subsequent ascent into the Premier League. A naming rights deal with Select Car Leasing has given the ground its current name since July 2021. Reading's modern stadium sits much further south than where Elm Park stood, alongside a retail park and business park, all based off of Junction 11 of the M4. The ground is to the west of the A33, reached primarily by two access roads, Northern Way and Hoops Way to the north, and Hurst Way to the south. I'm approaching from the north, bringing me round the edge of the stadium's large western car park, a site that includes a training complex at the far end. Closer car park sits right outside the stadium's northwest corner, this section also housing the Reading SC fan store and a ticket office. The north stand of the Select Car Leasing is named for Eamon Dolan, the late striker who joined Reading as academy manager in 2004, overseeing a golden era of progress, whilst also having time as both assistant and caretaker manager of the Royals. He sadly passed away through cancer in June 2016. Turnstiles on the base of this northern stand, with the middle housing a collage of Dolan, made out of images of Reading players. The Madejski name is nowadays continued with the stadium's east stand, the Sir John Madejski stand. One of the longest sides of the ground, space outside houses a matchday fan zone, with the stand itself housing a protruding centre which contains another ticket office, as well as the Jazz Cafe. South stand is where the away fan turnstiles can be found, these being the ones at the stand's more western end, with home turnstiles further east. The most complex side of the Select Car Leasing is its west stand. There's limited access here, the main points being player and media entrances around the southwest corner, and the aforementioned club shop and turnstiles in the northwest corner. The west stand exterior is dominated by a Voco Hotel, attached to the stand and protruding outwards to the edge of a roundabout that connects Biscuit Way, Royal Way and Boot End. This west stand is the most major stand for the Select Car Leasing Stadium. It comprises of an upper tier and lower tier of blue seating, separated by a level of red seats and executive boxes. Dugouts and tunnel down the front, premium seating blocks and the main matchday camera up at the back, it holds a little under 7,600 people. Single tier to the connected Eamon Dolan stand, a fully home area which has two disabled viewing platforms down towards the front. Fully blue interior holds just under 4,950. A single tier John Madejski stand holds around 7,200, also including disabled viewing platforms, and with Select Car Leasing spelt out in white across the central blue blocks. A large TV screen at the back of the southeast corner leads round to the south stand. This holds 4,350 in total, split into two via fencing. The eastern blocks go to the home fans, an area known as Club 1871, with the away section formed from the western blocks. The amount made open depends on allocation, with around 2,100 seats in total. Formerly also a home ground for Rugby Union's London Irish, capacity at the time of writing sits at 24,161. It's a cold Sunday in Devon, and it's ground 80 of the 92 in English football. Home Park is up next, the home of Plymouth Argyle Football Club since 1903. This ground dates back earlier though to 1893, originally a rugby ground for first Devonport Albion and later Plymouth Rugby. It would be an athletics venue at the start of the 20th century, though there was a strong desire for it to be used to stage football. Trial events were held with good attendance, prompting the move to establish the first professional football team in the county. That team was Plymouth Argyle, originally formed as Argyle SC in 1886 and taking their current name as they turned professional and joined the Southern League. The Pilgrims' first competitive game at Home Park would be on the 5th of September 1903 against Northampton Town. More than 120 years since, including 2 periods of major redevelopment work this century, creates the Home Park in place today. The ground sits on the edge of Central Park, around the Mile House area of the city. A walk through Central Park can be a staple of the Plymouth Argyle visit, especially to those arriving from Plymouth Railway Station down to the south. Home Park features 4 distinct stands, with the main stand to the south being the one detached from the rest. This is the Mayflower Grandstand, originally dating back to 1952 and taking its current look following a major rebuild between 2019 and 2020. The stand's notably got an access road outside which leads down to player facilities and a supporters bar, with the main matchday fan zone set up further out. Plymouth Argyle's main ticket office and superstore sits outside the grandstand around the stadium's southwest corner. From here, going clockwise, you're round to the west stand, named the Devonport end for the area of Plymouth further out beyond it. Simple exterior of green decoration and cantilever supports here, with turnstiles along the base. Car parks outside opposite Jack Leslie Way. Just outside the northwest corner of Home Park sits a statue of Jack Leslie. Leslie was an Argyle forward around the first quarter of the 20th century, notably being the only black professional in the country at the time. It was long considered wrong that he never got an England cap, having a call-up in 1925 withdrawn due to judgment on his skin colour, and he was eventually rewarded a posthumous England cap by the FA in 2022. The north stand of Home Park is known as the Lyndhurst Road stand, named for the street further north. It's connected to the Devonport end and follows a similar exterior design. That same design carries to the stadium's east stand at the Barn Park end. Split between home and away fans, away supporters are encouraged to use a separate entrance at the end of Mayflower Walk. It's a footpath which goes around the back of the southern fan zone and round to the southeast corner to designated away turnstiles. The modern-day Mayflower Grandstand is a two-tiered structure, a largely uncovered bottom tier and a smaller covered upper tier with supporting pillars along its front. It holds around 5,400 people. Dugouts down the front by the pitch, press area at the back, the players' tunnel sits right in the ground's southeast corner. Devonport end is a single tier of green seats with a white stripe running along the middle, large windshield at the southern end. It holds around 2,800 people. The connected Lyndhurst Road stand is the largest side of Home Park as it includes the adjacent corners, just over 7,000 capacity in total. Single-tiered and the same height as the Devonport end, it's got the main matchday camera up at the back and Home Park spelt out in white across the blocks. Large electronic screen in the northeast corner. The Barn Park end is split between home and away supporters, away fans taking up the southern blocks. Single-tiered and the same height as the Devonport and Lyndhurst sides, this eastern end holds around 2,900 in total, with around 1,300 for away supporters. One of the more underrated grounds in the country, capacity at the time of writing sits at 17,900. It's a cold Sunday in Norfolk, and it's ground 81 of the 92 in English football. Carrow Road is up next, the home of Norwich City Football Club since August 1935. Named for a neighbouring road, this ground is a successor to the Nest, Norwich's former home between 1908 and 1935. Carrow Road was purpose-built to accommodate the increasing crowds at Canaries games, and the original ground took just 82 days to be made. 90 years since have seen notable redevelopment, including a part rebuild following a fire in the 1980s, a necessary conversion to all-seater in the 1990s, as well as a new southern stand that opened in the early 2000s. What sits in place today is an enclosed stadium with 5 distinct stands, situated in the east of the city and a short distance away from both Norwich railway station and the banks of the River Wensum. You can use the Carrow Road access road to get around the more northern sides of the stadium. This road starts around the west corner where the Norwich City store is based. The stand adjacent to the left is known as the Geoffrey Watling City Stand. It dates back to 1986 and is named for the late Geoffrey Watling, a former president and chairman of Norwich City. It's the shortest side of Carrow Road, a simple brick, glass and corrugated iron exterior with turnstiles along its base and a director's entrance in the middle. The southern and northern ends of this stand are named Wensum and Thorpe respectively, the former referencing the nearby river and the latter an area of Norwich that's out beyond. Round the corner sits the much taller Barclay. Rebuilt in the 1990s, it's named for Captain Evelyn Barclay, who was a former vice president of the football club. A more complex exterior design here with turnstiles and service points across the base, including both ends. The eastern corner of Carrow Road is taken up by a large Holiday Inn hotel, and this leads round to the largest side of the stadium. Formerly a stand named for Sir Arthur South, this side was rebuilt in the 2000s and has recently regained its original sponsorship name, known as the Gerald Stand, after a local department store. Away turnstiles can be found at its more northern end, with a main reception in the centre and home turnstiles further south. Carrow Road's main car parks sit out beyond it. The southernmost corner of Carrow Road forms the community stand, built in 2005 with a more colourful exterior and the main ticket office at its base. Round from here, along Geoffrey Watling Way, sits the Regency Security Stand. Formerly known as the River End, it dates back to 1979, utilising a more classic brick exterior facade with turnstiles and hospitality access across its base. Carrow Road's away section is the northernmost blocks of the Gerald Stand, a large single tier of yellow which can hold around 8,400 in total. The community stand sits at its southern end, ringing around with 2 levels of yellow seating, along with disabled facilities, holds around 1,700. The Regency Security Stand holds around 6,200, split across 2 separate green tiers with executive boxes in between and a large supporting pillar at either end. The Geoffrey Watling City Stand is a single tier of yellow and green, holding around 4,000 total, with the adjoining Wentham and Thorpe corners. Director's box and premium seats centrally, dugouts and tunnel down the front. Its northern end, the Thorpe corner, is commonly known as the Snake Pit, and it nowadays includes rail seating. I'm in the Berkeley, a very similar design to the Regency Security Stand opposite, but instead having a yellow upper tier and a green lower tier with rail seating across the bottom level. Hosting a handful of England youth and women's internationals over the years, capacity at the time of writing sits at 27,359. It's a cloudy Saturday in Greater Manchester, and it's ground 82 of the 92 in English football. Boundary Park is up next, the home of Oldham Athletic Association Football Club since 1906. The ground site dates back further though, originally opening as the Athletic Ground in 1896 as a home for Oldham's first professional football club, Oldham County. That team would fold in 1897, with the ground being occupied by Pine Villa 2 years later. Pine Villa had formed in 1895 and upon moving renamed themselves to Oldham Athletic and renamed the Athletic Ground to Boundary Park. The stadium's modern name comes from its location, being at a conjunction between Oldham and the neighbouring towns of Chadderton and Royton. More than 125 years on, Boundary Park is a nostalgic stadium split into 4 distinct sides. For me, coming from the north, I first hit the North Stand. This is the most modern side of Boundary Park, opening in 2015 with facilities including the Latics store and the supporters bar. It's named for Joe Royal, manager of Oldham Athletic over 2 spells, the main one being between 1982 and 1994, leading Latics to a League Cup final in 1990 and the top flight in 1991. Up on a bank to the east sits the East Stand. Formerly the Rochdale Road End, it's nowadays named for Jimmy Thrizzle, the late Scottish-born footballer who both played for and managed Oldham between 1960 and 1982. 2 main sets of turnstiles on the higher ground outside the stand, the more southern ones leading to the family stand. Boundary Park's main stand is to the south, running alongside Furtherwood Road. It's got a largely brick exterior, facilities including a main reception entrance to players and officials, with home turnstiles spread along it. Further west on Furtherwood Road are the main turnstiles to the stadium's west stand, the Chadderton Road End. Nowadays a designated away stand, the Chaddy End as it is known has turnstiles at its ends as the space behind is taken up by a modern housing estate. Boundary Drive is the road you can use here to get back round to the Joe Royal Stand up north, with parts of the Chaddy End exterior visible between houses and the northern end fully visible further up. These northern turnstiles are only occasionally put into use though. Flanked by old terracing, the main stand is a 2-tiered structure with plastic seating at the bottom and older wooden seating in some blocks higher up. Premium seating up here too, with supporting pillars in front. Boundary Park's dugouts are down the front, with the stadium tunnel atop a small central set of steps. An elevated box near the southwest corner leads round to the Chadderton Road End. The designated away stand on Oldham Athletic match days, it's 2-tiered with supporting pillars down the front of its sloped roof. Standard away crowds at current Oldham games are usually housed in a section of the tier further back, with the rest closed off. The modern Joe Royal Stand is a single tier of blue seating, with plenty of space behind taken up by interior facilities. An interfaith prayer room sits at its eastern end. I'm in the Jimmy Thrizzle Stand, commonplace for the most vocal Oldham supporters. It's a single tier of blue with Latics spelt out in white across the blocks. People enter from the outer concourse at the back. It used to house away fans, which is why the most southern blocks have segregation barriers between them and the middle blocks. Used in turn by Oldham Rugby League Football Club, capacity at the time of writing sits at 13,560. It's a cool Saturday in London, and it's ground 83 of the 92 in English football. 10 to go. Craven Cottage is up next, the home of Fulham Football Club since 1896. The ground's name references a Georgian-era cottage built in 1780 by William Craven, the 6th Baron Craven, and surrounded by woodland. The cottage was used for over a century until it was destroyed by fire in 1888 and the site was left abandoned. Fulham, London's oldest professional football club, formed in 1879 and held their present name since 1888. They'd spent their first couple of decades playing at numerous home grounds, searching for another around the time that representatives came across this land in 1894. The Craven Cottage site would take 2 years to be ready as the place was so overgrown, eventually holding its first football game on the 10th of October 1896. Nearly 130 years since creates a stadium that's in place today, 4 distinct stands, and still well known for its location right by the River Thames. Plenty, like me, approach Craven Cottage from the south, walking through the greenery of Fulham Palace and Bishop's Park. That leads you first up to the stadium's south stand, known as the Putney end, for the area out beyond it. Simple exterior here, the space immediately outside closed to the public. That limits access to its ends, with the southwest corner holding a southern entrance to the stadium's west stand, and the Putney end turnstiles themselves being based around the southeast corner of Stevenage Road. They offer both home and away fans. This southeast corner also houses a pavilion, considered the modern-day Craven Cottage, originally built in 1905 as a place for the changing rooms. Stevenage Road runs alongside the Grand East Stand. It was formerly named for Stevenage Road, but since 2005 has been named for the late Johnny Haynes, the legendary Fulham forward, 157 goals and 657 appearances in white, 18 goals too from 56 England caps. There's a statue of Johnny Haynes by the stand's southern end media office. The stand's brick exterior dates back to 1905 and is a Grade 2 listed building, much like the nearby Cottage Pavilion, both designed by iconic Scottish architect Archibald Leitch. Stadium store around the northern end of the Johnny Haynes stand, with the adjacent north stand named the Hammersmith end for the area out beyond it. There's a small access path right outside of it, which is officially meant to be a one-way exit route out onto Stevenage Road. That therefore requires visitors to head further up and use a turn-it walk to get around the back of a large flat complex. Thames Path then leads you down south to the northern turnstiles of the stadium's west stand. That west stand is the Riverside stand, right up against the east bank of the River Thames. It's been rebuilt through the 2020s as a modern elite level stand with premium facilities both inside and out. You need to be in the opposite riverbank to best take it in. This Riverside stand is now the largest side of Craven Cottage, a smaller lower tier and steeper upper tier, premium seating more centrally, a press area and the matchday camera up at the back, player dugouts down the front over the bottom tier. The Hammersmith end is a deep single tier of mostly black seating with Fulham spelt out in white across the blocks. A couple of central supporting pillars to be wary of, with stacked corporate boxes at the back of either end. The long-standing Johnny Haynes stand is distinct through its sloped roof, a row of supporting pillars near the very front, and the presence of original wooden seating in parts of the interior. The adjacent pavilion is considered a clubhouse. Craven Cottage's tunnel is down at the front, with the pavilion's balcony traditionally used by the friends and families of Fulham players. I'm in the Putney end, a deep single tier like the Hammersmith end opposite. Supporting pillars only affect those further back here though, and the stand's westernmost blocks form the designated away section on Fulham match days. Home and away fans traditionally mix in the stand's outer concourse though. Nowadays a ground featuring the old and the new on opposite sides, capacity at the time of writing sits at 27,782. It's a cool sunny Saturday in North Yorkshire and it's ground 84 of the 92 in English football. 9 to go. The Riverside Stadium is up next, the home of Middlesbrough Football Club since August 1995. Fittingly named for its location by the south bank of the River Tees, this modern stadium is the successor to Ayresome Park, Borough's historic home between 1903 and 1995. Ayresome had been a World Cup venue in 1966, but by the 90s was not up to new standards. The Taylor Report required top-level football stadiums to be all-seater, and with necessary expansion work on the old ground not deemed possible, the decision was made to create a brand new, larger home elsewhere. Middlesbrough were offered a site in Middlehaven by the river, around a mile and a half northeast from where Ayresome Park then stood. Borough's final game at Ayrsham was a 2-1 win over Luton on the 30th of April 1995, winning their first game at the Riverside against Chelsea just under 4 months later. The Riverside's modern enclosed design influenced the layout of Derby County's Pride Park Stadium, which opened 2 years after. There's plenty of ways to reach this ground, primarily for many either from the south or the west. Most are therefore first brought up to the stadium's main stand, its western side. The larger side of the ground features the standout facade, with facilities include the main reception centrally and the main ticket office towards the southern end. Space outside is utilised as a Borough fan zone, nearby to the reinstalled gates which once sat outside Ayrsham Park, as well as a trio of statues. Record goalscorer George Campsell, iconic hometown hero Wilf Mannion, and former defender and post-war England captain George Hardwick. Middlesbrough's club shop sits on the stadium's northwest corner, leading round to the North Stand, which backs onto the River Tees. More simple exterior here with a ticket collection point at the western end and turnstiles along the base. The longer East Stand has the stadium's largest car park out beyond it. Its more northern end houses a family zone with entrance to the Hardwick Bar in its centre and the southern end turnstiles being used by away supporters. Round from here, past the Red Tower, is the South Stand, running alongside the Leeway. Home turnstiles return here, with the adjoining southwest corner housing access to the Legends Lounge. The large West Stand is the tallest side of the Riverside, includes both the northwest and southwest corners, and is split into multiple levels of seating, mostly coloured red but with Borough spelt out in white at the very top. Premium seating and hospitality within this stand, with the stadium dugouts and tunnel down the front. Shorter North Stand is split into a lower and upper section, a fully home stand of red seating behind the northern goal. Family zone focused around the northeast corner of the ground, with the adjoining east stand mirroring the two-level design with the north stand. MFC spelt out in white on the upper level, the main matchday cameras housed up at the back. The Riverside's designated away section is based by the southeast corner of the stadium, space at the back partly taken up by a large TV screen and 2 TV studios. You'll normally find the most vocal Middlesbrough fans based in the south stand, especially the smaller lower level. Used for a handful of youth, senior men's, senior women's and GB Olympic internationals over the years, capacity at the time of writing sits at 34,742. It's a cool, cloudy Saturday on the Wirral, and it's ground 85 of the 92 in English football. 8 to go. Prenton Park is up next, the home of Tranmere Rovers Football Club since March 1912. Named for its location in Prenton, a suburb of Birkenhead, it's a name also carried over from Tranmere's previous ground, which wasn't strictly within Prenton, but was used to give the place more appeal. Tranmere Rovers had to move to their current home when their previous land was required to become housing and a school. The present-day Prenton Park remained largely unchanged for its first 80 or so years, simple stands and open terraces, with major change coming in the mid-1990s. As part of the Taylor Report, the stadium was converted to an all-seater venue, redeveloped on 3 sides, and increased overall capacity to what it is today. Prenton Park is split into 4 distinct sides, reached mostly from either the east and west heading Prenton Road or the north and south heading Borough Road. Along Prenton Road, by the ground's northwest corner, sits a statue of Johnny King, the legendary former player and manager. Thor promotions across his time with the Super White Army, as well as several trips to the Old Wembley for playoff finals and cup finals. Prenton Park's oldest active side is its west stand, considered the main stand, dating back to 1968. Its blue exterior houses major facilities, including hospitality lounges, the main ticket office, and the official club store, with some turnstiles also in place. The other side of a fence and Woodchurch Lane out beyond sits the Mersey Clipper, a very popular matchday pub. The stadium's main car park sits in and around the southwest corner, leading round to the south stand, the Cop, or more officially, the Bebington Cop. It's the tallest side of Prenton Park, completed in 1995 and named for the area out beyond it. Blue exterior like the main side, with a recreation centre and Legends Room accessible from out the back by more car parking and a gated access road. Borough Road runs alongside the stadium's east stand, built in 1995 and named for the Rovers icon Johnny King in 2002. It's a simple brick and corrugated iron exterior with just exit doors along its centre. Turnstiles to both this and neighbouring stands are at either end of the Borough Road stretch. Further north, the main away turnstiles to the stadium's north stand, known as the Cowshed. Entrances are at the ends, with the centre designed like the Johnny King stand and slanted in overall shape as Prenton Road West passes by at an angle outside of it. Prenton Park's Cop holds a little under 5,700 people. A former location for away fans, it's now exclusively home fans across its two levels of mostly blue seating. There's a media suite in the ground's southwest corner, and that leads round to the main side. This is split into a lower paddock and a higher up stand. Its southern blocks known as the Bebington End and Bebington Paddock, and its northern blocks known as the Town End and the Town Paddock. Executive director seating in the centre, dugouts and tunnel down the front. The stand holds a little under 6,000 in total. The Cowshed is a designated away stand on Tranmere Rovers match days, holding around 2,500 people. There's an electronic scoreboard attached to the roof. The stand's curved shape means that seats in the eastern blocks go further back than those in the western blocks do. I'm in the Johnny King stand, the shortest side, holding around 2,400 in total, a long single tier of blue seating for home fans. The underrated Merseyside Football Stadium, capacity at the time of writing, sits at 16,567. It's a sunny Saturday in North Yorkshire, and it's ground 86 of the 92 in English football. 7 to go. Wetherby Road is up next, the home of Harrogate Town Association Football Club since August 1920. Known officially as the Exercise Stadium, its traditional name comes from Wetherby Road, the A661, which passes by immediately outside to the south. The ground's current look has come from recent times. In 2020, Harrogate Town won promotion to the Football League for the first time ever. That required extensive renovation work to their stadium in order to meet EFL requirements, including the expansion and addition of stands, as well as changing their artificial pitch to a natural one. Harrogate would begin the new season playing home games in Doncaster before returning to their long-term home in mid-October. Wetherby Road today is still more complex inside than outside. For the majority, entrance into the ground still comes via its southern side alongside Wetherby Road. There's two main sets of turnstiles here. The ones at the eastern end lead into the designated away section, with home fans using the larger group at the western end. You can also get in as a home fan from the west though, using the more hidden turnstile 0 around the ground's northwest corner. Space outside the western and northern sides, meanwhile, are taken up by local medical facilities, including Harrogate's ambulance station outside the ground's simple northern exterior. All the focus really is on what's inside, with Wetherby Road's small, simple club shop housed right on the southwest corner, near to the pitch. Around from here is the West Stand, a simple single tier of terracing that doesn't quite cover the full width of the pitch. It's still a commonplace for vocal home fans though, who like being right behind a goal. Black Sheep Bar housed in the northwest corner, leading round to the northern side. This has three main sections. A 4-block stand of yellow seating with a floodlight pillar coming down in the centre. The official main stand sits most centrally, the tallest part of Wetherby Road, and also made up of yellow seating. 2 floodlight pillars pierce its roof. The easternmost section is a hospitality suite, including a few rows of yellow seating. 2 main sections to the ground eastern side, the longer being an all-seater home stand. It's only a few rows high and has the ground's tunnel around its centre. Further south from here is where the away section starts, beginning with a taller section of covered standing terrace, first priority when being allocated to away fans. Finally, the southern side, also split between home and away fans. The away part is made up of a section of seating right by the ground's southeast corner, and then part of the main south stand, covered standing terrace that's only in use for larger crowds. Fencing segregates the home and away terracing within this south stand, which has the main matchday camera housed above and the stadium dugouts housed down in front of it. A little away from here in turn is also a small uncovered pen of terracing sat in front of the ground's control room and ticket office. A lot of change to this place within the last decade alone. Capacity at the time of writing sits at 5,222. It's a sunny Saturday in Hertfordshire, and it's ground 87 of the 92 in English football. 6 to go. Vicarage Road is up next, the home of Watford Football Club since 1922. Named for Vicarage Road, the A4145, which passes by to the north, Watford made the move here from Cassio Road, slightly north of their current site, where they'd been since 1898. Vicarage Road's first Watford game would be against Millwall on the 30th of August 1922. It's a site that's seen major renovation work over the more than 100 years since, the most recent work done around a decade ago. Alongside hosting the Hornets, Vicarage Road was also a home for non-league Wealdstone between 1991 and 1993 and hosted rugby union games for Saracens between 1997 and 2013. The Vicarage Road in place today is split into 4 distinct stands. If you're coming from Watford Junction Station like I have, you'll end up first at the stadium's northeast corner. It's here that the Hornets shop, Watford's club store, is housed, and immediately outside sits a statue of the late Graham Taylor. He was Watford manager for 3 different spells, 747 total games, 5 promotions across all the levels of the Football League pyramid, and an FA Cup final appearance in 1984. The aptly named Yellow Brick Road leads round to the East Stand. For more than 80 years, this was the main stand, but following a rebuild in the 2010s, it is now a more modern stand, and since November 2014, has been named for Sir Elton John. The legendary musician is a lifelong Watford fan, a former chairman of the Hornets, and now an honorary life president. Vicarage Road's South Stand is known as the Rookery. Built in the mid-1990s, its exterior is nowadays dominated by housing, situated up above ground level, with the space below taken up by a family fan zone and stadium facilities, turnstiles across the base. There's no quick route round from the Rookery Stand to Vicarage Road's West Stand, the Graham Taylor Stand. Instead, you're either having to head round the other way, or make use of stairs and a walkway, passing by a bunker bar, the 1881, and heading round or through a car park that's part of the nearby Watford General Hospital. Navigate the roads and you can get back up to the exterior of the Graham Taylor Stand, loaded with hospitality suite entrances. The wrap house around the stadium's northwest corner leads round to the North Stand, fittingly named the Vicarage Road Stand for what's right outside of it. With the Wenzel's Bakery built into its centre, turnstiles the home fans are over by the northwest corner, with the eastern end turnstiles used by visiting away supporters. The Rookery Stand is a deep home end split into 2 official levels, holding a little under 7,000 in total. Yellow-coloured outer blocks and red-coloured inner blocks with WSC spelt out across the centre and a large electronic screen attached to the front of the roof. Hospitality suites and a TV studio are housed in the stadium's southwest corner. The Graham Taylor Stand dates back to 1986 and took its modern name in November 2014. It's recognisable for its wavy roof, a 2-tiered structure with its bottom tier almost fully red and a greater mix of red and yellow in its upper tier, with executive boxes at the back and premium seating in the centre. Further hospitality around the northwest corner, leading round to the Vicarage Road Stand. This is a single-tier stand of yellow and red, split pretty much straight down the middle. The home section is a designated family stand, whilst the more eastern blocks are allocated to away supporters. A giant screen also attached to the roof. I'm in the Sir Elton John stand, a single tier of yellow outer blocks and red central blocks that bank sharply, being shallow at the front and steep at the back. Used additionally through an England Under-21 qualifier in 2011, capacity at the time of writing sits at 22,220. It's a wet, windy Saturday in Greater Manchester, and it's ground 88 of the 92 in English football. 5 to go. Moor Lane is up next, the home of Salford City Football Club since 1978. Known officially as the Peninsula Stadium, Moor Lane's traditional name comes from the road which passes by to the north. Officially sat within the district of Kersal, northeast of central Manchester, Moor Lane was a standard non-league ground around 12 years ago, then hosting an 8th-tier team. In March of 2014, Salford City were acquired by Project 92 Limited, a consortium containing high-profile former Manchester United players. By the end of the 2010s, the class of 92 had quickly ascended Salford City up the non-league pyramid, reaching the Football League for the first time in 2019. As part of preparation for entering the professional leagues, Moor Lane went through extensive renovation work between 2016 and 2017, creating the 4-sided stadium that's in place today, with capacity more than triple what it was before. Moor Lane remains a football ground that's accessed from 2 sides, fans either making use of turnstile blocks off Moor Lane to the north, and this includes the designated away turnstiles near to the stadium's northeast corner, or through home turnstile blocks off Neville Road to the south. That is Neville with one L, by the way, not the two like in Gary's surname. A quick expansion to reach Football League requirements does leave things still understandably quite basic. It's a ground featuring outer concourses which are focused mainly around the opposing eastern and western sides, with a fan bar also housed at the back of the south stand. The interior is split into 4 distinct sides, a combination of both seating and standing terrace. I'm in the south stand for this game, an all-seater of red with the dugouts and tunnel around its centre and a gantry up above that houses the main matchday camera. The west stand is a popular spot for vocal home fans. It's entirely standing terrace, split into 4 sections that are on slightly higher ground the further north you go. The north stand is the premium side of Moor Lane, almost entirely red seating with hospitality housed at the back of its more central blocks. Salted allocate the easternmost blocks to the away supporters, forming part of the designated away section alongside the east stand. This side mirrors the design of the west stand opposite, standing terrace split into 4 fenced-off sections. This whole stand is made available when the largest crowds are expected, with initial focus around the northern end. Possessing a very uniquely shaped set of floodlights, capacity at the time of writing sits at 5,108. It's a windy Friday in northeast Lincolnshire, and it's ground 89 of the 92 in English football. 4 to go. Blundell Park is up next, the home of Grimsby Town Football Club since 1899. Named for the 16th century clothier Peter Blundell, this is the Mariners' 4th permanent ground in their history, relocating from Abbey Park at the end of the 19th century and bringing parts of their old ground with them to the new site. Despite being the home of Grimsby Town, it isn't actually within Grimsby's borders, instead situated immediately over in the adjoining town of Cleethorpes. More than 125 years of history creates the Blundell Park in place today, including conversion to all-seater in the 1990s following the release of the Taylor Report. Blundell Park has its access points limited by its location around streets of terraced housing. For many, you're reaching the ground from the south, heading up either Constitutional Avenue or Imperial Avenue to reach the stadium's main car park and its largest side. The current South Stand dates back to 1982, going through several sponsorship names, including Thindus and Youngs, and presently Ramsden's. It's at the base of this stand you can find major facilities, including hospitality entrances, club offices, the main ticket office, and a club shop with stand turnstiles at the ends. Further out from either end of the south stand are access points to the 2 neighbouring stands, the Osmond stand to the east, with a fan zone around the stadium's southeast corner, and the Pontoon stand to the west. The entrances are here rather than further round, as the roads outside either stand, Neville Street and Blundell Avenue respectively, are loaded with terraced housing and don't have any access points along them. You can still get into Blundell Park from the north though, the closest side to the coast, and that's necessary to reach the main stand. Parts of this side date back to 1901, running parallel to Harrington Street, and it has 2 main access points. The further west point is an entrance to both players and home supporters, whilst away supporters enter from the access road further east, closer to Neville Street. Blundell Park's northern side is an open northwest corner, this acting as a concourse to main stand fans with food and merchandise on sale. The long-standing main stand is a single tier of largely red seating with premium blocks in its centre, dugouts and tunnel down the front, and a supporting pillars present at regular intervals. The main stand is directly connected to the neighbouring Osmond stand by the covered corner, and this is nowadays where away fans are housed around on Grimsby Town match days. The Osmond stand, dating back to 1939, is a single tier split into a higher and lower section, the route and its supports causing restrictions to views, especially for those further back. Blundell Park's south stand is split into a larger upper level and a smaller lower level, well separated by hospitality suites. Clear views from the lower paddock-like section, with supporting pillars and an overhead TV gantry causing possible restrictions to those higher up. Open concourse space either side of this south stand. I'm in the Pontoon stand for this game, dating back to the 1960s. It's a single tier of seats forming black and white vertical stripes, popular with home fans, and with supporting pillars down towards the front. Occasionally boosted by the instalment of temporary seating in its open corners, capacity at the time of writing sits at 9,546. It's a sunny Monday in South Wales and it's ground 90 of the 92 in English League football. Just 3 to go. The Swansea.com Stadium is up next, the home of Swansea City Football Club since July 2005. Maybe still best known as the Liberty Stadium, a name it held until 2021. This is the successor to Vetchfield, Swansea's previous home since the club's founding in 1912. The move north and further inland from the coast came as many modern-day moves do. Swansea's home had become outdated, with a modern, higher-capacity stadium desired to match future ambitions. With the Swans unable to fully finance a new build themselves, they worked in collaboration with both the City Council and local rugby union team Ospreys to design and create a new stadium. The site chosen was in Landor, along the west bank of the River Towie, on what was formerly an athletic stadium. Swansea would conclude their 2004-05 season at Vetchfield, with the last official game there being an FAW Premier Cup final where they beat Wrexham 2-1. The new stadium was complete on the 10th July 2005, official opening coming 13 days later as Swansea played Fulham in a friendly match, drawing 1-1. Remaining one of the largest, most modern grounds in all of Wales, the Swansea.com Stadium is a fully enclosed bowl, flanked by the river to the east and the A4067 to the west, with the club's academy and training complex further north. Perimeter fencing outside the north, east and south stands is closed off during matches to form an outside concourse area, but it's more freely accessible pre-game. The most restriction for access comes from the stadium's north stand, the designated away section, where initial segregation is put in place. Heading round past the simple exterior design of brick panels and cantilever supports, one standout feature is outside its south stand. Since October 2005, there's been a statue of Ivor Allchurch in place. An iconic Welsh forward, Allchurch had 2 spells at his hometown club, becoming their record goalscorer with 190 goals from 502 games in all competitions. Ticket office and the Swansea City Club shop sits around the southwest corner at the base of the taller standout main stand exterior facade, which covers the western side of the stadium. Main reception and hospitality entrances among the facilities at its base. There's a car park out beyond this stand, but there's also a fenced car park outside the north stand, with the away fans encouraged inside via gates around the ground's northwest corner. The Swansea.com Stadium's interior uses an upper ring of black and white coloured seating, with each distinct side having an additional lower tier down in front, segregated by a walkway. The main stand features premium seating and the main matchday camera, with hospitality blocks at the back and the stadium dugouts and tunnel down the front. Away fans are housed behind the goal in the north stand. Either one or both levels are made available depending on allocation, the larger upper level containing rail seating, and there's a large electronic screen hanging down from the roof. Rail seating continues around the top of the stadium's northeast corner and the northern blocks of the east stand. This eastern side is mostly black seating, with white seats used to spell out Swansea across the top blocks, and the bottom blocks spell out the city's Welsh name, Abertawe. I'm on the edge of the south stand, mirroring the design of the north stand opposite, but a fully home stand this side, and with a screen hanging down from the southeast corner. No longer having Ospreys as a co-tenant since 2025, capacity at the time of writing sits at 21,088. It's a sunny Saturday in Kent, and it's ground 91 of the 92 in English football. Just 2 left to go. Priestfield Stadium is up next, the home of Gillingham Football Club since 1893. Sponsored by power generation company MEMS, the Priestfield name references Priestfield Road, which leads up to the stadium. It's been Gillingham's only home. The team formed as New Brompton Football Club in 1893 and adopting its current name in 1912, acquiring an area of land for 1,500 £1 shares, which the ground was built on. It was originally known as the Athletic Ground, later taking the name Priestfield Road, and then Priestfield Stadium from 1947. Work for more than 130 years since creates the ground that's in place today, a four-sided structure packed within streets of terraced housing. Priestfield's main, largest stand is its north stand, known as the Medway Stand, referring to the borough and river that's out beyond. This is the side with major facilities, including the players' entrance at the western end, Gillingham's club shop and main reception more centrally, and the factory and events venue at the eastern end. The neighbouring east stand is named the Rainham End for the town out beyond. It's got an exterior mostly filled by private car parking spaces, as well as access to hospitality. Fans based in this stand make use of turnstiles either at the end of the Medway stand or by the stadium's southeast corner. The long south stand is named the Gordon Road, which runs right alongside it. A very simple exterior here, with its turnstiles in place at the ends, either just inside the Rainham End car park or down by the stadium's southwest corner. Priestfield's most infamous side is its West Stand, named for the late commentator Brian Moore, a fan and director of Gillingham. This stand dates back to 2003, replacing the old town end terracing, and originally intended to be only a temporary structure. With financial problems soon pausing the project though, the Brian Moore stand has remained in place for more than 20 years now. Serving as an away stand on Gillingham match days, it's usually accessed via Priestfield Road right outside. From my own personal experience, when the Brian Moore stand is not in use, open gates create a narrow walkway right outside the western end, a very handy shortcut between the Gordon Road stand and the Medway stand. The simple Gordon Road stand is a single tier of mostly blue seating, with white used to spell out the Gills. Supporting pillars are present further back, the main matchday camera is housed on the roof, and the stand as a whole holds around 2,600 people. Gillingham's away section is focused around the stadium's southwest corner. When small crowds are expected, they're housed in the western blocks of the Gordon Road stand. Larger allocations though lead to the neighbouring Brian Moore stand being partly opened. The Brian Moore stand is loaded with fully exposed seating, split into a lower and upper section and based behind the western goal. It holds around 3,000 in total. Priestfield's changing rooms and tunnels sit in the northwest corner, attached to the large Medway stand, a two-tiered structure that has 20 executive boxes between the levels, premium seating and a press area in the upper tier, dugouts down at the front. I'm in the attached Rainham end, slightly shorter than the Medway stand and single-tiered, GFC spelt out in white across the central blocks. A temporary home for Brighton and Hove Albion between 1997 and 1999, capacity at the time of writing sits at 11,582. It's a cloudy Saturday in Greater Manchester, and it's ground 92 of the 92 in English football. Around the 92 is finally complete, and we're finishing at the City of Manchester Stadium, the home of Manchester City Football Club since August 2003. Nowadays best known as the Etihad Stadium, this ground in eastern Manchester was originally built between 1999 and 2002 as an athletic stadium, the main venue for the 2002 Commonwealth Games which Manchester hosted. Keen to keep the stadium in consistent use post the Games, the decision was made to convert the City of Manchester Stadium for football use. The former horseshoe shape became enclosed with the addition of a permanent northern structure, and athletics facilities inside were removed. What held 41,000 for the Games could hold around 48,000 by the time Manchester City moved in for the start of the 2003-04 season, departing from their historic former Main Road home where they had been since 1923. City's first game was a friendly against Barcelona on the 10th of August 2003, its first competitive game coming 4 days later in the UEFA Cup. Expansion and redecoration since, including an ongoing project, creates the City of Manchester Stadium that's in place today. That ongoing project is at the northern end of the stadium. The North Stand is being majorly expanded, taller inside and featuring a large stadium hotel attached right outside of it. This northern space was formerly home to fan zones and the old Manchester City club shop. The stadium remains the heartbeat of the Etihad campus complex, a major sports facility where an adjacent neighbour is the 6,000 capacity Manchester Regional Arena, the National Squash Centre and the House of Sport. One of the standout features of the City of Manchester Stadium are its 8 spiral ramp gates, split evenly between the eastern and western sides of the stadium. The 4 west ramps form part of the stadium's west stand, officially named for Colin Bell, the iconic City midfielder from the 1960s and the 1970s. The King of the Kippax, as he was known, also features on a statue outside this main stand, a tribute to the successful trio of him, the late Francis Lee, and forward Mike Summerby. Manchester City's official club shop nowadays sits in a separate building a little away from the southwest corner of the stadium. Ashton New Road, the A662, runs by to the south, and this also passes by the large south stand, formerly the lone tallest side of the stadium. Away turnstiles in Manchester City are housed around the stadium's southeast corner, with segregation and parking out beyond restricting pedestrian access. Getting round to the eastern side of the stadium means heading a bit away from the ground and back in on yourself, along Sir Howard Bernstein Way, which flanks the Nexon Bridge, a handy footbridge over the busy nearby crossroads and over to Manchester City's training complex, including a 7,000 capacity stadium that's used by City's women's and youth teams. The Etihad's East Stand features 4 spiral gates, as well as a trio of statues that celebrate modern Manchester City icons. The first of these is Argentine striker Sergio Aguero, City's record goalscorer, 260 goals from 390 games, one very iconic one from back in 2012. The central statue, Belgian centre-back Vincent Kompany, a towering presence and leader for 360 games between 2008 and 2019. The third statue, silky Spanish midfielder David Silva, 77 goals from 436 total games in Manchester between 2010 and 2020. Entry gates for the City of Manchester Stadium are in place both on the spiral ramps and also in the spaces between each, with official reception entrances in the centre of the east, south and Colin Bell stands. Manchester City's away section utilises the 3-tiered South Stand, and it can vary with location. Traditionally, away fans take up the eastern blocks of the stand across all 3 levels, with rail seating in the top and bottom tiers. Less than 3 has been in use for smaller allocations though, and I've experienced cup games here where the away crowd has been given the entire top tier, with just home fans in the 2 levels below. 3 tiers too for the Colin Bell Stand, a side featuring premium seating centrally, especially down the front, where the tunnel and stadium dugouts can also be found. The North Stand used to be just 2-tiered and the shortest side, but it will soon fully open as a much bigger stand, adding almost 8,000 total seats to the upper level and including a premium sky bar block at the very top. I'm in the East Stand, similar 3-tiered layout to the Colin Bell Stand opposite, but without the tunnel and dugouts, and with City spelt out in giant white letters across all 3 levels. The venue for the 2008 UEFA Cup final, capacity will be over 61,000 when the North Stand's complete, but at the time of writing, it sits at 52,900.